In the distant realm of Asgard, Heimdall stood solemnly at the controls of the Rainbow Bridge, his golden eyes reflecting an ominous sight. Loki standing side by side with a foreboding figure cloaked in shadows, Supergiant. The all-seeing Guardian's gaze, capable of spanning the 9 realms, locked onto the duo as soon as Loki appeared on Earth. After a moment of quiet observation, Heimdall prepared to turn away and report to Odin. But before he could move, Odin's commanding voice echoed within his mind.
Thor must go.
Bring Loki and the cosmic cube to me. Be wary, he is not alone. Heimdall inclined his head in silent acknowledgement.
As you command, All-Father.
His eyes shifted, seeking out Thor in Midgard. ##### Earth, a research facility. Thor leaned against a workbench, watching Jane Foster engrossed in her research. His restlessness was palpable, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the table's edge. Suddenly, Heimdall's voice resonated in his mind. Thor, Loki has appeared on Earth. Odin orders you to bring him and the cosmic cube back to Asgard. But be cautious, Loki has a dangerous sorcerer by his side.
Loki.
Thor's voice boomed, his usual vigor returning instantly. He sprang to his feet, his eyes alight with excitement.
Where is he?
Jane, startled by his sudden movement, looked up in confusion.
Thor, what's going on?
Thor gave her a reassuring smile, though his eagerness was hard to conceal. It's nothing serious, Jane. I just need to handle something. Before she could protest, Thor turned and strode toward the window. With a spin of Mjolnir, sparks of lightning danced around him as he launched into the sky, leaving Jane staring after him in bewilderment. Loki, you're alive. Thor thought as the wind roared in his ears. This time, I won't let you slip away. #### aboard the SHIELD transport helicopter. Captain America leaned back in his seat, his brows furrowed in thought. So, this Loki, he began hesitantly, is he really a god, or is that just an exaggeration? Fury, seated nearby, smirked faintly.
Not quite.
Loki's an alien, not an all-knowing deity. He has his tricks, sure, but he's not invincible.
Tricks?
Steve repeated, still trying to grasp the concept. You mean like magic?
Fury shrugged. Call it that if you want. But you'll handle him just fine.
He's not the first strange enemy you've faced. Coulson, ever the optimist and Captain America's biggest fan, chimed in.
You're Captain America.
You've got this. Steve gave a modest smile.
Maybe.
But I still feel like the old guy in a young man's game. He adjusted his suit, looking a bit uncomfortable in the modern attire. You'll get used to it, Coulson said confidently. You always do. #### the Cosmic Cube Research Base. At the base, Loki sat crouched, his hands bound, an expression of feigned amusement on his face. Nearby, Tony Stark stood without his armor, looking distinctly out of place in a tailored suit. Hawkeye and Maria Hill flanked Loki, their expressions uneasy. The distant hum of an approaching helicopter caught their attention. All heads turned skyward in eerie unison. Inside the helicopter, Fury's one good eye narrowed as he observed the scene below. Something wasn't right.
Tony, out of his armor?
Loki subdued without a fight? The postures of the SHIELD agents were stiff, unnatural. Something's off, Fury muttered, leaning closer to the window. Tony never takes off the suit unless... Before he could finish, a bolt of lightning split the sky. The air crackled as Thor descended in a cascade of electricity, landing with a force that shook the ground.
Loki!
Thor bellowed, grabbing his brother by the shoulders and shaking him roughly. Where have you been? Brother, Loki replied with a sly grin.
It's been too long.
Tony's voice cut through the reunion. Can we not do this whole brotherly love drama? It's nauseating. Thor turned, glaring at the billionaire. Stand aside, Stark. This is a matter for Asgard.
Not so fast, Blondie.
Tony smirked, slipping a small device onto his hand. Loki's staying right here. Before Thor could respond, a sudden blast of energy struck him from behind, sending him sprawling. Tony's Iron Man suit flew through the air, reassembling itself around him with mechanical precision. Let's settle this like adults, Tony quipped, firing a repulsor blast at Thor. Thor roared, lightning crackling around him as he raised Mjolnir. You dare challenge the God of Thunder? The two clashed with earth-shaking ferocity, their blows lighting up the battlefield. The onlookers, Hawkeye, Hill and Loki, stood frozen, unsure whether to intervene. In the helicopter, Fury groaned. Great. Now they're fighting each other.
Steve, he barked, turning to Captain America.
Separate them before they bring this whole place down. Without hesitation, Steve donned his helmet, raised his shield, and leapt out of the helicopter.
Wait. Parachute.
Coulson shouted in alarm. But Steve hit the ground hard, shield first, and stood up unscathed. "I'm fine," he called back, already running toward the chaos. #### Loki's plan unfolds. As Thor and Tony battled above, Loki watched with a growing smirk. Beside him, a blue-skinned figure emerged from the shadows, Supergiant. "Impressive, isn't it?" Loki said, his voice dripping with mockery. Humans and gods, tearing each other apart. Supergiant smiled coldly, her psychic aura radiating outward. "Shall we finish this?"
Loki nodded. "Let's."
###The turning tide. Thor, mid-swing, suddenly faltered. His body stiffened, and his grip on Mjolnir slackened. One by one, the Avengers on the battlefield, Tony, Steve, Hawkeye, succumbed to the overwhelming mental influence of Supergiant. Their movements grew sluggish, their eyes glazed. From the helicopter, Fury's face darkened. "Damn it. She's controlling them." He turned to Coulson, only to find his once loyal agent staring back at him with a crazed, vacant expression. Fury's stomach sank. "We're finished." With a triumphant laugh, Loki stepped forward, Supergiant at his side. The Avengers, now under their control, knelt in a circle around them, bowing their heads in submission. "This," Loki declared, his voice echoing across the battlefield, "is the beginning of a new era." Above them, the storm clouds swirled ominously, as if heralding the chaos yet to come. In the dimly lit research base, Loki stood alongside Supergiant, his posture exuding smug confidence. Before them, a crowd of Avengers and S.H.I.E.L.D. agents stood motionless, their eyes glazed over, puppets under Supergiant's mind control. Through meticulous planning and well-laid traps, Loki and Supergiant had amassed a small army. Each attempt to resist had been swiftly crushed, adding more pawns to their growing ranks. Now, with the Avengers under their thumb, Loki felt unstoppable. He gestured grandly as he addressed Supergiant. "With Earth's greatest defenders subdued, there is but one obstacle left, Lynch. A thorn in my side that must be removed." Supergiant tilted her head, her icy gaze betraying no emotion.
"You fear him," she stated bluntly.
Loki's smug grin faltered for a moment, but he quickly recovered.
"Fear? Hardly.
He's merely an inconvenience. Once dealt with, nothing will stand between me and the throne of Asgard." Supergiant remained silent, though her mind raced. The mention of Lynch unnerved her. Despite her initial arrogance, she had come to respect the strength of Earth's so-called heroes. Lynch, by Loki's own admission, was in a league far beyond them, a being of immense power and unrelenting resolve. "Tell me," she asked coolly, "what is your plan?"
Loki smirked. "We'll lure him into the open.
But first, we shall pay a visit to a certain green friend of ours in New York." ###New York City, the arrival of the Hulk. In the heart of the city, an uneasy calm had settled. It was shattered in an instant as the ground trembled beneath a furious roar.
"Hulk!"
From above, the massive green figure descended like a meteor, slamming into the pavement with enough force to send shockwaves rippling through the streets. Loki and Supergiant barely had time to react as the enraged Hulk charged toward them, his eyes ablaze with fury.
"Loki!
I can't hold him!" Supergiant shouted, her voice tinged with genuine panic.
Let him go!"
Loki snapped, his usual composure slipping as he staggered backward. "This beast will kill us both." Behind the rampaging Hulk, Iron Man and Thor descended from the sky, joining the fray. Lightning streaked across the battlefield as Thor hurled Mjolnir, while Iron Man fired a barrage of missiles. Captain America's shield and Hawkeye's arrows followed suit, all aimed at slowing the unstoppable green giant.
"Roar!"
Hulk bellowed, shrugging off the attacks like raindrops. His super healing abilities barely allowed time for the wounds to form before they sealed. His target remained clear: Loki and Supergiant. ###The plan goes awry.
Hulk smash!
With a mighty leap, the Hulk closed the distance between himself and Supergiant, his colossal fists raised to strike. Supergiant grimaced, pouring every ounce of her psychic energy into controlling the raging beast. For a fleeting moment, the Hulk hesitated, clutching his head and letting out a pained roar. Supergiant seized the opportunity to retreat, her face pale and strained. "His mind is chaos," she spat bitterly. "I can't control him." Loki, still scrambling to distance himself from the carnage, watched in growing horror as their carefully laid plans unraveled. "You're useless," he snarled at Supergiant. "I should have left you to rot in the void." But the Hulk wasn't finished. His primal rage surged anew as he slammed his fists into the ground, sending shockwaves that toppled vehicles and shattered windows. Iron Man swooped in, attempting to grab Loki and Supergiant. "We're getting out of here," he shouted. Thor, still aloft, unleashed a powerful bolt of lightning. It struck the Hulk square in the back, drawing a howl of pain but barely slowing him. In the chaos, Iron Man managed to lift Loki and Supergiant into the sky, leaving the Hulk roaring furiously on the ground. ###the Stark Tower plan. Hours later, Loki and Supergiant stood atop Stark Tower, watching as technicians prepared the Cosmic Cube device. Despite their earlier defeat, Loki's confidence had returned. How much longer? Loki demanded, his voice sharp with impatience. 10 minutes, Dr. Selvig replied without looking up, his hands deftly working the controls. Loki smiled coldly, his gaze shifting to the skyline. In 10 minutes, New York will fall. The city will burn, and Lynch will have no choice but to face us. Supergiant, still shaken from her encounter with the Hulk, crossed her arms tightly. Do not celebrate too soon, she muttered. You told me yourself, Lynch will come. And he will not be so easily defeated. Precisely, Loki said, his tone darkening. That's why we must make him fight on our terms. Above them, the sky began to shift as a pillar of blue light shot into the heavens. The cosmic cube hummed with energy, tearing open a rift in the fabric of space. From the void emerged an endless swarm of Chitauri soldiers, their hovercrafts zipping through the air. Massive leviathans followed, their serpentine forms blotting out the sun. Panic erupted in the streets below as New Yorkers scrambled to escape the invasion. ###the hidden threat. As the Chitauri poured into the city, Loki stood at the edge of the roof, his arms outstretched in triumph. Behold, he cried. The age of Loki has begun. But Supergiant remained uneasy. She glanced at the growing black hole in the sky, then back at Loki. You are too confident, she warned. That man Lynch, he will come. Loki's smile faltered. Let him, he said, though his voice lacked its usual bravado. If he dares face us, he'll find this city is no longer his. Time passed, and the battle in New York escalated. Amid the chaos, a figure watched silently from a distant rooftop. His eyes, glowing faintly with an otherworldly power, tracked the leviathans as they tore through the skyline. Loki, Lynch muttered, his voice low but resolute. You've made a grave mistake. With a burst of speed, he vanished from sight, leaving only the faint ripple of displaced air behind. The battle for New York was about to change.
Hello everyone, and welcome to another video of FanFic Canon. Before we dive in, I want to remind you to subscribe to the channel if you enjoy our content. It really helps a lot. Also, don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments section below. Let's get started.
Bang bang. In the sky, one by one, the Chitauri pressed down the speeding car and swept through a street full of pedestrians, constantly firing powerful cannonballs with the energy gun in their hands, blowing up the entire street to the point of blood and wailing. Help! Who will help me? Run! Aliens are coming! Don't come here! Mom, I want to go home. This originally lively commercial street has become like a purgatory under the ravages of the army of the Chitauri people, and they are like death wielding scythes between them, harvesting the lives of one innocent person after another. Another Chitauri with a gun swooped down, and as soon as the muzzle lit up, a terrifying energy cannon hit a house. Peter. In the room, which was almost torn in half, Aunt May reached out with a crying voice to grab the little boy Peter Parker opposite. There was a 2-meter-long crack between the two, and little Peter's face was full of sweat, and he stretched out his hand to grab Aunt May's hand and go to the opposite side. And the Chitauri who had just delivered this blow rolled his eyes slightly, and found that there were still people surviving under his attack, and suddenly changed direction and flew towards the two. The Chitauri did not shoot again, but straightened up and raised his gun as a knife, intending to slaughter the two humans at close range. Nope. Aunt May noticed the movements of the Chitauri people, and her mind went blank. Peter, run. Seeing his aunt's reaction, little Peter turned his head as if consciously, and was immediately stunned. The Chitauri flying machine was extremely fast, and in an instant it had reached behind Peter. Looking at the sluggish human child in front of him, the Chitauri raised his spear and gestured to slash away. At this moment, an extremely fast black shadow instantly rushed out from the side and flew directly into the air against the Chitauri people. This black shadow flicked, threw the Chitauri to the side, and several miniature shells flew out of his body and hit the Chitauri. Bang! Before the Chitauri could react, they were reduced to pieces in an explosion. The black shadow stood in the air, a golden red steel man. Iron Man. Peter Parker jumped to his feet excitedly and shouted at Iron Man. Iron Man glanced back at little Peter, but ignored it. He looked up at the wormhole that was still falling from Chitauri's army, and accelerated into the sky. Come on, get these guys out of New York, Peter Jr. shouted as he waved his hand at Iron Man's departing back. Iron Man flies at high speed in the air, constantly sending out attacks to shoot down one Chitauri after another. Having just defeated a group of Chitairis, Iron Man speeds up to another place with many Chitauri people, but is blocked by a behemoth. A Leviathan behemoth and a squad of Chitauri soldiers surrounded the war machine, and the dark shadow that covered the sky covered all the escape routes of the war machine with countless artillery fire behind him. The thick-skinned Leviathan behemoth is difficult to kill with the weapons carried on the steel suit, and the attack of the large-scale Zittery army is enough to break through the Iron Suit's defenses. Iron Man has no choice but to find an opportunity to break through. Bang bang. A series of bombardments sounded one after another, and Iron Man fled from the flames caused by the explosion with green smoke. Flying to a quieter street, Iron Man staggered down. In the steel suit, Tony's eyes flashed with a strange light, and his face was expressionless. The display panel on his face constantly issued red alarms, and the steel suit was seriously damaged as a whole. The screams not far away sounded in Tony's ears, but he was not moved in the slightest, just slumped on the ground, as if thinking about life. If it was before, even if the steel suit was destroyed, Tony would change the suit, give advice, etc., and fight until the last moment. But he just sat here dumbfounded, as if waiting for something. Such scenes take place in many places in New York. Thor, Captain America, Hawkeye. The Avengers, controlled by Supergiant, only pretended to resist the Chitauri a little, and then lost one by one, passively hiding. The real resistance to the overwhelming army of the Zittery was another group of people. Hold on. In the roaring position, the figure of the war machine constantly appeared everywhere, shouting to hold the position. The army of the Chitauri emerged from the wormhole, and after 10 minutes of frenzied ravages in New York, the army finally marched into the city. Rhodes also followed the army into New York to resist the army of the Zetauri. But in the face of a well-equipped and numerous army of the Zetauri, the temporarily mobilized army simply could not resist. In just a few tens of minutes, the army has been greatly reduced, and the Zittery are still pouring into New York. Rhodes knew that if he wanted to win this war, he had to look at Tony's group of guys. At the beginning, Tony, Thor, and others were mighty and wiped out the Chitauri army that entered New York one after another, which made Rhodes full of confidence. But the good times did not last long, and in the face of an endless army, the Avengers members ran out of food one after another and lost one after another. Looking up at the black hole that kept dropping the army of Zittery, Rhodes was both desperate and puzzled. He didn't understand, even he could see that he had to close the wormhole first, why Tony hadn't thought of them. But at this moment, Rhodes could no longer contact Tony and the others. Is New York going to be occupied by these aliens today? Bitch raised scraps? Give me death? Hell's Kitchen, a big man covered in tattoos roared, and it was a shot at the Zittery in front of him. The powerful shotgun crashed into the body of the Zittery and knocked it out in an instant. Seeing the Zittery trembling and spurting out blood, the big man stomped on his body hatefully and spat on it. You monster! His eyes were red, and he clenched his gun and fired continuously at the Zittery until he ran out of bullets. Give me my daughter back. Weo. Holding the gun, he cried bitterly without anyone else. Bang! The big man fell down in an instant, while the other Zittery dropped his muzzle and turned to look for the other humans. As soon as this Zittery turned around, a black shadow quickly burst out from the side and knocked him down with a punch. Goo! The Zittery yelled and tried to get up, but was hit in the throat and closed his eyes in pain. Hell's Kitchen is my territory. With a low voice, Daredevil gasped and retracted his fists, retreating to the corner again. He had been fighting bloodily here for a long time, his whole body was densely covered with wounds, and his physical strength was exhausted. But this is not the most troublesome thing, and what makes him most uncomfortable is that in this noisy environment, his ability is greatly weakened. In battle, it is difficult for him to judge the position and movement of the enemy by sound. Coupled with the fact that these Zittery people are physically strong and very well equipped, it is difficult for Daredevil to defeat these guys easily. All he can do is to exchange his life with the enemy again and again with his spirit of not being afraid of death. And until now, Daredevil has also reached the limit. Faced with the increasing number of Zittery people, Daredevil gradually began to despair. Be careful. Hearing the sudden reminder, Daredevil was shocked and subconsciously rolled over to dodge. Bang! The energy cannon slashed the body of the Night Demon in a thrilling manner and exploded on the wall. Behind Daredevil, a Chitauri man raised a gun and roared with some annoyance. The Zittery grabbed his gun and made a knife, and rushed towards Daredevil lying on the ground. A petite figure stopped him, raised its delicate fist and quickly hit the armor of the Zittery. Boom! The Zittery statue was hit by a locomotive, flew out upside down at a speed beyond the sprint, and smashed into the wall. And Jessica, who raised her fists, twisted her eyebrows, and her face was full of anger. Matt, find a place to hide. Jessica lifted Daredevil up and sighed and persuaded. If you continue like this, you will die. Daredevil's face was hideous, and the wounds on his body were in severe pain because of the dodging action just now. But in the face of Jessica's persuasion, Daredevil shook his head firmly. Still can't be contacted. Daredevil asked worriedly. Jessica was silent for a moment and did not answer, which was regarded as acquiescence. If it goes on like this, not to mention Hell's Kitchen, New York is going to be finished. Daredevil said a little anxiously. Yes, Jessica echoed, adding. Even the Avengers guys. At this moment, the two of them were in similar moods. Despair? When the Zittery arrived, the two happened to be in the Defenders Alliance building. Seeing the aliens flying around outside the building, the two did not hesitate to step forward. Together with the brave natives in Hell's Kitchen, they fight the invading aliens until the number of Zittery grows. The two thought that the Avengers or Lynch would step up and solve the guys, but they gradually fell into disappointment. The Avengers only resisted for a while before they were all defeated, and the speed at which the Chitauri entered New York greatly increased. and the Lynch they were expecting has not appeared until now. What made the two desperate the most was that they could not contact Lynch. A few months earlier, Lynch had told them that he wanted to experience life and changed his contact information. Like them, SHIELD, the Avengers couldn't contact Lynch. After the Namor incident, Lynch and SHIELD faintly fight, and Fury revokes all surveillance of Lynch. Tony, like Fury, hasn't investigated where Lynch is or what he is doing since. Whoosh. In the sky, another Leviathan behemoth led the sky of Zittery soldiers through the wormhole, becoming the last straw that crushed New York. Little Peter hid in a room, poking his head out of the window to search the sky. The shells of the road war machine had all been fired, and the body was almost completely destroyed, and it fell to the side and looked at the sky. After Daredevil and Jessica killed the two Zetaurus, they were so tired that they supported the wall and silently stared at the sky. Everyone is thinking about the question. Superboy, where is Lynch? Outside a lodge somewhere, Lynch basks in the sun. Inside, Natasha fiddled with lunch in the kitchen. On the kitchen wall, a built-in TV shows some local news. Suddenly, the news presenter on the TV paused, and then babbled a new text message in an incomprehensible language. Natasha took a spatula and stir-fried the dishes in the pan with a serious look, but when she heard the sound on the TV, the movement in her hand immediately stopped. After listening in silence for 2 seconds, Natasha stared sharply at the TV screen. The picture on the small screen has switched to a city full of gunfire and monsters, and as the picture changes, the camera zooms in, and the world-famous Statue of Liberty is also pushed to the ground by an ugly giant flying across the sky. Lynn. Natasha's face tensed and she called softly, "Huh." Lynch pulled down his sunglasses suspiciously, and he noticed that Natasha's voice was not quite right. Turning his hair to look into the room, Lynch's pupils dilated slightly, and his body instantly burst and rushed to Natasha's side. "What's going on? Have aliens invaded New York?" Looking at the picture of New York that seemed to have encountered the end of the world, Lynch asked with a frown. He couldn't understand the language, but he could guess what was happening based on the time of day and the scene. It's just that what makes him a little strange is why the Avengers guys haven't made a move yet. Natasha knows more languages than Lynch, and that language happens to be one of the languages she does. Hearing Lynch's inquiry, she nodded and said, "A wormhole appeared in New York 45 minutes ago, and countless alien armies invaded New York from that hole." Lynch asked directly. As soon as Natasha was about to explain, images of Iron Man, Thor, Captain America, and others appeared in the picture. In the picture, they wipe out the alien army in large swaths, and then one after another are engulfed by the surging army. They defeated by aliens, whereabouts unknown. What the hell are they doing? Seeing that Thor was actually pounced on by a few weak chicken Chidori, and then hit by countless energy cannons, and disappeared, Lynch was directly not good. Why hasn't I seen it for a while? Thor has become such a dish. Is it because of women? Wrong? Quite wrong? Lynch turned his brain and suddenly discovered a strange detail. Where did Banner go? Isn't the Hulk in New York? In the picture, the Avengers who performed well and moved amazingly appeared, but there was no shadow of the Hulk. Could such a conspicuous green guy be overlooked? The more Lynch thought about it, the more it felt wrong. Thor dishes are also over. Are Tony, Fury and these guys also lose their minds? Even if they trigger some butterfly effects, these Zittery are not stronger than what they saw in previous movies? How could the Avengers be destroyed so easily? There is a problem. Linear. Natasha looked serious. "We have to go. I'll go, you stay." Seeing that Natasha still wanted to argue, Lynch also said very seriously, "Something is a little wrong. Banner is not in New York, Tony and Soul have failed too strangely. With you will drag on." Lynch stroked Natasha's hair and said softly, "Don't worry, I'll be back soon." Hearing this, Natasha could only nod helplessly. After calming Natasha, Lynch turned his head to look into the distance. The shackles on his body were detached layer by layer under the control of spiritual power, and an amazing momentum soared. Boom. The terrifying sonic boom and gas wave had just rolled away, and Lynch's figure had disappeared into the sky. Woo. The roar of the Leviathan behemoth sounded to the people below, like a death knell sounding for New York. It descended to low altitude, and several pairs of hard short limbs cut the building in half during the flight like cutting meat. In front of it, a building with a League of Defenders sign came into view. "Monster, give me death farther." A clanging sound sounded, and a black dot instantly shot into the abdomen of the Leviathan behemoth. Jessica, who discovered that the Defender Alliance building was about to be destroyed, could not control her flood power, and directly stepped on Daredevil and flew directly into the sky, punching the Leviathan behemoth. Whoosh. Jessica, who had been trained by Daredevil for months and was full of anger, had 100 tons of power on her fist, smashing the Leviathan behemoth into a scream. But that's all. Jessica is still too weak for the huge Leviathan behemoth. The Leviathan behemoth swung its body and instantly pumped Jessica out under him. Damn it. Jessica's flying ability is not very reliable, and she has nowhere to borrow power in the air, and can only watch the Leviathan behemoth crash into the Defenders Alliance building. Her face was full of grief, and after spending so many meaningful days in the base of the Defenders Alliance building, she had already made it her home. In this case, how can she not be sad and sad? The behemoth swung a row of limbs, and the long limbs at the front touched the middle of the building. Nope. In front of the floor-to-ceiling windows of the building, Karen looked in horror at the huge claws that were close at hand, and her body kept retreating. At this moment, there seemed to be a flash of light in the sky, and the Leviathan behemoth was illuminated by this light and suddenly lost its trace. It's like being cut out of the picture using some special method. Only when a violent noise came, did someone shout ecstatically, "Lynn!" Jessica's reaction was faster than ordinary people, and when she saw the giant beast strangely disappear and fall to the ground, she immediately understood that it was Lynch who had arrived. Is he? Daredevil couldn't hear what was happening at all, only that the Leviathan behemoth had suffered some kind of unknown attack. And in the fireworks stirred up by Leviathan, Lynch's expressionless face slowly revealed. "Want to smash my building? Don't you know that my previous dream was to charter a company?" He muttered, and little by little his body rose into the air. His sharp gaze swept across the city, and Lynch's face turned gloomy. The situation in New York was worse than he had imagined, with countless civilians killed at the hands of Zitore's army and countless buildings destroyed by the fighting. This was not what made him most angry and puzzled, because he saw that the Avengers and several familiar agents of SHIELD were all hiding intact at the moment. What are they doing? Fish at this time? Are you waiting for me to save the world? Lynch's heart surged with anger, but now is not the time to think about that. For he also saw countless people praying to God, the gods, longing for someone to come and save them. Superboy, our superhero. He's finally here. Thank goodness we were saved. The citizens who were full of expectations were the reason why Lynch came here. He took a deep breath, his eyes widened slightly, and the two hot eyes became thick from small in an instant. The hot gaze shot out not far away, and Lynch carefully controlled the mental power to envelop it. In an instant, the thick two hot eyes turned into countless slender streamers, sprinkling the entire New York. As if fitted with trackers, these streamers shot through the Chitauri who were killing and setting fire to New York City, and then turned on to the next target. Wherever the streamers went, the Zitouri were wiped out in large areas. In just a few breaths, countless Zitouri died under Lynch's strange attack. Within 2 minutes, the entire city of New York was almost wiped out. Whoosh! A surviving Leviathan behemoth slammed into Lynch with a roar, only to be completely melted into flying ash by several combined heat sites. Find death. Lynch snorted coldly, seeing that many places in New York were on fire, and slightly opened his mouth and inhaled fiercely for half a minute. Phew! The icy cold wind blew out, and under the control of Lynch's mental power, it blew precisely to those places where it was needed. Not long after, the fireworks all over the city were also extinguished in the cold wind. But in the wormhole, countless Zitouri armies are still pouring in. Lynch looked up, and 2 huge lines of heat filled the entire black hole. Those who were about to come to New York through the wormhole Zitouri's army melted into slag in the hot sight, and the sky that was originally full of black spots suddenly became much cleaner. Lynch, who put away his hot vision, stood in the air and slowly closed his eyes, like a living god. And in New York City, without the Zitouri, some people cry with joy, some dance with joy, and some worship. More than 10 seconds passed, and Lynch suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Loki, who was hiding somewhere. All this. Is this guy doing the ghost? After thinking for 2 seconds, Lynch slowly descended in front of Loki. Is that what you rely on? Lynch said expressionlessly. Loki shook his head with a bitter face. I was forced. At this time, Loki's intestines were almost repentant. He could not imagine how Lynch could take out these large army of Zitouri in a matter of minutes. But the facts are already in front of him, and Loki can only bite the bullet and dump the pot on others. For example, Supergiant and Thanos. Forced. Lynch snorted coldly, and said in his heart that you still throw the pot and shake it quickly. Do you want to say Thanos? Forced by whom? By. Loki just wanted to confess widely, but his eyes met someone on the side, and he suddenly stopped talking. And Lynch frowned and turned to watch Iron Man fly quickly. To Lynch's disbelief, Tony's steel suit seemed unscathed, as if he hadn't been involved in a fight. Did you change your suit? Lynch muttered to himself, puzzled. Then why didn't he go to war? As soon as he wanted to ask, he saw Iron Man rushing over extremely fast and without slowing down at all. What are you doing? Lynch roared. Boom. Iron Man didn't answer or stop, punching Lynch in the face. But the result was that Iron Man was bounced hard, flew directly upside down, and landed on the ground. Tony Stark. Lynch stood intact in place, but in a very bad mood. Stop. Lynch, who activated the perspective, saw Tony behind the steel suit at a glance, and he found that Tony's face was indeed very wrong. How powerful is his super brain? Even if he didn't deliberately memorize, after spending a long time with Tony Stark, he could clearly recall every expression and action of Tony Stark in a second at any time. Using these memories to contrast Tony in front of him, Lynch easily discovered that Tony today has a problem. Was it controlled by Loki with the psychic scepter? As soon as this conjecture emerged, Lynch rejected it. Because Lynch, who is familiar with the plot, knows that Tony, who has the new elemental arc reactor in his chest, will not be directly controlled by Loki with his psychic scepter. But Tony's state is obviously directly controlled, which is not in line with another use of Loki's use of the psychic scepter in the movie, that is, subtly affecting the character mind. In the Avengers 1 movie, Loki once pretended to be captured, and then used the psychic scepter placed on the spaceship to escort him to affect the Avengers everyone. Affected by this influence of the psychic scepter, the Avengers crowd gradually became irritable, and finally quarreled in front of the psychic scepter. If it weren't for Hawkeye's sudden attack on the spaceship, the Avengers would have fought hard and been torn apart ever since. But this use of the psychic scepter is silent, without any visible traces to change a person, without directly controlling a person's body and mind. Could it be that where did he get the Pak Mon from? Or a mage trick that wasn't used in the movie? Lynch frowned. If that was the case, he couldn't help it. Who knows how much backhand Loki hidden? Thinking about it, Lynch's icy gaze fell on Loki's body. What the hell are you doing? Get them back to normal. Loki shrugged innocently and said, I really didn't do it. Want to die? How can Lynch believe Loki's? Scolding impatiently, Lynch directly reached out and pinched Loki's neck. Loki's neck was clenched by the immense force exerted little by little, his face turned red, and his eyes began to roll white. Nope, not me, please. He clapped his hands and squeezed the intermittent pleas for mercy out of his throat in pain. Seeing that Loki didn't look like a lie, Lynch asked, Tell me, who is it? Loki felt his neck loosen and breathed frantically like a life-saving straw. Yes. Halfway through his words, Lynch suddenly felt something coming from behind. He turned around, saw the person coming, stretched out his other hand and gently squeezed it. The meow hammer with surging power was held tightly by Lynch in his hand, while Thor, who held the handle of the hammer on the other side, was angry. Let him go. Thor's angry shout, meow hammer seemed to sense the owner's emotions, and inspired dazzling lightning. Boom. There was a sudden thunder between the flat ground. Lynch, who had a headache, had to let Loki go, lest he be killed by a bolt of lightning by his brother who wanted to rescue. You just know to protect your brother? Lynch scolded, his body moved, and the next moment he appeared in front of the mad Thor. Is it okay to give some respect? The delirious Thor did not obey, but fought with old fists. In desperation, Lynch had to grab Thor's hands and feet and hold him down desperately. Bang bang. Iron Man, who had recovered from below, took off again, and a series of missiles exploded after Lynch. It's not over, isn't it? Grabbing Thor in his hand, Lynch activated his heat vision and used his mental power to control the ray to scatter and fall on Iron Man's body. The powerful heat sight directly breaks Iron Man's sturdy suit into pieces, revealing Tony in it. You give me a good stay. Lynch uses mental power to send Tony directly to the ground, and then suppresses his whole body, making him immobile. Thor was caught in his hands, Tony was suppressed by mental power, and the two Avengers giants lost the qualification to continue making trouble. But Lynch, who had just taken a breath, looked up and found speechlessly that other Avengers members had also arrived. Good guys, this is going to be a whole Avengers vs Superboy? Team America rushed to the front, swinging its shield and smashing at Lynch. Hawkeye bent his bow and arrow, carrying the arrow of the bomb straight to the heart of Lynch's brain. You two just give me a little. Against these two guys, Lynch didn't even lift his eyelids. These two people are enhanced humans, with average bodies and no other abilities, so they don't need to bother at all. Lynch's terrifying spiritual power was directly launched, suppressing Team America and Hawkeye directly in place like a giant net. Finally, Lynch took Thor's hammer, threw him on the ground, suppressed it with spiritual power, and lifted himself into the air. And he scanned New York, looking for the next enemy to be controlled. In New York City and beyond, everyone was stunned by Lynch's actions. Did they fight? Why, aren't they a gang? Superboy is really powerful. Those who know about the Avengers and Lynch are more shocked than the ignorant New Yorkers. What are they doing? Jessica raised her head, looked at Lynch in the sky, and said suspiciously, Lynn fought with the Avengers. That's what they have a problem. Daredevil said resolutely. If Lynn is not normal, the world will be over. So we can only think that something is wrong with the Avengers guys, they are all weird today. The observant Daredevil finished his analysis, turned and fell on the bed, he really couldn't stand it. Tony, what the hell are they doing? Rhodes was dressed in a short coat, next to a war machine that was close to scrapping. Why did you fight with Lynn? This is such a mess. Even though Rod subconsciously wanted to defend Tony, the truth was that the Avengers suddenly rushed out and attacked Lynch, who had just saved New York. What happened? Rhodes felt that his little head was not enough, although he sensed something was wrong from the beginning, but his ability was limited, and he couldn't find out the truth at all. Didn't you? Muttering to himself, Lynch turned to look at Loki on the ground. Loki, who had been paying attention to by Lynch, failed to escape, and as soon as Lynch's gaze swept away, Loki's body floated uncontrollably into the sky. I'm curious, what magic did you cast to do this? Psychic scepter? Or some other treasure? Or is it a mage means? Lynch asked expressionlessly. Loki frowned and defended. I said it wasn't me. Lynch interrupted Loki. Yes. Loki's head lowered, his voice dragging on. On a street corner in New York, a superstar in a robe suddenly appeared, solemnly waving the blue spiritual scepter in his hand. On a street corner in New York, a robed superstar suddenly appeared, solemnly waving the blue spiritual scepter in his hand. The blue light on the psychic scepter expanded in the wind, turning into a huge spherical object in an instant. Boom. A shocking voice sounded in the minds of everyone in New York at the same time, like a wake-up call that had been touched. And the big blue ball instantly exploded with a sound, and blue light sprinkled all over New York City. Superstar looked at the blue light in the sky and had a smug smile on his face. After admiring his masterpiece for a while, his mouth chanted a mantra, and with a stroke of his hands, his body disappeared out of thin air. At the same time, Lynch, who was torturing Loki, suddenly missed a beat, and an unspeakable strange feeling of unease began to pervade from the depths of his heart. What happened? Lynch looked around and immediately noticed those ubiquitous blue lights. Strange blue light surged from all directions, rushing towards his body one after another. This is. Exposed to these blue lights, Lynch felt his emotional thoughts begin to fluctuate. Some bold and extreme thoughts and various negative emotions such as irritability and depression kept pouring into his heart, which shocked Lynch. He soon thought of the psychic scepter. The scepter of the mind has this terrifying effect that affects the emotional character, and Lynch recalled his previous memories of Loki and found that Loki really did not carry a psychic scepter. The psychic scepter is such an important and powerful treasure. How could Loki not carry it with him? There may only be one. Loki's helper holds the psychic scepter to use? Who is it? Lynch roared, pinching Loki and asking. But Loki actually rolled his eyes and fainted without saying a word. Dropping Loki the ground, Lynch looked at the hand he had grabbed Loki. The power just now was used? Lynch was in disbelief. With super brain, spiritual power, life force field and other abilities, his power control can definitely be accurate to the smallest detail. But just now, Loki's reaction was obviously not a disguise, but Lynch's power was out of control and stunned Loki. Why is this? Lynch's heart became faintly uneasy. My emotions. Something is wrong. He began to have a sense of foreboding, because the power of this spiritual scepter seemed to be somewhat beyond imagination. Lynch's face turned gloomy, and he quickly activated his ability to start looking for Loki's helper. But he checked New York back and forth several times with his eyesight and mental power, but found nothing. Damn it. Lynch suddenly couldn't control his anger and cursed. Dare to calculate me, I will burn you to ashes. His face changed wildly, and his anger grew stronger. Abominable, abominable, abominable. Just then, Lynch heard a gunshot. Then he felt a bullet hit his face. Do you want to die? As if finding an outlet, Lynch looked angrily in the direction where the gunshots rang out. A big man with the same angry face was holding a gun, and seeing Lynch, he was actually shooting frantically and continuously, emptying the bullets in the gun. After firing the bullets in the gun, he slammed the gun on the ground and cursed loudly. What kind of hero are you? Why didn't you come and save us earlier? Do you know how many loved ones I lost? 6. He cursed and cursed, as if puzzled, picked up a curved iron pipe on the side of the road and threw it at Lynch with all his strength. Lynch flew too high, and the iron pipe did not hit it, but the iron pipe seemed to become some switch, and countless people began to follow suit. The citizens of New York cursed and began to attack Lynch, and countless physical attacks flew towards Lynch along with verbal attacks. You let so many people die. You don't deserve to be called a hero at all. You rubbish. You're sorry New York, you monster. You're not human at all, you're a demon. Where you are, disaster will happen. Get out of the human world. You are not welcome in humans. Get out of New York. Get out of the earth. You don't belong here. You can save them? You executioner? Butcher? I'm the murderer. Lynch's eyes were red and his breathing was getting louder. Because I didn't save everyone, I became a bad person. Saying that, Lynch suddenly laughed sadly. It's really ridiculous. His gaze gradually became cold, and his tone became a little more angry. So what are the people I saved? Did I save you to accuse me of not saving everyone? This is the true face of you idiots. Only dare to be angry with the good people who help you, and silent to the bad people who persecute you. In that case, Lynch sneered, his thoughts getting more and more extreme. So what kind of superhero am I? You think I want to protect you? If it weren't for, who cares about you arrogant, selfish fools? Isn't it fragrant not to be a superhero and a villain? Anyway, just kill the villain to get what I want. Why do you have to care about the life or death of these guys? Lynch licked his mouth, a dangerous glint in his eyes. It's long overdue, isn't it? I should have been real a long time ago. If you want to get justice points, you will get justice points. Why do you want to be a thankless superhero? It's hilarious. I didn't expect that. I also hypnotized myself, and I really regarded myself as a hero with justice in my heart. What justice is unjust? Doesn't the world look at who has the biggest fist? Justice is always in the hands of the strong, and the strongest always governs the final interpretation of justice. If it is useful to talk about justice, what else should the strength do? Now that you have this kind of power, why do you pretend to play a superhero? As long as you are careful, in a short time, you can run amok in this universe. With such great power, I should be worshipped as a god? What are superheroes? Work hard to save these damned ordinary people, and in the end they will be remembered and hated? What superheroes? Bang! Another bullet hit Lynch in the face, right in the right eye. The power of the bullet is not great, but it can fall on the sensitive eye, and the taste is certainly uncomfortable. Lynch's eyelids twitched sharply, and he immediately looked down with a fierce face. These damn idiots! I'm going to kill you! As soon as this thought arose, Lynch rushed to the New Yorkers below without hesitation. Poof! A strong wind blew through, and the big man who took the lead in attacking Lynch suddenly sprayed blood from his mouth, and his face was full of pain as he looked at Lynch's arm that penetrated from the front to the back. Remember, be in awe of God in the next life. Lynch moved his arm excitedly, stirring the big man's internal organs. You trash? If you can't protect your family yourself, you put the blame on others? Anyway, you are miserable to live, why not go with them? Just a few seconds passed, and the big man who had lost too much blood rolled his eyes and fell into a coma. Hush. Lynch withdrew his arm and looked at the person on the side with a face full of uncertainty. Devil? He has finally revealed his true face? A black ant twisted her fat body and cried as she fled in the opposite direction. In the next second, 2 deadly deaths turned her into ashes in an instant. The body and brain are like pigs. Why waste resources alive? I have to say that there are really many pigs in this country. I'll take the trouble to help them clean it up. An old white man dressed as a priest closed his eyes, his face was sweating, and something was constantly muttering in his mouth. God, if... His voice was interrupted by the cold wind, and the whole person turned into a lifelike ice sculpture of a priest. Today, I am greater than God. Oh, God? What is Marvel's God in front of the system? If he exists, I will finish him off sooner or later. Lynch laughed maniacally, hunting down the scattered people one by one like an eagle catching a chicken. Lynn. Tony's anxious voice suddenly sounded from the side, and he controlled the new steel suit to block Lynch. Iron Man opened his arms, and Tony inside said with a serious look, "Stop, otherwise I'm going to." Bang. Lynch stepped on Iron Man with disdain, twisting his toes slightly, and his eyes were grim. "What else can you do with me? Kill me?" Can he notice that Tony doesn't seem to be the same as he was just now, seems to be out of control. But, so what? Tony in the steel suit gritted his teeth, a little desperate in his heart. He had just woken up and had no previous memories at all, and only learned what happened through Jarvis' report. But before he could slow down, he spotted Lynch, who was slaughtering. He guessed that Lynch was probably under some mental influence like he had before, so he quickly deployed a new steel suit and ran to stop Lynch. It's a pity that the gap in strength is too big, and Lynch can't withstand it with a casual hit of Iron Man. Nope, you are being taken advantage of. Stop it, exploit. Lynch smiled. I know, but there's nothing wrong with what I'm doing. At this moment, the darkest part of Lynch's character is led by the scepter of the mind, overwhelming the good part and occupying the entire mind. However, Lynch was not impressed. Arrogant, he thinks the spiritual scepter is something? At most, you can make yourself a little more irritable and a little more courageous. Is this a good thing? You're crazy. Tony's eyes widened and he angrily accused. You're not like that. Wake up, Lynn. Am I not like that? You think you know me well? Lynch lowered his head, his face pressed against his steel head and said word by word. What you see is what I want you to see. You don't understand me at all. Saying that, Lynch moved his hands, instantly shredding Tony's steel suit and pinching his head. On the contrary, I know you too well. You look at the real you under the armor, so weak and pitiful. You'll regret it. Stop it. Tony struggled, and suddenly dark clouds appeared above the two of them. Boom. Lynch turned his head, and 2 hot eyes instantly broke the thunder on Thor's body, roasting it into a full 3-point ripe. And you. Using mental power to manipulate Thor to come to the front, Lynch's face was full of mockery. Why do you think your fate is so miserable? It's all because you did it yourself? You deserve it? Hearing this, the miserable-looking Thor was like being hit hard, and his face fainted in ashes. Then, the shield of the American team and the arrows of Hawkeye shot at Lynch again, and the two were just in a trance, and the person fell in front of Lynch. Captain America? You are a holster clown? You are as hypocritical and arrogant as the country? Team America glared angrily, but his mouth was controlled by Lynch and he couldn't speak. You know what? I'm going to let you sleep in the ice to death. Every time I think of your star-spangled banner, I feel sick and want to vomit. After that, Lynch turned to look at Hawkeye again. Hawkeye, what confidence do you have in this waste to come to me? If I were you, I would have killed myself a long time ago. Hawkeye was also livid, but he couldn't refute it. After taunting several Avengers, Lynch let out a sneaky laugh and led them all into the sky. Rising above all of New York, Lynch's eyes lit up red. Today is your time to die. Lynn, don't do it. Do you want to be an enemy of the world? Think about those people you care about. Lynch ignored it and said to himself with a feverish look. Kill you, all enemies must be defeated by me. I will step by step to the peak of this universe. What is Thanos? I will twist his head off and stick it in the field. Lynch was babbling, his whole mind was chaotic, and he didn't notice a speeding plane next to him. Who? When the plane was close, Lynch, who suddenly noticed it, suddenly turned his head and subconsciously launched his spiritual power on the plane that was directly hooked towards him. Bang! In the sky, a brilliant firework blooms. But Lynch's face was sluggish, his body trembled slightly, and he couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. He finally glanced inside a little dully as the plane exploded. This sweep made him collapse directly mentally. Because the person in the plane is none other than Natasha. Lynch immediately sobered up, shrouded the entire exploding plane with mental power, rushed into it and hugged Natasha. But Natasha was still shaken to death by the shock wave generated by the violent explosion, and her mouth and nose continued to ooze blood. How? For you. Looking at Natasha who was about to die in her arms, Lynch's mouth opened and closed weakly, not knowing how to stop the language. Linear. Natasha's eyelashes kept trembling, like 2 mischievous butterflies. She wanted to open her eyes and take one last look at Lynch. But the Black Widow, who is usually in a healthy posture, is like an old woman at this moment. Her 2 eyelids are like 1,000 pounds of scales, and she still can't open her eyes no matter how hard she tries. You said, when I died. Redemption. Natasha's voice stopped abruptly, and her eyelids fell heavily. No. Lynch's tears welled up, and his mind went blank. He never imagined that this long-lasting relationship that he had identified had already become an inseparable part of his heart. In a trance, he remembered Natasha's last words. Salvation? Salvation? Lynch raised his fist in pain and frantically slammed himself in the head. He can't forgive himself. Because he didn't expect that he would become a disaster that threatened the entire world, and Natasha chose to pay her life to reclaim Lynch's sanity in order to save the world. Ice her with your powers. She still has to save. At this moment, Lynch heard Tony's voice like a natural sound, and for the first time he thought this guy's voice was so charming. Phew. Lynch let out a frozen breath, freezing Natasha, and then resisted her shoulder, her eyes looking down coldly. He swore in his heart that the black hand behind the scenes must pay the price. Lynch, who was mentally stimulated, got rid of the influence of the mental scepter, and reason and conscience returned to his mind. That blue light makes the dark part of my personality suppress the good part. It's terrible. Lynch, who had come to his senses, thought silently, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt afraid. I was so careless that I swelled to let the blue light touch me. Lynch blamed himself, because after he discovered the blue light, he immediately realized that it might be the thing emitted by the scepter of the mind, and he had the opportunity to use mental power to isolate these blue lights. But he didn't, because he wanted to see how powerful the psychic scepter really was. Of course, in the end, it was Lynch's own mentality that went wrong. After the strength went up, he became very relaxed and lost his previous vigilance. The Infinity Stones are really powerful, the mind gems. Manipulating the power of the mind, it's terrifying. Lynch, who first came into contact with the Infinity Stones, suffered a big loss, making him fully realize how domineering the most powerful force in a universe is. Although the Infinity Stones of the Marvel Cinematic Universe are not as perverted as in the comics, they can almost be called the strongest in a single universe. One Infinity Stone can create a super strong, and collecting 6 can summon a dragon. No, collect all the Infinity Stones and do whatever you want. Distorting reality, reversing time, playing with the mind. It's a breeze to do these bizarre things, and that's the beauty of gemstones. In the movie, Thanos even plans to destroy the universe with gems and create a new one, which shows the horror of gems. There is a certain threshold for the use of gemstones, and not all cats and dogs can pick them up and use them. Some strong people can use gems with their bare hands, and many more need to use artifacts. Like Furyuki, the Supreme Mage uses gems through that divine eye, and Thanos uses gems with the help of the Infinity Gauntlet. The Psychic Scepter is also an artifact that exerts the power of gemstones. Through this artifact, even Loki can use the power of gems. Of course, different people use it very differently. And this person who used the Psychic Scepter to affect the whole of New York must be a person who is much stronger than Loki. Lynch thought silently in his heart. So, where did the blue light start to appear at that time? He carefully examined his memory, because the spiritual power was radiated, and he would inadvertently record everything that shrouded him. Through recollection, Lynch can find out a lot of things that were overlooked at the time. The blue light reversed through Lynch's mind, receding from him until it converged into a sphere. Found it. Lynch's spirit was shocked, his body moved, and he instantly appeared in the position where the supergiant appeared before. Blue skin, robes. This image is. Lynch's brain went crazy and immediately spotted a character that matched perfectly. Superstar. Lynch suddenly realized. Superstar is one of Thanos' 5 generals, but does not appear in the movie. Unexpectedly, Thanos actually sent this guy to follow Loki to Earth? After pondering for a while, Lynch felt that Loki should have told Thanos about his existence. Or the butterfly effect caused by Lynch, whose presence made Thanos send a supergiant to tempt. Thinking of this, Lynch's eyes lit up and his heat gaze spewed out. The hot heat swept across where the supergiant had stood, and over other nearby areas. None. Lynch frowned. He thought the supergiant had used some kind of stealth to hide nearby. But under the extremely fast speed and ultra-high temperature of the hot site, all camouflage and hiding are nowhere to hide. It seems that the supergiant left using some kind of teleportation escape method. Everything, again in an impasse. A sense of depression rose to Lynch's heart, and he felt that he could not use his strength, and he was very irritable. Just then, Lynch suddenly spotted a missile that was rapidly approaching. Nuclear bomb. Lynch's pupils dilated slightly, and he instantly saw that it was a small nuclear bomb. In the original Avengers 1 movie plot, in order to protect the entire world from alien invasion, the World Security Council chose a strong man to break his wrist and launched a nuclear bomb that destroyed everything to New York. If the bomb successfully explodes in New York, the entire city will be reduced to charred ruins along with the invaders. At that time, Tony became the ultimate savior, carrying a nuclear bomb into the wormhole, destroying both the remaining Zatori and the destruction of New York. But now that the army of the Chitauri has been wiped out and the crisis in New York has been resolved, why drop this nuclear bomb? Could it be that superstars are doing things behind their backs? A few minutes ago, a branch of SHIELD. Superstar looked at Lynch, who destroyed and suppressed everyone in New York on the screen, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. After discovering that Lynch's strength was beyond imagination, Supergiant did not dare to show his head and confront him head-on. He secretly estimated that with the strength shown by Lynch, I am afraid that even Thanos would be difficult to match. Superstar had to find another way, using the psychic scepter to influence Lynch's minds against New Yorkers. In this way, Lynch will be on the path of becoming an enemy of the world. In the eyes of the supergiant, even if Lynch is very powerful, if he wants to really suppress this world, I am afraid that he is not qualified. Because he heard many rumors about this planet from Thanos, a large number of new gods and various bigwigs are hiding on this small planet. Although they did not encounter these beings in this invasion, Lynch will inevitably cause the interference of these beings if he wants to conquer this world. In this way, the purpose of their temptation was also achieved in disguise. Superstar smiled, but the picture changed abruptly, and she was surprised to feel that Lynch was actually free from the influence of the psychic scepter. This woman. Damn it! Superstar scolded unwillingly, but could only watch Lynch come to his senses, and then ran to the location where she had been to take a closer look. This guy. You won't be able to find me, will you? Seeing that Lynch seemed to have the means to explore everything that happened before, the supergiant star 108,000 miles away from New York couldn't help but worry. In the vast universe, there are countless strange people and magic, and the well-informed supergiant stars have a clear understanding of those powerful existences. No matter how bizarre and incredible the ability may be, you must not take chances. After thinking about it, the supergiant could only suppress the resentment in his heart and prepare to flee the Earth. She began to contact Loki telepathically, wanting Loki to come to him with the cosmic cube and leave Earth with him. But as time passed, the supergiant's face became more and more ugly. Finally, she slammed her fist on the table and roared in a low tone. Damn, what the hell is this guy Loki going to do? Her telepathy couldn't contact Loki, as if she were contacting a dead person. But she obviously watched Loki just faint before, and did not die. Could it be that this naive little mage is playing some tricks? Supergiant squinted in thought, then sensed that someone under control was transmitting some information. She immediately communicated with the man, and her spirit was shocked. Nuclear bomb. Supergiant muttered, a gleam in his eyes. At SHIELD headquarters, in Fury's exclusive small dark room, several members of the World Safety Council are discussing something fiercely. New York is one of the most important cities in the world, and if we make this decision, sooner or later someone will be dragged from this position and shot. A male counselor had a heavy face and spoke quickly. If aliens are allowed to invade New York, do you think we will end better? When aliens invade other countries, the whole world will put us on the gallows? New York? What does it count compared to the whole world? Another white-haired male congressman said with a red face and no appearance. That's right. Not to mention the whole world, even if people in the United States except New York were allowed to vote, I believe they would wisely choose to approve it, a congresswoman said faintly. Please, gentlemen and ladies, we have to be practical. Even if a nuclear bomb is dropped, who can guarantee that all aliens will be destroyed? Haven't you seen that wormhole? Can a nuclear bomb plug that wormhole? Can you ensure that no new aliens will enter? As soon as these words came out, all the parliamentarians fell silent. Indeed, dropping a nuclear bomb is likely to quench thirst, and if the wormhole does not disappear, will an alien throw a nuclear bomb? Thinking of this, several counselors looked at Fury. Fury, why don't you give your opinion? What is your suggestion? Fury glanced up at the councilman who was speaking, and slowly spoke. I can't make a decision anyway, can I? Hearing this, several counselors looked at each other with some surprise. They rarely saw Fury like this, and when in the past was he not afraid of heaven and earth, making the parliamentarians doubt life? It's up to us to decide how we decide, but your advice must be given, unless you don't want to do it. Hearing this, Fury muttered for a moment. Okay, then I'll talk about it briefly. A nuclear bomb can wipe out those aliens, or it can make that wormhole disappear. Are you telling the truth? One of the counselors asked solemnly. Tell me your reasons. The wormhole is opened by the cosmic cube, and the nuclear bomb should be able to cut off the connection between the cosmic cube and the wormhole, making the wormhole disappear. Several counselors pondered, and one of them asked, can you take responsibility for your words? Of course. Fury replied expressionlessly. Then let's vote. I'm in favor. Against. Yes. Yes. Against. Yes. After everyone had finished speaking, the first congressman to speak said with a solemn face, it seems that the result has been. Wait, what do you say? The councilman said, his face changed, and then he said with unconcealed joy, I just received the news that the alien has been wiped out by the Superboy who suddenly appeared, and we don't need to discuss this anymore. Several parliamentarians did not speak when they heard this, and left one after another to verify the truth of the news. After a while, everyone returned to the picture with a cheerful expression. This is incredible, this Superboy is so powerful. A counselor sighed with strange expressions. Guys, I think we need to continue to discuss this issue. The other counselor looked gloomy, and when he saw that everyone seemed to be there, he continued. That wormhole is still there, and Superboy is actually a threat to us. Can we pretend not to know? I agree. New York. Seeing the nuclear bomb attack, Lynch no longer thought much, and instantly flew to the side of the missile and grabbed it. With a gentle force, he changed the trajectory of the missile and flew towards the wormhole with a nuclear bomb. Through the wormhole, Lynch sent it directly with both hands, and the missile accelerated and flew away into the distance. Suddenly, Lynch noticed that the wormhole was rapidly shrinking and closing. Not good. Was it trying to trap me on the other side of the wormhole? Without much thought, Lynch rushed towards the wormhole at full speed. In the SHIELD branch, Loki stood next to the supergiant, looking at the wormhole that disappeared on the screen, and sneered. Halfway through the laughter, Loki found that his neck was strangled by something and he could no longer make a sound. He looked at the person who suddenly appeared in front of him in horror, and his soul flew out of the world for a while. Funny. Lynch sneered, and then watched the supergiant clench the psychic scepter in his hand and wave his hand fiercely. Boom. The psychic scepter was sent flying away by Lynch, and the supergiant landed beside Loki. Lynch just wanted to continue to clean them up, but the cosmic cube flashed a violent light at this time. Before Lynch finished speaking, he was swallowed by light. A few seconds later, the light faded, and the room was long gone, with Lynch and the other two missing. Where is this? In the silence of pitch darkness, Lynch's eyes lit up, and he looked at Loki and supergiant with some confusion. He felt that he was in a place with no light, no gravity, no air, which should be a cosmic environment outside the planet. This did not make Lynch panic, because he could survive even if he was in the starry sky. What oxygen, gravity affects all kinds of fatal factors for ordinary people, is not a matter for Superman. As long as there are still energy reserves in the body, Lynch can live to be old. And the supergiant star is not so calm, seeing that he has fallen into Lynch's hands, there is no escape, and he can only launch the ability on Lynch in a broken cauldron. The spiritual power in his body poured into Lynch like a tide, but it fell into the sea like a drop of water, without causing a single wave. Find death. Lynch's murderous voice did not fall into the supergiant's ears, and he was pinched by Lynch, who rushed towards him. Two dazzling red lights flashed, and the supergiant turned into dust in the starry sky. Having taken out the supergiant, Lynch looks over to Loki. Weirdly, Loki didn't panic, just laughed mockingly. You lost. Loki conveyed his meaning to Lynch with mental power. Finding that Loki is dead and unrepentant, how can Lynch make him arrogant? As soon as his body moved, Lynch pinched Loki's neck and also conveyed with spiritual power. Which is this? Take me back, or else. This is a place you'll never go back. Loki opened his mouth and laughed silently triumphantly. Lynch was just about to make a move, but the Loki body in his hand quickly disappeared under Lynch's angry gaze. Loki! Lynch shouted in exasperation, in a very bad mood. At this moment, how could he not know that he was calculated by Loki? Even not only Lynch, that supergiant may have died in vain, right? I really have yours, Loki. Lynch thought hatefully, regretting that he hadn't pinched the scourge earlier. Grabbing the cosmic cube, Lynch's eyes lit up like light bulbs, sweeping the darkness around him. The intensity of thermal vision can be adjusted as needed, and Lynch uses thermal vision as a light source to observe the surrounding environment with his vision. Within the field of vision, Lynch can only see some cosmic dust moving at a constant speed along a fixed path, without large celestial bodies, let alone the breath of life. Unwillingly, Lynch spread his spiritual power again, trying to probe farther away. The light can only reach relatively close distances, and the faraway places are still dark. But as before, the starry sky was empty, and there was no light from the stars, nor any larger celestial bodies. Lynch put away his hot vision and mental power, and was not discouraged. He knew that the starry sky was vast, and the distance he could detect was nothing compared to the sea of stars that was light years away. Touching the cosmic cube in his hand, Lynch thought for a while, and casually found a direction to fly at full speed. Boom! A light streaked through the thick darkness, crushing everything in the path into fine powder. This light was extremely fast, and it swept thousands of miles in the starry sky in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, the speed of this light slowed down, and finally stopped completely. Lynch's figure was revealed, looking depressed. He flew at a speed he never knew how far, but unfortunately he still found nothing. On Earth, because of gravity and air, Lynch could not have reached this speed. But in a cosmic environment without gravity and air, Lynch can accelerate infinitely, even reaching the speed of light. But in fact, Lynch couldn't fly that fast, because the speed was so fast that he couldn't keep up with the speed of his thinking, and he couldn't control the direction at all. Even if his body is indestructible, at extremely high speeds, even water can cut rocks, and at ultra-high speeds, if he encounters a hard meteorite or something, Lynch will be injured. Lynch flew for a whole day at a speed he could control, but still didn't find anything of value. High-speed flight is particularly energy-consuming, and Lynch had to stop and find another way. He set his sights on the cosmic cube in his hand. This thing can travel through space, which is the only solution at the moment. While on the road, Lynch had already explored with mental power and had a certain guess about the use of the cosmic cube. Locking the cosmic Rubik's Cube with spiritual power, Lynch pinched it heavily, and the entire Rubik's Cube shattered instantly. Under the dark starry sky, a gemstone the size of a pigeon's egg, seemingly emitting a faint light, emerged from the fragments. This is the most famous supreme treasure in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, the space gem in the Infinity Stones. Seeing the space gem, Lynch grabbed it in his hand, and his spiritual power swept up. Closing his eyes, Lynch silently sensed this powerful gem. For a long time, he opened his eyes and looked into the distance. Lynch felt a huge energy pouring into the gem in his hand, and then a bright light flashed in front of his eyes. The next moment, he was surprised to find that he had come to a strange starry sky. Lynch flew back and forth for a long time before he determined the direction he had just moved. It's not far, not close, but a good start. If he can fully master the power of the space gem, Lynch believes that he will soon be able to return to Earth. Thinking like this, Lynch urged space gems to embark on a new journey. A huge flame planet a few light years away, Lynch is comfortably absorbing the light and heat emitted by this yellow sun. He has been wandering in the universe for an unknown number of years, and has seen countless cosmic wonders and alien civilizations. Unfortunately, nothing he knew existed. Over time, Lynch has learned more about space gemstones, and it can be said that it is like a finger in the use of today. Through the space gem, he can swim in the universe as he wishes, and his exploration of the universe gradually deepens. Now Lynch can use space gems to go to any corner of this universe. In this case, Lynch gradually realized an extremely terrible truth. This universe is not the universe where the Earth is located, but more likely to be some other dimension. Originally, Lynch thought that Loki would throw him into a corner of the universe at most with the cosmic Rubik's Cube. Because the cosmic Rubik's Cube is so capable, it is impossible to directly throw him to another in the multiverse. But Lynch didn't expect that he really underestimated Loki. It was outrageous that Loki could throw him into other dimensions. What's the difference between this and throwing it into another universe? In Marvel's cosmology, the outer dimension is outside a single universe, and it is completely impossible to cross the distance between the two by flight. Just like Asgard in the outer dimension, this place can only rely on rainbow bridges or teleportation magic and other means to reach the Earth, and there is no way to fly over. And at this time, Lin Chi, who was in the outer dimension, naturally could not leave here by flying. The only thing he could rely on was the space gem that could travel through dimensions. Lynch has been basking in stellar light here for a long time, absorbing huge amounts of energy, and his strength is growing wildly every moment. Compared to now, the strength of the sunlight that Lynch absorbed when he was on Earth is nothing to mention. If you think about it, how can the sunlight on Earth, which is incomparably far from the sun, be as energetic as the light energy faced by such a close position to the star? Lynch knew that Golden Superman had become powerful after a long time in the sun, and now he was following the same path. The proof is that the amount of justice required to redeem the Golden Superman template displayed in the system is rapidly decreasing. Even the original 0% super template is increasing the progress bar little by little, and now it has reached 15%. Although this growth is also too long, and the factors of natural development of the body exist, this progress is also very amazing. You know, Lynch single-handedly solved the Chitauri this time and saved all of New York, but the value of justice has only increased by a few million, which is not enough to exchange 10% of the template. Although the justice value is small because he ended up against all New Yorkers, Lynch is still very dissatisfied with this wave of justice value being so small. The Zitari want to take over the whole planet? Lynch originally thought that the value of justice could definitely be tens of millions, or even more than 100 million. As a result, after Lynch killed all these guys, he found that there were only millions. How could he not be disappointed? As a result, Lynch's redemption plan will be delayed for a long time. Time passed, and at one point, Lynch opened his eyes. In the system, the progress of Dacheo's template has also jumped to 50%. It's time, said Lynch silently in his heart, and then grabbed the space gem. He mobilized the energy of his whole body to input into this gem, causing the space gem to shine with dazzling light. No, Lynch looked solemn and continued to input energy. It's not this, it's not. Go on. Give me. Broken. With the roar in Lynch's heart, the space gem suddenly emitted an even more dazzling light, and in Lynch's induction, the space gem finally sensed farther away. That's a whole new universe? A space outside the outer dimension? This is. Inquiring into this new universe, Lynch's face began to become strange. Forget it. It's okay here. Lynch sighed darkly. As soon as the space gem flashed, Lynch's figure completely disappeared from this outer dimension. The intense light dissipated, revealing Lynch's figure. Holding the space gem in his hand, he sensed his surroundings, and his face couldn't help but show joy. Sure enough, it's a new universe. Finally out of that damn place, Lynch shouted in his heart. That strange outer dimension didn't have anything familiar to Lynch, trapping him like a huge cage. Now that he can come here, Lynch is like a bird that has regained its freedom, and he can't wait to fly for 3 days and 3 nights to celebrate. After being happy for a long time, Lynch urged the space gem to continue to hurry, full of hope to go to a place with some impression. It was a mysterious place he had heard of, and whether he could return to Earth would probably depend on it. In the brilliant fairy light, Lynch was looking at the strange scenery ahead with a curious face. In front of him, there was a huge mountain range like a pillar of heaven, stretching endlessly, and could not see the top. This mountain is full of fairy air, all kinds of exotic birds and beasts fly in the sky, haunting the green mountains and green waters, a fairyland atmosphere. In this American-centric Marvel Cinematic Universe, this view is arguably unique. It's worthy of De Luotian. I just don't know which mountain this is, Lynch said darkly. As early as when he discovered this place with the cosmic cube, Lynch guessed where it was. The residence of the Marvel Cinematic Universe Chinese Protoss, Immortal Clan, the outer dimension De Luotian. In the Marvel Universe, after the ancient gods, a large number of second-generation Earth gods were born on Earth. They correspond to the mythological systems of various countries and cultures in reality, plus some secondary settings and magic reforms. Therefore, there are almost all real-life Protoss systems in the Marvel Universe, such as the Norse god system headed by Odin, the Olympic god system led by Zeus, and so on. and the influential Huaxian naturally has its corresponding Earth god race in the Marvel universe, that is, the so-called immortal race created by Marvel. The Immortal Clan is headed by the Jade Emperor, and its members are diverse and all-encompassing, including the great gods of the heavenly court such as the Queen Mother of the West and Neza, as well as ancient mythological gods such as Zhurong, as well as immortals such as Shaoxing, King Yan Luo, and even characters such as Guan Yu and Wen Kuoxing. These immortal races come from a variety of sources, and almost every Chinese person will feel awkward when they look at it, and the entire Immortal Clan mixed together can be called a hodgepodge. This strange setting of the Immortal Clan is because Marvel was making these settings when the times were different from now, and its understanding of Chinese culture was not deep enough, and it could only one-sidedly take several iconic characters in Chinese culture to make immortals. Almost all of these Earth gods in the Marvel universe live in the outer dimension, such as the Western European gods led by Odin living in Asgard, and the immortals living in the outer dimension called Delusion. In Deluotian, there are 5 sacred mountains that support the entire world, that is, the 5 mountains in Chinese culture. At this time, the giant mountain range in front of Lynch is one of them. Standing in front of this mountain range and marveling for a while, Lynch set off and flew into the mountain. Coming to the mountains, Lynch breathed the fresh air in this fairy land, surrounded by auspicious birds and beasts playing, and the landscape in front of him was as beautiful as a landscape painting, and he was a little crazy for a while. Good guys, I'm in Marvel Wonderland. He never thought that one day he would be able to come to such a world full of Chinese elements in the Marvel universe dominated by American culture. Hey! In the mountains and forests, a strange beast with a lion's head and oxtail was shaking its head and walking, and the next second it was grabbed by the sudden attack by Lynch's legs and lifted up. Kylan. Lin Chi flicked the beast in his hand with a surprised look, and the other hand couldn't help but stroke it. When encountering this kind of exotic beast that is famous in Chinese culture and represents auspicious Rui, who cannot want to give it a hand? Of course, the premise is that you have to beat this thing. Just like the fierce ability of the Huaxian national treasure panda hidden under the thick exterior, the unicorn's joyful appearance has an ability that cannot be underestimated. After the lion-sized unicorn was caught by its legs and hung upside down, it roared whimpering, and 2 huge paws slapped Lynch's head fiercely. Naughty. The unicorn's claws froze in front of Lin Chi, and it was difficult to control by mental power. Whoosh. Seeing that the claws did not work, the big head of the Kylan Chi swayed wildly, and then his mouth bulged, and hot flames shot out from his mouth. Phew. A breath of cold wind blew out of Lynch's mouth, directly blowing out the Kylan fire. At this time, a unicorn comparable in size to an elephant suddenly appeared on the mountainside, and 2 lantern-like big eyes stared at Lin Chi for a while, and then jumped. The parents are here. Lin Chi noticed the earth-shattering movement behind him, touched the horn of the little unicorn twice, and then gently threw it to the ground, and his body shook and slipped away. Whoosh, whoosh, the little unicorn landed on the ground, rolled up, and then rushed to the parents' side, roaring angrily, as if to accuse Lynch of his hatefulness. And Lin Chi had already run to the other end of the mountain and stretched out his hand to a fairy plant on the ground with a little excitement. The immortal plant is the size of a bamboo basket, shaped like a paper umbrella, and the color is simple. Such a big Ganoderma lucidum. Lynch, who stroked the giant Ganoderma lucidum, couldn't help but fantasize about something strange in his mind. It must taste beautiful to stew chicken, right? Just as he was thinking about it, a long sound suddenly came from the mountains and forests. Oh! With a loud and long, imposing chirp, a colorful bird quickly flew from the distance of the mountain forest. This is Phoenix? Lynch was stunned for a moment, a little unsure. Or Suzaku. Most of the mythological birds are described differently, and Lynch cannot determine the identity of this sacred bird with shallow understanding. However, looking at this radiant, noble, and gorgeous divine bird, Lynch's eyes lit up slightly, and he had a bold idea. Retracting his gaze, Lynch glanced at Ganoderma lucidum again and licked his lips. You said it's not a coincidence, I sent pillows when I was sleepy. In the years that Lynch has been wandering in the starry sky, not to mention any food, even water is rarely drunk, all relying on the energy in the body to maintain life. Now coming to this wonderland, in the face of supreme delicacies, where can Lynch control his hands? Letting go of the unicorn that doesn't seem to taste is already the limit of what he can do. As for whether eating the sacred bird in Chinese culture is detrimental to morality, Lin Chi feels that this kind of thing should be answered by Zhang San, an extrajudicial madman. Lynch remembers that a certain law teacher once said that if a person was about to starve to death, the law allowed him to see pandas eat pandas, and Siberian tigers eat Siberian tigers. Facing the divine bird, Lynch asked himself, although he will not starve to death, but due to the psychological needs of humans, he still needs to eat behavior? If you haven't eaten for too long, what if you go crazy? This wave of god-eating birds belongs to psychological self-help. There should be nothing wrong, right? In this way, after symbolically doing a mental struggle in his heart, Lynch extended his sinful hand to the sacred bird. In the air, the divine bird that had originally held its head high and had proud eyes suddenly tilted its body, and the whole bird fell backwards towards the ground. In front of the Lingzi, Lin Chi rubbed his fists, grabbed the sacred bird with one hand, and looked back and forth on the colorful sacred bird. Hihi, you sent it yourself, you can't blame me. Lin Chi snickered and came to the side of Lingzi, and his spiritual power suddenly activated. The towering ancient trees on the side broke under the oppression of this spiritual force, and the entire tree quickly decomposed under Lynch's control, and finally formed a large cauldron with a lid, a pair of chopsticks and a large bowl. Placing the pots and chopsticks in front of him, Lynch opened his mouth to spray frost, and his eyes shone slightly. A little frost melted into water in his hot sight and fell into the pot. Little pheasant stewed mushrooms, mi-ize, mi-ize. Lynch hummed, looking at the divine bird waiting to be slaughtered. The divine bird was psychic, and seeing that Lynch's face was bad, he desperately stretched his neck and hissed, "Oh, huh." Hearing the sadness in the divine bird's voice, Lynch sighed and did not stop it. The bird is dying, and its song is also mournful. As soon as the words fell, Lynch froze for a moment. Turning around, he looked up at the sky. I saw that in the originally empty sky, countless strange birds clustered together, crying madly, and flying down towards the divine bird. "Good fellow, this is a phoenix. And put this on hold for me, a whole 100 birds to the phoenix?" Lynch smacked. Flocks of birds scattered over the mountains swooped down in an instant, like small fighter planes launching airstrikes. Definitely. Lynch drank, and the flock of birds was fixed in the air by spiritual power as if they had pressed the pause button. Hey, hey. After solving the famous scene of 100 birds and a phoenix, Lynch rubbed his hands and walked in front of the phoenix. The sense of ritual is in place, then let's go straight to the theme. Saying that, he controlled the spiritual power on the phoenix and gently twisted the bird's neck. Ho ho, the phoenix weakly made a sound similar to that of a male duck, and the light in his eyes gradually dimmed. At this moment, Lynch stopped moving thoughtfully and squinted into the distance. Before he could see who was coming, a thick atmosphere and unfathomable appeared in Lynch's ears. "Little friend and slow. Little friend and slow." Hearing this voice, Lynch was slightly startled. Because this sentence is in Chinese, it seems that there is also a strange ancient sound in it. When such words appear in this kind of place, naturally it can only be the great Luo Tian's immortal clan. Lin Chi looked up at the location where the voice came from, and couldn't help but guess in his heart which immortal clan was coming. But in the next second, Lynch's speculation was ruthlessly ended. He saw that in the sea of misty clouds, immortals of different shapes and strange appearances stood or sat and floated towards him with the clouds. "Boy," Lynch called outrageous in his heart. Looking at this situation, is the entire immortal clan coming? What is this going to do? It seems that this face is not good. Otherwise, if you just welcome friends to visit, can you use so many people? I'm afraid that I don't think that there are many people and great strength, and when I will climb to the top, the brothers will be shoulder to shoulder. Thinking about it, Lynch's eyes narrowed slightly, and he tilted his head and waited quietly for the arrival of the immortals. After a few breaths, the immortal people above the cloud had already stopped above Lynch's head. Frowning, Lynch reluctantly recognized these immortals one by one, and couldn't help but curse Marvel's editors and painters in his heart. You must know that the famous performance artist Teacher 6 in the previous life once said that adaptation is not nonsense, and jokes are not nonsense. If you can't adapt, don't make it up, don't draw if you can't draw. Do you see what these crooked dates are? The Jade Emperor at the head has always been a majestic and powerful heavenly court emperor in Lynch's impression, but isn't this long-bearded uncle wearing blue-green armor and 2 tentacles inserted in his head really not to be funny? He stood there without saying a word, and Lynch suddenly thought that it was a green beetle that had become sperm. There is also this big guy next to him who has the same status as the Jade Emperor in the Marvel Universe, birthday star. Didn't expect that, right? In De Luo Tianzhong, another priest besides the Jade Emperor is a birthday star. A minor god with a low status in the Chinese mythological system? It is different from the Chinese mythology, but for the appearance of this birthday star, Lynch really does not dare to compliment. This towering brain door directly made Lynch think of a certain Dr. Big Head who was exposed to gamma serum mutations. The more Lynch looked, the more it felt, except for Dr. Gordon's skin that was gamma green, and the heads of the two were simply carved out of a mold. Do Marvel editors think that a big head means a long life? And then there is this golden bird man with a small hammer in his hand and a bird's beak and big wings. You say he is Lei Gong? Boy, are you really when I haven't seen the list of consecrated gods? This is obviously Lei Zhenzi is good. Next to him, this armored man riding a big tiger with a machete in his hand. Do you say it is Zhurong? Boy, let's think that Zhurong's era did not have such advanced armor, right? Can't you just take a snack? Besides, Zhurong is a fire god in mythology. What about his fire? What a long life. An ancient fire god, Marvel changed him to a tiger knight. There is also this Neza on the side, even if he has 3 heads and 6 arms on his body. Why is his skin so miserable and his face so hideous? This is obviously his mother's kappa. Okay, Neza is a beautiful boy with red lips and white teeth. The most outrageous ones are Kuei Xing and King Yanluo. Kuei Xing, as the god of literary movement, actually has shit green skin, a head like a demon, and a turtle under his feet. What, do you want to compete with Neza for the identity of kappa? If it weren't for the brush in his hand, Lynch would really have thought that there was a monster in the immortal clan. Besides, King Yanluo is the lord of the prefecture in myths and legends, and the overlord of the 3 realms and 6 paths. But who is this white-haired weirdo who is as black as if it has been splashed with ink? Are you the brother of Mr. Raibobo in Dragon Ball? Just when Lynch was suffering from the spiritual impact from this group of strange immortals, this group of immortals was also looking at Lynch. They observed Lynch and discussed each other. For a long time, the Jade Emperor, the head of the immortals among the immortals, was the first to speak. This little friend, I don't know where you came from. Why do you want to harm me, Deluo heavenly god bird? Looking at the Jade Emperor with a unique temperament and two green tentacles on his head that kept rising and falling with his voice, Lynch was a little unacceptable. This is not the mighty and domineering Jade Emperor who rules the immortal court in my impression. Dog painter, return my mighty and domineering Jade Emperor to me. I'm from Earth Huaxia. In the end, Lynch answered truthfully. That's it, since they bear the same name, let's give the great gods of Huaxia a little face. Hearing this, the Jade Emperor brushed his long black beard, and his two big eyes kept circling on Lynch. How did you get here? Accidental. Lynch pouted and lied casually. So you guys want a bite too? Saying that, Lynch carelessly nudged the phoenix on the ground with his mouth. The Jade Emperor was stunned for a moment, probably not expecting Lynch to be so arrogant. Just run to the territory of our immortal clan to steal food, even if you dare to say it in front of everyone in our immortal clan? Do you really think that if we can't hide from the world, they don't take us seriously? After a lot of thoughts, the Jade Emperor still did not tear his face, but just solemnly declared. No, the phoenix is my Deluo Tian's divine bird, symbolizing the nobility and purity of this place. How can we eat it? Seeing that Lynch was unmoved, the Jade Emperor continued in an aggravated tone. Please also respect the divine bird of Delusion. Everything in heaven and earth has spirits, and killing will cause unnecessary trouble. Hearing the Jade Emperor's implicit threatening words, Lynch was immediately unhappy. What? I'm a wandering starry sky. I don't know how long I haven't eaten a bite of food, and I don't want to let me get hot today. You have so many people that you have to stop me from eating today. If the great god in Chinese mythology really runs out, then forget it. Let's turn around and run, and never drag mud and water. But just you crooked dates, dare to shout in front of me? Then touch it? What if I'm going to eat? Lynch looked at the Jade Emperor, his body rose rapidly, and he came to the front of the immortals in an instant. The Jade Emperor did not speak, and retreated into the group of immortals with an expressionless face. Then, as if they had received an order from the Jade Emperor, everyone in the immortal clan prepared their own means. And Lynch glanced at it without care, just sitting and watching these immortals brewing a thunder attack. He knew that although these immortals looked bluffing, most of them were at most comparable in strength to Thor. Even the strongest among the immortals, the Jade Emperor, the lord of the immortal race, although his identity is the same as Odin's earth god priest, his strength is far from being comparable to Odin, who is the strongest among the earth gods. And at this time, Lynch, who has half of the super template, even if he is not at his peak, how can he be afraid of the Jade Emperor? Seeing that Lin Qiun was light and had a fearless appearance, several immortals glanced at each other, and one of them flew out. It is Lei Gong with a bird's beak and wings and a small hammer in one hand. I saw him flap his wings and swing his hammer, causing the wind and clouds to rise, lightning and thunder. Holding the hammer, Lei Gong pointed at Lin Qi from a distance, and several thunderbolts fell in the sky and hit Lin Qi in an instant. Good fellow. Lin Qi saw this set of combos as if he had seen a copy of Thor, and he was immediately amused. It's just that this power seems to be inferior to Thor? Could it be that the hammer is small? Lynch silently compared, standing in place without moving, still with the thunder empowerment. Don't hide? Still not reacting? Lei Gong found Lin Qi standing motionless, and his heart was a little strange. According to their previous observations of the Immortal Clan, this uninvited guest was not weak at all. If not, why would they come together? Just as he was shocked, Lei Gongbird's mouth opened slightly, and he looked at Lin Qi, who was safe and sound, and fell into deep thought. Hey, immortals. Lynch patted the ash on his body, looking indifferent. Come here, let's go together, I'm in a hurry. Hearing this, all the immortals looked towards the Jade Emperor, and the Jade Emperor looked solemn and nodded slowly. After getting the Jade Emperor's first approval, all the immortal clans began to show their own powers. The Electric Mother with 2 balls of thunder and lightning in her hand flew to Lei Gong's side, cooperated with him to call the wind and rain, and lowered lightning to hit Lynch. Zhurong Guanyu and the two each raised their weapons and slashed viciously at Lin Qi's head. Neza stepped on 2 yellow copper wheels, wrapped in a red scarf belt, and smashed a collar towards Lynch with one hand. In the face of the various attacks of everyone in the Immortal Clan, Lin Qi leisurely opened his mouth and sucked and vomited. A super hurricane mixed with spiritual power swept up in an instant, instantly blowing the imposing immortal people back into the sky. What thunder and lightning, knife-slashing circles smashed in the violent winds all turned into floating clouds, dissipated completely. And Lynch closed his mouth and sighed a little boredly. The strong are so unpretentious and boring. When the storm calmed down, Lin Qi looked at the 2 remaining immortals on the clouds. Neither of them made a move just now. One was the Jade Emperor and the other was a birthday star. Compared with other immortal characters, these 2 are priest-level figures with the same status as Odin, and their strength is a notch higher than the rest of the immortal race. At this time, the Jade Emperor's face was as heavy as water, and he lowered his head and seemed to discuss a few words with the birthday star next to him, and then looked at Lin Qi. His face quickly changed, and he smiled slightly. This little friend, although the phoenix has a big name, its meat is not delicious. If you are willing to let it go, we have many more delicious dishes than the phoenix for you to choose. Oh, Lynch was a little surprised. He didn't expect that this Lord of all Immortals had spoken softly before his hand moved. Could it be that he was shocked by his own overbearing chi? However, Lynch did not intend to let them go so easily. It's good that he himself was also beaten, and it's not too much to order medical expenses, right? Do you want to dismiss me with a meal? The conditions are good. As long as we sit down and talk, I believe we will be happy. The Jade Emperor said with a smile. Lynch pondered for a while, nodded. Don't regret what you said. Of course. The Jade Emperor smiled, and the two big green horns on his head also swayed up and down with his head, which was funny. A few days later, outside the palace of the De Luotianxian clan, Lin Chi patted his stomach with a satisfied face, looked at the Jade Emperor with a slightly praising gaze and said, "You didn't lie to me, De Lucian's food is really delicious." The corner of the Jade Emperor's mouth twitched, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. "If you're satisfied. Okay, you're full of food and drink, and the things are in hand, then I won't bother you, and send me away quickly." Lin Chi waved his hand, interrupting the Jade Emperor's complaint, with an expectant look on his face. "Well, in that case, let's not pass it here." The Jade Emperor's spirit was shocked, and he quickly raised his hand as if he was afraid that Lin Chi would repent. A misty light lit up on Lynch, and in an instant, it was dazzling. When the light dissipated and the immortals looked again, Lin Chi had lost his figure in place. For a while, the same thought welled up in the hearts of all the beings of the immortal race. Thankfully, he's finally gone. December 1st, 2012, New York time, the Avengers Building and Old Stark Building. The crowd outside the door of the building is crowded, reporters with long guns and short cannons on their shoulders, political and business elites in suits and shoes, and other people gather here. In the crowd, Ulrich, wearing a beret and a black suit, raised his head to look at the center of the venue. His eyebrows showed a trace of grief, and whispered to himself with some embarrassment, "I can't believe it." And, in the center of the venue, a line of large characters was displayed on the big screen. Superboy 200 Day Memorial Service. In fact, there are not a few people who came to the venue today with such a feeling of disbelief. "I don't believe he died like that." Karen, who was sitting in the seat of the conference room, looked sad, and continued to the assistant next to her in a heavy tone. "Tomorrow's news, just right that we will wait for him to come back forever." The female assistant nodded and wrote Karen's words in her notebook. As he wrote, the assistant suddenly realized something. If Superboy does leave us, what will happen to our newspaper's superhero issue? On the other side, two special guests were also discussing. "Why do you want this set of things? I don't believe he will die at all," Jessica asked with a puzzled face. Daredevil, who lowered his head, was silent for a moment and explained. "Lynn is not dead, but 200 days have passed, and he has not returned. For most people he is dead." Jessica didn't listen to Daredevil's words at all, and kept asking, "What do you think?" "I think so too." Daredevil lowered his voice. "He will return, but how long? Will we still be alive in this world at that time? Gentlemen and ladies, please be quiet." In front of the speaking stage, Tony was rarely solemn and serious, and his voice was calm and powerful. Many of the guests who heard Tony speak quieted down, sitting or standing to look at Tony on the stage and the Avengers behind him. "Today is a special day." Tony Stark spoke slowly and with a solemn expression. "We all know that 200 days ago, a special group of guests came to New York. They are very powerful, they do nothing evil in New York, and they want to take over the city and the world with violence and war." He paused, then toned, and continued. "At this time, the heroes came forward. Speaking of which, he was not embarrassed in the slightest. They united, even paying with their lives, to eventually wipe out all the aliens." Saying that, Tony's face showed a look of reminiscence. "And today, we are here to mourn those who died in this war. 200 days ago." Taking away Lynch, the light of Loki and Supergiant had just dissipated, and Loki's figure appeared from the corner. He holds the spiritual scepter in his hand, and there is a sinister smile on his face that has succeeded in his treachery. "There are brave guys." Loki fantasized in his mind about Lynch being trapped in the outer dimension. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't escape, and his mood was so happy that he almost hummed a hometown ballad. "I, Loki, am the winner." As soon as the words fell, Loki heard a sudden sound of breaking air in his ears, and turned his head in confusion. Boom! The meow hammer that flew from nowhere, instantly smashed through the wall, hit Loki's chest, and knocked him far away. Thor. Loki, who was crushed to the ground by the meow hammer, was like a Wangba who couldn't turn over, swinging his limbs and making a sound of anger. After Meow Hammer, Iron Man also quickly flew into the room, opened the weapon device with both hands and aimed it at Loki. "You better be honest, you elk." Subsequently, Thor, Team America and others also entered the room. Facing Loki, who was yelling, Thor stepped forward and snatched the psychic scepter in Loki's hand. "If you don't want to live well, then keep applauding." Thor suppressed his thunderous anger, and there was not a trace of his usual spoiling for Loki in his words. "Where did you get Lynn?" "Huh." Seeing that everyone was looking rather nervous, Loki sneered maliciously. "Say." Iron Man sent his hand forward, and the muzzle of the energy cannon was close to Loki's face, and his voice was heavy. Loki glanced at Iron Man, slightly retracted his arrogant face, and said expressionlessly, "He's dead. You give me another fart to try." Iron Man was furious, and the energy cannon in his palm quickly began to charge, and the heat rising above scalded Loki into a scream. "Tin Man, take your hands away." Loki tilted his head and shouted in dissatisfaction. I'm not lying, although he is not dead, he will not come back. Tony. Team America stood up with a calm face and pulled Iron Man, saying, don't be impulsive. Iron Man ignored Team May, but instead put his hand up in annoyance, and asked in an icy tone, what does this mean? Give you 3 seconds, 3, 2, okay, I say. With energy cannons on his face, Loki quickly shouted, waiting for Tony to retract his hand a little before continuing. He went to a place outside the universe where the atrium is located, and even if he flies fast, he can't come back. Somewhere outside the universe? What are you talking about? Iron Man asked suspiciously. Do you have such a thing as astrophysics? I'm afraid what he said is true. Just as Iron Man doubted Asgard's cosmology, Thor's voice rang out. Iron Man and everyone looked at Thor together with puzzled eyes, and Thor lowered his head and looked desperate. Outside of the normal universe, there are some special cosmic spaces, and normal means simply cannot travel between the two. Asgard is such a place, from Asgard to Earth or back with special means, such as rainbow bridges or teleportation magic. Hearing this, the Avengers exchanged glances silently. With all due respect, under Iron Man's helmet, Tony looked disdainful. With your level of technology, there may be any misunderstanding of the universe. I don't believe there is a place where we can't go. Thor listened silently to Tony's mouth harden twice, and then said with a heavy face, no, believe me, I want Lynn back too, but take this guy back, I'll definitely bring Lynn back. Saying that, Iron Man flew directly into the sky and flew into the distance. The day before the memorial service, outside the Stark building. A little over there. Yes, that's it, good. Iron Man flew in midair, directing the workers to hang the sign of the Avengers building on the original Stark building. The sign was hung up, and Iron Man landed and walked over to his assistant Pepper. Iron Man's head changed for a while, revealing Tony's face. Have you got all the preparations? Almost. By the way, you should go and drop off Soul later, they're going back. Pepper was reminded, and Tony stopped immediately. Wait. His face pulled down, and he said a little unhappily, don't go to the memorial service. He said he didn't want to participate. Tony nodded and replied casually. As the steel skull recovers Tony's head, Iron Man takes to the skies. The rest of the crowd looked at each other helplessly, and could only return to Stark Mansion with Loki with the psychic scepter. Inside the building, a group of people walked and were greeted by a group of men in black. Hey, hard work guys, this alien criminal and this dangerous object have to be handed over to us. A man with a fierce face said with a smile. Why, this is our loot. You can ask your director. This Secretary General is the former director of SHIELD. After some scruples, the SHIELD traders led by Crossbone, Hydra agents took away the psychic scepter. On a land with strange patterns, Thor holds the bound Loki by the hand to look at Iron Man flying from afar. A few seconds later, Iron Man landed in front of everyone. Hey, are you leaving today? Tony said lightly. Well, I want to go back to Asgard to think of something, replied Thor with a forced laugh and absent-mindedly. Hearing this, Tony nodded, and his eyes darkened. In the past days, Tony caught Loki and took Thor with him to study the outer dimension. But unfortunately, with the current level of science and technology on the Earth, it is still too reluctant to overcome this kind of problem. In desperation, Thor decided to return to Asgard first and ask his father Odin if there was anything he could do. I will continue to work on it, and I believe that one day we can find a way. Tony opened his mouth to break the awkward atmosphere, not wanting to embarrass the scene too much. We will, Thor said in an unusually firm tone. How's Natasha? Among the rest of the Avengers, Dr. Banner raised his head and asked hesitantly. Just like that. Tony shook his head, his face calm. She is frozen intact and can always preserve hope, but to save her, you must also solve her fatal injuries and thaw. A friend of mine, Dr. Zhao, has been working on a plan to save Natasha. Okay. Banner blinked innocently twice, and was embarrassed to ask further. In fact, Banner fled New York as a Hulk after being persecuted by Supergiant and Loki, and by the time he came to his senses, the Battle of New York was over. Not being able to participate in the war made him feel very guilty, and he felt a deep sense of guilt for Lynch, who disappeared because of the Battle of New York, and Natasha, who was half dead. At this time, the sky above Thor's head lit up with teleportation light. Guys, goodbye, I hope we will have no less than one when we meet next time. Thor waved his hand at everyone, and his body instantly disappeared in the pillar of light. Let's observe 3 minutes of silence for these heroes, Tony said, bowing his head and falling silent. The guests below, like Tony, began to mourn with heavy faces. In the crowd, a man looked left and right with his head down, and his skin quickly began to turn red. After a few breaths, the man's whole body turned strangely red. Hideous red blood vessels crawled all over his body, and even his eyes were like 2 fireballs. Under his thin skin, it was as if there was terrifying magma beating, and after completing this series of incredible changes, he looked up. It seems that he was affected by the drastic changes in his body, and he was a little confused and almost unsteady on his feet. After shaking his head frantically, he looked at Tony Stark with 2 flaming eyes. Tony Stark. He spoke, his voice hoarse and ugly. In the silence, Tony on the stage seemed to hear his voice, but because he was silently mourning, he only frowned suspiciously and did not look up to see what was happening. The lava man glared at Tony and walked towards him with heavy steps. His body was still changing rapidly, and in a blink of an eye, it transformed into a small red sun, and the terrifying high temperature quickly spread. Around him, the people who had closed their eyes in silence felt this unbearable heat and shouted and avoided, and some people had opened their eyes and looked at the lava man with a shocked face. Hey, what are you doing? Stop! Get away from me! Do you want to burn me? What's going on with this person? Why is it so hot on him? There's something wrong with this guy? Where are the security guards? Security guard? Are you being funny? The Avengers are all here? What other security is needed? Tony Stark? Check this guy out? Sensing the movement below, Tony couldn't sit still. All dotted with his name, then can you still bury your head as an ostrich? He quickly looked up at the audience, his gaze just in time to meet the lava man's line of sight. What the hell is this guy? Finding that the lava man who was about to burst into flames had a look full of resentment in his eyes, Tony was suddenly full of question marks. Sorry. Are you hot? Tony teased casually, his hand already reaching for his glasses. Tony Stark has matured a lot after encountering various bizarre events in a row, and just by looking at it, he can determine that this guy must be a bad comer. But he was not wearing a steel suit when he came to the ceremony, so he wanted to notify Jarvis through his special glasses to mobilize the steel suit for the first time. To roar, hearing Tony Stark's slightly playful teasing, the lava man immediately burst into anger and opened his mouth to say something. But he only uttered one syllable, and his voice turned into a thick grunt. The sound was like a blazing rush of lava falling to the ground. Tony. Behind Tony Stark, the Avengers also realized that something was wrong, and Captain America asked Tony with a hint of nervousness. What's going on? I don't know. Tony didn't look back, his eyes fixed on the lava man, and answered Team America in a low voice. I don't know this guy, but he doesn't look like he's here to mourn. Before he finished speaking, the lava man's body began to tremble violently, and the terrifying red light couldn't help but penetrate from his body. Get out of the way. The American team shouted loudly, raised his shield and rushed forward. The lava man was like a time bomb counting down to the last few seconds, and the red light and heat flow continued to break through his skin, causing his whole body to start expanding wildly. Bang! In the midst of the earth-shaking noise, the American team carried a shield to block most of the explosion impact on one half of him, but the other half turned into a molten hell under the splashing lava and violent shock wave. Help me, it's so hot, my face, my hand, my god. And Tony's side, although not much affected by the explosion, a more terrifying trouble has run out. Roar. In the earth-shattering explosion, the Hulk, who has been in a very unstable state since being stimulated by the supergiant, sensitively transforms out and roars towards everyone. At this moment, Tony's steel suit broke through the glass from the outside and flew directly onto him. Save people. Tony, who was quickly assembled from a steel suit, shouted and rushed towards the violent Hulk. I'll block the Hulk. The remaining Hawkeye looked left and right, and he was the only one around. Okay, I'll go save people. He muttered to himself, and then rushed into the fire with a swift move. Calm down, Banner, Iron Man shouted, reaching out to grab the Hulk. But the thunderous Hulk became even more angry when he heard this greeting, and directly smashed a punch at Iron Man. I'm the Hulk, not Banner. Roar. Oh, Iron Man cursed secretly, his hands crossed together, and he desperately carried Hulk's chaotic fist. How amazing is the power of Hulk's big fist. Even a hard sedan can be crushed into a pie with one punch. Although Iron Man's power is equally powerful, he still can't bear to go backwards in the face of the Hulk's bombardment. Jarvis? In the steel suit, Tony's eyes widened and he shouted anxiously. Need to equip you with anti-Hulk armor. I need to remind you that the anti-Hulk armor is currently, / stop talking nonsense, hurry. Tony shouted without hesitation. Okay, the estimated arrival time is 3 minutes and 15 seconds. Tony repeated, gritting his teeth and continuing to withstand the Hulk's onslaught. On the other side, Hawkeye had just entered the scene of tragedy. Captain, you okay? Hawkeye walked over to Team America and helped him up. At this time, the American team was quite miserable. His hair and eyebrows were black, exuding the smell of burnt, and his face and body showed a red color after burning. Obviously, although this Edmund alloy shield that can absorb kinetic energy can withstand the shockwave of the explosion, it is difficult to resist the ultra-high temperature generated by the explosion of the lava man. I'm okay, Captain. America held Hawkeye, and the powerful super soldier's body was quickly repairing the damage he had just received. After a pause, he took his hand down and said to Hawkeye, let's go save people first. I'm fine. Hawkeye looked at it and judged that the American team should not be in any great danger, so he nodded and went to the rescue of the others. And the American team took a few deep breaths and also saved their breath and ran to save people. Sir, the anti-Hulk armor still has 10 seconds to arrive. 10, 9. Tony screamed strangely and dodged Hulk's lung. The battle between Iron Man and the Hulk is very destructive, and the action is also very large, and it can chase and escape 100 meters in a few seconds. At this moment, the scene of the battle between the two has come to the street outside the Avengers building, surrounded by shouting New Yorkers. At the beginning, the two were still pulling back and forth to attack each other, and after coming to the open area, Iron Man could even take advantage of some small advantages with the flexibility of flying. But within 2 minutes, Iron Man was seriously damaged under Hulk's iron fist, but Hulk was not harmed. In this way, Iron Man can only give up the attack and run away with the Hulk all the way, delaying time for the arrival of the anti-Hulk armor. Roar. The Hulk, who was walked all the way, raised his head in annoyance and roared, then squatted down and jumped up. I saw that Hulk's huge body seemed to be on a rocket, and in an instant, he jumped into the sky, crossed a distance of 100 meters, and went to the Iron Man in front. Hulk, shouting his classic lines, Hulk will crush Iron Man into a discus with a big seat. Quick, looking at the rapidly falling black shadows in the sky, Tony opened his hands and shouted. At this moment, a huge piece of anti-Hulk armor flew right on Tony's body. In a blood-boiling mechanical suit chorus, the steel suit on Tony's body turned into thick and huge anti-Hulk armor. Facing the Hulk who fell from the sky, Iron Man, who completed cross-dressing, directly changed his arms and slammed it up with full power. Bang! Like a comet hitting the earth, the Hulk and the anti-Hulk armor collided heavily, shaking the glass of the surrounding shops and shattering. Hulk and Iron Man both flew out upside down under the violent collision, temporarily tying. After falling to the ground, Iron Man quickly got up, clapped his hands against each other, and then flew towards the Hulk with speed. It's time for me, right? On the other side, inside the Avengers building, rescuers and SHIELD agents finally arrived at the scene. Captain, are you okay? Need treatment? Coulson looked concerned, his voice soft as if he was talking to his girlfriend. No need, Tony's side needs help. Team America shook his head, patted his shield, and looked at Hawkeye. Can you? Of course. Hawkeye nodded. After the exchange, the two rushed out of the building together and came to the two in front of the fierce battle. Tony, do you have any good ideas? Captain America shouted as it stood aside. You guys help get attention. Tony replied. Team America and Hawkeye looked at each other and immediately began to move separately. After observing for a while, Team America rounded the shield in his hand and threw it with all his strength at the Hulk, who was wrestling with Iron Man. The head of the Hulk, who was preoccupied with competing with Tony's strength, was slammed by the flying shield, and a sharp pain suddenly sounded on his head. Roar! The Hulk, who was sneaked in, immediately abandoned Iron Man and chased after Team America with great momentum. Hawkeye, who climbed to the heights, had his eyes on him, and quietly waited until the moment when the Hulk was about to catch up with the American team before bending his bow and shooting at the Hulk's brain. The short arrow, which was amazingly fast, was like a bolt of lightning, and instantly hit the Hulk's head. This short arrow shot by Hawkeye is generally powerful, like a mosquito bite to the Hulk with thick skin, and even the skin is not pierced much, and it can't cause damage at all. But the tail of the arrow flashed a red light, and with a dripping sound, the miniature bomb exploded violently. Roar! Blinded by the bomb, even the Hulk couldn't bear its pain, and immediately roared angrily and turned to chase Hawkeye. But at this moment, a steel cage in the sky suddenly slammed down, just covering the running Hulk. Knock knock! The Hulk in the cage struggled frantically, and one after another terrifying bulges appeared on the steel shell. Finally, the steel cage could not withstand the impact of the Hulk, and cracks began to appear, which instantly turned into pieces. Roar! The Hulk, who got out of trouble, roared, but did not find Iron Man who had been waiting on the side. Bang! Under Iron Man's long-charged blow, Hulk was hit in the head and flew far away. After falling to the ground, it groggily raised its eyelids and eventually fell asleep. The next day, the Avengers building. At this time, the Avengers people were gathering at this headquarters that had been attacked by terrorists before they could settle in, and the atmosphere was slightly depressed. This is a provocation against us. Tony's words were filled with anger, and he kept walking around the crowd, appearing quite anxious. This building has just changed its brand, and someone can't wait to give us such a hot gift. We must fight back. That's right, but we first have to figure out who the enemy is. The American team looked worried, and the big brow of the United States was locked. After thinking for a while, he seemed to remember something, looked at Tony and asked, Tony, do you know something? I heard that guy call your name. Seeing the American team asking, Tony shrunk his neck a little angrily, spread his hands and said, Please, there are as many bad guys in this world who hate me as there are good people who like me. How could I possibly know where he came from? Hearing this, the American team was speechless, because he also knew that the formation of people hostile to them outside might make several circles around New York. As superheroes on the table, they not only bear the worship and pursuit of ordinary people, but also are hated by countless villains. Especially those criminals and supervillains who have been at large for many years. Ordinary police and the government are completely helpless. Try to ask which of them cannot regard the Avengers as a thorn in their side. Because for the villains who are lawless and see the police and the government as nothing, superheroes are their nemesis. And these superheroes can fly directly to your roof while you sleep, break walls, carry bullets, beat you up, and throw you into jail. Who can stand this? If a strong man dares to launch an anonymous crowdfunding project to take down the Avengers, it will definitely make countless aspiring villains wave a lot of money and actively participate. What do I suppose SHIELD will know, Barton? Tony rolled his eyes and asked Hawkeye, Did you get anything from yesterday? Hawkeye subconsciously blinked his eyes, hesitated and said, I think this matter. As Hawkeye was speaking, Jarvis's voice rang out suddenly. I think you need to look at this. Tony paused for a moment, then replied, "What?" In front of everyone, a light curtain appeared, and something was playing on it. Just now, someone invaded this signal. Hearing this, Tony seemed to realize something, glanced at everyone, and then watched the video with a serious expression. In the less clear picture, there are constantly switching to some chaotic scenes such as soldiers with guns, war, and civilians in the war. Finally, a large circle sign consisting of 10 small daggers with a small circle centered on the whole picture appears in the center of the picture. Then, an old man with a vicissitudes of face and gloomy eyes began to speak, his voice mysterious and full of tone. "This is the true story of fortune cookies. They look very Chinese, they listen very Chinese. Mr. President, I know this sounds very depressing, but this season of horror drama is coming to an end, and your vaudeville will not come in handy." The old man's voice began to become eerie and chilling. "But don't worry, the main play is about to start, your graduation ceremony." With the sound of words, the picture turned, and the old man raised a gun, and the muzzle of the gun was facing a wooden frame man with a photo of the president's head. Bang! The gunshots rang out, the photo of the president's head shattered, and the video ended. After watching this video, the Avengers present frowned and their faces were ugly. It is obvious that the Führer who caused yesterday's memorial terrorist attack has appeared, and it is the leader of the terrorist organization in the picture. They were outraged that this guy not only dared to cause a terrorist attack at a superhero-filled memorial service, but even dared to hack the TV signal and broadcast the intimidation of the president. It's just smacking the United States, hitting everyone in the Avengers. Just as the Vengeances were angrily trying to discuss how to sanction this crazy fellow, Jarvis's voice rang out. "Sir, Mr. Carlson and Colonel Rhodes are entering the elevator." Tony raised his eyebrows and didn't speak. A dozen seconds later, Carlson and Rhodes walked out of the elevator. Carlson and Rhodes glanced at each other and found that the Avengers were all there, and the two looked at each other. "You say?" Rhodes whispered. Carlson nodded slightly and walked towards everyone. "Everyone is here, I have news to tell you." "Wait." Tony's two sharp eyes ran around Carlson's face and walked out and snorted. "Is it good news?" Tony asked quickly, observing Carlson's expression and denying. "Isn't it? So you're talking about the terrorist leader who talks like a stick and dresses like a refugee?" Tony. Carlson looked at Tony helplessly, with a slightly pleading tone. "Don't be." "Okay." Tony closed his mouth and stepped aside. Seeing Tony walk away, Carlson paused and said, "SHIELD has decided that it will not pursue this terrorist attack." The American team said in amazement. "So we let people terrorize in front of us at the Heroes Memorial Service and do nothing?" "Of course not." Carlson shook his head and then turned his gaze to Rhodes next to him. "They took over." "Rod." Tony was also surprised, and walked up to Rhodes and said, "Who do you represent?" "Military? Ministry of Defense." Rhodes pulled a wry smile at the corner of his mouth, glanced at a few Avengers, and said in a low voice, "You should have also seen the intimidation just now. This is a provocation to the president, and it must be solved by the government. And they also need to do something to save the public's impression. After all, they didn't do anything useful in the New York incident." Hearing this, Tony pouted and walked to the side of the American team. "Congratulations on being right. We have to stay home and do nothing." Team America glared at Tony a little unhappily, and said unwillingly, "But we should also do something, right? Isn't it okay not to let the people know?" Rhodes shook his head and said solemnly, "Don't do anything, it's the best help to the situation, please trust the government." As soon as such words come out, how can the US team, which carves love for the country into its bones, refute it? "Okay." He sighed a little in annoyance, relaxed his body, and sat down in his chair. And Carlson, who saw this scene, looked at the American team worriedly, and said apologetically, "Captain, we have no choice, you should take a good rest first." After that, Carlson and Rhodes did not stay any longer, and turned away together. After they walked for a while, Tony stood up with a relaxed look and said to everyone, "Don't be worried, wait for my news." With that, he turned and left. "Cafe, tell me, what's going on?" Tony leisurely looked at Rhodes on the other side. "It's confidential, I can't say." Rhodes sighed. "Really? So I'll go into your intranet and take a look?" Tony didn't eat this set, and immediately said with a slight threat. Rhodes rolled his eyes, and there was nothing he could do about Tony, because he knew that Tony this guy often did this secretly. In desperation, Rhodes could only lower his head, approached Tony, and whispered, "Well, don't say I revealed it. Say it quickly." Tony glared at Rhodes of his mother-in-law impatiently, and said in his heart that this still needs to be said by me? Everyone knows that you Rhodes is a good friend of Iron Man. Actually, we still have to thank you, because without this incident, I'm afraid we are still confused now. Rhodes mysteriously said. There have been a series of explosive terrorist attacks recently, but no explosives have been found at the scene, so our investigation was at an impasse until yesterday's bomberman appeared. So who the hell is that old man? Tony nodded and asked directly. Rhodes didn't speak, stared at Tony for a while before saying, "Speaking of which, this guy does have something to do with you." "Oh?" Tony asked curiously. "Who? Do you remember where your first suit was made?" Rhodes asked meaningfully. "Huh." Hearing this, Tony's mind turned, and he immediately thought of something. That terrorist organization. Yes. Rhodes nodded and said, "They are called the Ten Rings Gang, and that old man is their leader, called Lord Man. I don't know where they got these bombs lately, and they have caused several terrorist attacks." "I see." Road was still gushing, but Tony's mind had flown into the distance. The Ten Commandments gang. I don't know what you're afraid of. At the Avengers headquarters, Tony patted the table and turned angrily at the rest of the people. That Mandarin burned the flowers given to Lin in front of us at our hero's memorial service. I know. The American team looked hesitant, but did not retreat in the slightest and straightened up his chest and retorted. But they will be cleaned up, we just need to wait for a while. Team America also wants to teach Lord Manchu and the Ten Commandments gang a hard lesson, but he is a squad commander who always takes care of the overall situation. Instead of letting the Avengers get angry and forcibly take down the terrorists, he hopes that this matter can be perfectly solved in the hands of the government. Tony seemed to be amused by Team America's words, and didn't even want to say anything more to him, but instead looked at the other two Avengers behind him and said, Banner, Barton, do you think so too? Banner has always seemed very cowardly, and after being named by Tony, he thought for a while with a tangled face, and said not very confidently, I think we should do something. For the sake of Lin and Natasha, they shouldn't be treated like this. Out of guilt for the two victims of the Battle of New York, Banner plucked up the courage to choose to do something for them. I choose to obey orders, Hawkeye said succinctly. Okay. Tony spread his hands and gestured with his eyes for Banner to stand over. You know what? When Banner walked to his side, Tony glanced at Team America and Hawkeye expressionlessly. I think Lin is right at all. The Avengers are a bunch of waste. Look at your appearance. I really can't expect it. If I die gloriously, you can offer me a flower. Avengers Building, Stark Industries. Badge? Harpy. Tony's bodyguard, who had just been promoted to head of security, was walking inside the company from the outside, constantly reminding Stark Industries employees next to him who did not wear badges according to the regulations. Wear a badge? There is also a memo posted in the bathroom? Come on. When the people around saw this annoying fellow, they all scattered like a plague. Soon after, Harpy found Pepper and began to report back. Tony puts them in the basement, and the robots are all wearing Q hats, all ready to use. Aha, so you're suggesting that I replace all the housekeeping staff with robots? The two walked and had a conversation. People are much more vulnerable than machines and are our greatest weakness, and it's best to act right away to get rid of them. What? Potts' tone was exaggerated, confirming with some disbelief. What did you just say? Happy ignored it, walked up to an employee without a badge and spoke at length. Seeing this, Potts said to Harpy with some helplessness. Harpy, I am happy that you have become the head of the security department. This position is very suitable for you. However, since you took over, the complaint rate among employees has increased by 300%. You don't have to thank me. Harpy still didn't understand the state, and said with a proud face. Potts could only say bluntly, this is not a compliment. Isn't this a compliment? Of course this is praising me. Apparently someone is covering up. Harpy was a little eager to explain something, but Potts' assistant came up and interrupted him. Excuse me, Miss Pepper, your guest has arrived at about 4 o'clock. Hearing this, Harpy stared at the assistant vigorously and asked, have you confirmed the 4 o'clock appointment? Harpy, we'll talk later. I have to deal with a very troublesome matter. Potts said with some headache, and then walked to the conference room. Harpy didn't let her go, and followed closely and asked, what do you say? I've worked with him before, and he used to want to date me, so it was a bit difficult. Potts said, walking into the conference room, and then looked at the man in front of him with a surprised expression. It's tricky just to listen. Harpy nagged, also walking into the conference room, seeing the man, and the words that came out of his mouth stopped. Potts looked at the man in front of him who was dressed in a decent suit, with a confident and mature appearance, and his appearance was radiant, and he could not be associated with the person he remembered. Pepper. The man greeted. Killian. There was a hint of doubt in Potts' tone. You look nice and beautiful. Killian smiled and praised. Boz, who finally confirmed the man's identity, said with a surprised look. God, you look very handsome. She stammered a little and asked. It's hard for me. What were you doing before? Killian spread his hands and said casually. It's nothing. I've been receiving physiotherapy for the past 5 years. Also, just call me Aldridge. At this time, Harpy behind Puz looked at Killian's chest and hesitantly asked. You didn't got a security badge? Harpy, it's okay. What? Harpy was puzzled. It's going to be nothing. Potts reconfirmed. Are you sure? Of course. You go first. Potts nodded and casually sent Harpy away. And Harpy's gaze swept back and forth twice, and while backing away, he said, I'm nearby, I won't go far. And Potts walked into the conference room and said, it's a pleasure to see you, Killian. Killian grinned and also walked over to his seat and sat down. Outside the conference room, Harpy sat on a couch and noticed a strange bald man. Hey, badge? He raised his head and shouted at the bald man with a sign on his chest. The bald man expressionlessly put down the magazine in his hand, raised the badge beside him and signaled. Harpy didn't say anything more, but his gaze was still tightly locked on the bald man. He had an intuition that this guy was dangerous and needed to be vigilant. In the conference room, the two were talking eagerly. Over the years, my think tank has been circumventing the ban on unethical biological research and has developed a gadget. Saying that, Killian took out an instrument, picked up one of the small instruments and stuck it under his ear. It's called Ultimate Makeover. Let me turn off the lights first. Killian held up the light and the conference room went dark. He spread out his hands, and in his palm were several small instruments. Please visit the human brain. As soon as the words fell, he threw the things in his hand on the table. Several small instruments emitted misty bright lights, which finally formed a huge image of the starry sky. Wait, no, this is the universe, I was mistaken, it should be this one. Killian adjusted the instrument, and as the image changed, a huge brain appeared in front of the two. This is the human brain. The simulation is incredible, right? Killian smiled slightly, while Potts was already dumbfounded. It's amazing. She sighed sincerely. Thanks, this is my brain. What? Potts looked at Killian with some confusion. You're seeing the depths of my brain, just like a live broadcast. Killian gestured with his hand twice, then got up and greeted Potts. Come here, I'll show you. The two of them stood in the center of their brains, and Killian said to Potts, now pinch my arm. Potts hesitated embarrassedly. It's okay, I'm not afraid of pain, pinch me. Potts, who did not push away any longer, reached out and pinched Killian, and the whole brain image changed sharply. The originally blue brain suddenly gave birth to a bright red from the top, and quickly infected the blue brain from top to bottom, turning the small half of the brain red. What is it? Looking at the wonderful landscape in front of him, Potts asked in amazement. This is the primary somatosensory cortex, which is the pain center of the brain. Killian explained, then turned around and pointed to the side. But here. That's what I want to show you. He turned Potts' body over and pressed the controller. The Ultimate Modification Project is currently exploiting the bioelectric potential of the human body and sending it here. Explains Killian as he moves the brain image to maximize one part. There's plenty of space here, which means that the human brain and DNA system are destined to be upgraded. Wow. While the two were indulging in the spectacle of their brains, Harpy dialed Tony's video call. Hello, I'm the head of security. He held the tablet upside down slightly comically, straining to point it at the camera and speak. What? On the other side, Tony in the studio gave a pause gesture to Banner next to him and casually responded. Harpy said with a serious face. Don't make trouble, I'm going to work. What are you doing? Tony asked curiously. I'm busy, I'm looking for you. While speaking, Harpy also vigilantly observed the people walking in front of him. What's going on? Annoying interns? Let me tell you, if I told someone that I was Iron Man's bodyguard, do you know what would happen? They will laugh at me loudly, haha, and I have to get out of the way before I lose my face. Tony in the studio didn't pay much attention to Harpy's words, but teased him quite happily. Since Harpy no longer served as Tony's bodyguard, the number of times the two saw each other became rarer, so Tony kind of missed this honest and loyal fat man at the moment. Instead of praising the boss as usual, Harpy said without smiling. Now I have something serious to do, protect Pepper. Seeing Harpy's tone so serious, Tony put away his smile and asked, what's wrong? Tell me quickly. You really want to know? Yes. Harpy pondered, looked at the conference room, and said, well, he's meeting with a handsome scientist of Gaofu. At first I didn't recognize him, and you know I'm very good at recognizing people. Yes, you are the strongest in this area. Tony praised nonchalantly. So I looked up his information and recognized him as Aldridge Karayan, and we've seen this guy. The 199 Scientific Conference. Where did it come from? Harpy frowned and thought bitterly. But when confronted with this question, Tony only thought about it a little and replied, well, Switzerland. Yes, yes, yes. Harpy excitedly said. This is it. Killian. Tony looked up and thought for a moment, and said suspiciously, I'm not impressed. Of course you're not impressed, he's not a blonde woman with big breasts. Harpy poked Tony mercilessly, and then continued in a worried tone. At first, it was fine, they were talking about business, but now the atmosphere is strange, he is showing Pepper his brain. What of him? Tony suspected he had misheard. Brain? She still likes it, see for yourself? Saying that, Harpy raised the tablet, but did not reverse the direction or the camera, and the picture was still Harpy. See. Look at what? See you? Turn the screen around and I can see it. Tony replied with a bit of a headache. Harpy was anxious and shouted angrily at the screen. I don't know about technology as you do. Trust me, come on quickly. Seeing that Harpy was angry, Tony said with some incomprehension. Turn the screen and I will know what is going on. I don't know how to turn the screen. Don't tell me what to say, you're not my boss anymore. Tony ignored Harpy's complaints and turned to Killian's information. After waiting for a long time, Harpy said in disappointment. Anyway, I don't work for you anymore, but this guy is very suspicious, and the people he brings are also sneaky. Relax. You just need to make sure the perimeter is safe. Tony comforted. Hearing this, Harpy whispered with a complicated face. You know what? You'd better care about Pepper, this woman is the most authentic for you, but you always ignore it. In Harpy's long words, Tony fell silent. After a long time, he squeezed out a smile and said, okay, I see. Thank you, Harpy, I miss you so much. I miss you too, I miss you before. Now that you're messing around with your heavyweight friends, I don't even know what's going on with you, and the world is getting weirder and strange. Harpy said in a low tone. Sorry to interrupt, do you have a stun rifle? Tony, who couldn't stand it, quickly diverted the topic. What for? It seems that there is a woman in the personnel department stealing ink cartridges, you better go over and give it to her. Well, seeing Harpy's attention shift, Tony quickly hung up the video. After sitting still in his seat for a moment, Tony looked at Banner. Come on, keep working. In the conference room, the two had returned to their seats, and Killian was talking to Potts. Imagine being able to hack the hard drive of any living creature and recode its DNA. Killian looked radiant and described his magical technique with great confidence. But Potts didn't have the surprise and curiosity at first, and responded with a professional smile on his face. That's awesome. Killian, who received Potts' affirmation, nodded, not noticing the change in the attitude of the woman in front of him at all. In the next second, Potts said in a changed tone, but unfortunately, it is also very likely to be used in weapons, such as super soldiers, private armies, and the like. Tony won't do this. Hearing Tony, Killian's face sank, and he interrupted. Tony. In fact, I invited him to join AIM 13 years ago when he turned me down. Saying that, Killian stared at Potts with a meaningful gaze and said, but now it's different. There is another genius in high position. She is not under Tony's control, and she is not as arrogant as Tony. Potts stared at Killian quietly for a moment, then said calmly, as much as I would like to help you, Aldridge. After a pause, she smiled apologetically. But I still have to refuse you. Hearing this, Killian stopped saying anything and took his leave. So Potts sent Killian downstairs. As he parted, Killian smiled and said to Potts, to be honest, I'm disappointed. After a pause, he continued. But as my dad said, through the fog of failure, you can see the light of success. It's very profound, I don't even understand what it means. Potts also said with a smile. I don't know, maybe my dad is a fool. Hearing this, Potts looked down and laughed. I'm sure we'll meet again, Pepper. After that, Killian stepped forward and kissed Potts on the face, and left. And Potts stood in place, looking at Killian's departing back, secretly thinking about the meaning of his last sentence. Driving the car, Potts returned to his doorstep, outside Tony's mansion. Outside the door, a gigantic rabbit sits on the ground, holding a sign in both hands that reads, Merry Christmas, Pepper. Seeing this, Potts immediately laughed happily. Entering the room, she saw a pair of steel clothes sitting cross-legged on the sofa directly opposite the door. Sorry I'm late. Why do you wear it at home? Is this 15 generations? Hearing this, Iron Man subconsciously looked at his arm, which was inscribed with the small words Mark 42. Yes, Tony said without correcting Potts' mistake. Almost everyone has their own hobbies anyway. Do you have to wear it in the living room to show off your hobbies? Potts complained as he sat on the couch and took off his shoes. I just got used to dressing, and you know it's a little tight at first. Hearing this, Potts laughed helplessly. Hey, see a Christmas present for you? Seeing that Potts was happy, Tony took advantage of the situation to continue. Of course I saw it. How can it not be seen? Can you move in such a big Christmas present? Potts replied casually. Tony stood aside, reached out, and gestured at the wall and said, well, good question. I got a group of people, and they're going to come and blow this wall up tomorrow. Okay, so how was your day? Tired? Tony stepped forward, put his hands on Potts' shoulders and began to massage, shushing and warming. The shoulders are a little tight, not well behaved. Don't blame me for being verbose, I just want to know, do you like that big rabbit? Ask if I like it or not. Love it, huh? Wow. Potts turned and stood up, approached Iron Man and whispered, I appreciate your kindness, so why don't you take off your mask and kiss me? Iron Man was stunned for a moment, and then knocked his head a little dumbfounded. Oops, can't open it. Or do you give a kiss to this slit? With a knowing smile on his face, Potts tilted his head and said, I'd better go to the garage and find a crowbar to pry this thing open. After that, she walked towards the basement without hesitation. Iron Man stood in place and shouted in some panic. Crowbar? Don't go. There is a radiation leak there. I'm willing to take that risk. Potts walked quickly and came to the stairs in the basement in a few strokes. It's dangerous? It's good to put on a biochemical protective suit. Before he finished speaking, Potts had already gone down to the basement and walked to Tony, who was talking, and the steel suit stood behind him, looking quite silly. It turns out that Potts is greeted only by a steel suit, and Tony's real body is still working in the basement. It was discovered. Tony said with a smile. It's boring to the next level. Potts was furious, his gaze swept, and he suddenly pointed to a plate of leftover food on the work table even more angrily. You asked me to eat, but you didn't wait for me, and you ate first. Sorry. Tony, who was caught, did not have the courage to speak out loud and said weakly, I just got some work done while entertaining you. For a moment, Potts laughed angrily at Tony's words. Then I ate a little first, because I don't know if you're going home or go out with Killian. What? Potts looked incredulous. You spy on me. Harpy cares about you. Tony hugged his chest and said with a straight face. Nope. You're spying on me? I went to sleep. An angry Potts turned and left, while Tony kept behind him. Wait, don't do this. But the enraged Potts was completely unmoved, and walked out of the basement without looking back. Seeing this scene, Tony raised his hands and said with a guilty face, I admit, I was wrong, I'm sorry. Hearing Tony's tone so sincere, Potts stopped and looked at Tony. I'm a mess right now, it's been like this for a while. I haven't told anyone about it yet. Tony whispered dejectedly, and Potts walked back with a look of concern. It's been like this since the events in New York. Potts looked at Tony with some concern and said, I didn't notice it at all. After some things are over, but there is still no way to explain the beginning and end. Tony's tone was low. Gods, aliens, aliens. And I'm just a human hiding in an iron shell. He paused and swallowed. The reason I haven't broken down yet is only because you moved in. It's so good, I'm so lucky, I love you. But honey. Tony looked at Potts with a pained expression. I can't sleep. When you sleep, I'll come here to work, mend armor. The threat is approaching again. He took 2 deep breaths and continued. I must protect the most important treasure, and that is you. Saying that, Tony pointed to Potts, and then changed his tone. But to be honest, I don't know if I or we can do it. The New York incident was not solved by Iron Man or the Avengers at all. As for my armor, they are. Tony dragged a long tone, not knowing what words to use to describe it. Machine. They're a part of me. Tony's voice was soft, but his tone was unusually firm. Potts stared at Tony for a long time and said, You're diverting my attention. Maybe. Tony smiled wryly. Without saying anything more, Potts slowly stepped forward and took Tony in his arms. At night, Tony shares a bed with Potts. Tony in his sleep trembled softly, indicating that everything that happened in the dream was not very good. He saw many things, the culprits that appeared in his dreams so repeatedly that he couldn't sleep. Traveled from the cosmic cube. Loki, who is always smiling sinisterly with a psychic scepter in his hand. Blue skin, an alien armor, a single thought captured everyone's supergiant. Besieged by everyone, the Hulk is furiously chasing the supergiant Hulk. A huge wormhole like an eternal nightmare, and an endless army of aliens burrowing out of it. Holding a spear, sitting on a speeding car, hideous-looking alien soldier. A terrifying alien beast hovering in the sky, so large that it can smash a building with one blow. And the last young Asian man who appeared with red eyes, a crazy look, raised his hands and feet to suppress everyone, like a god. Superboy. In Tony's dream, Lynch is completely mad, slaughtering the citizens of New York City like the Grim Reaper, killing the Avengers one by one to death. And the last remaining Avenger is Tony, who is suppressed by mental power and can only watch Lynch walking towards him in despair. Tony, do you know why I left you last? Lynch grinned, revealing a terrifying smile. Did I say that? I admire and like you the most. So I didn't pay attention to the anti-Superman armor, kryptonite, etc. research you secretly did. But I said that too, right? Don't think of me as Superman. With this grim voice, the red light in front of Tony's eyes became brighter and hotter. Tony? Tony? Potts shook Tony, who was still sleeping and ugly, with a worried look. Just then, a steel palm grabbed Potts and slammed her aside. Ugh. Tony let out a low gulp, woke up sharply, and then found Potts caught by the steel suit. He quickly got up, pointed his hands at the steel suit and shouted, Turn off the power. The steel-clad body that received the order moved, standing upright, his eyes losing their light. Seeing this, Tony clasped his hands together and rushed forward to split the steel suit into parts all over the ground with a hand knife. The 2 men sat on the bed in horror and gasped, and after a while Tony frowned and explained, I must have summoned it in a dream, this should not have happened, I went to recalibrate the sensor. While explaining, Tony reached out to appease the frightened Potts. We can. Let me. Potts covered his face and dodged Tony's hand and stood aside. Can you take a breath? Don't go, okay, Pepper. I'll go downstairs to sleep, you can fix it alone. Potts didn't agree, just gave Tony a cold look and walked out. Seeing Potts leave, Tony held his head and fell weakly on the bed, leaving only the steel clothes scattered under the bed to silently accompany him. Chinese Theater, New York. In the evening, on the bench at the entrance of the theater, a man looked anxiously searching for something in the crowd, playing with a small sign in his hand. It can be seen that he is waiting for someone, and he has been waiting for a long time. After a long time, one of the people in the crowd walked up to the man. It was Killian's bald subordinate. The man sensed that someone was coming, looked up and found that it was the person he was waiting for, and immediately looked at the bald man with expectation. The bald man looked left and right, and then asked softly, Can you control it? I can. With suppressed excitement in the man's tone, he quickly replied. The bald man paused for a moment and continued to confirm. Are you sure? Okay, the man replied eagerly. The bald man stared at the man tightly for a while, then nodded and put the bag in his hand next to the man. This batch of goods is very good, don't say I didn't take care of you. The bald man patted the man and smiled. And the man had already grabbed the bag like a treasure, stroked it gently, and immediately said with joy when he heard the bald man's words. Thank you for understanding. The bald man didn't say anything more, turned and left. On the other side of the theater door, Harpy stood in front of a stall with a serious expression. He fiddled with a small mirror hanging from the stall, and then observed the man's and bald man's every move from the picture reflected from the small mirror. Seeing the bald man leave, and the man also got up with his bag, Harpy put on sunglasses and walked quickly to the man. Harpy walks opposite the man, and when they meet, Harpy pretends to accidentally bump into the man. The bag in the man's hand was knocked off, and a large handful of medicine-like things were scattered inside, and the man quickly squatted down and picked it up. Sorry, man. Harpy apologized and bent down to help the man pick things up. There were not many things in the bag, and the two of them picked them up in a while. The two looked at each other, and the man walked away with his bag. And Harpy continued to walk casually, stretching out his right hand, and there was an extra object in his hand, which was a small thing from the man's bag. Looking down at the small thing in his hand, he smiled. Out of suspicion of Killian and his men's bald heads, Harpy launched a follow-up investigation into the two. Tonight, he followed the bald head here. With a wealth of security experience, he believes that there must be some hidden secret that the bald man came here sneakily. As long as his secret is discovered, then he can grab Killian's handle and keep Pepper safe. Just thinking about it, Harpy was suddenly bumped by an oncoming person. He looked up, and his face was suddenly full of shock. It turned out that the person who bumped into him was the bald man who had not left for a long time before. Looking at the bald man with a strange smile, a strong sense of unease emerged from the bottom of Harpy's heart. "What are you doing, brothers?" The bald man didn't seem to notice Harpy's abnormality, and asked with a smile, "How about hanging out by yourself, or coming out on a date? Watch your favorite soap movie?" Harpy's face darkened, and he replied with a slight defiance. "Yes, the movie is called Party Over, starring you and your drug-addicted girlfriend. The ticket is here." Saying that, he directly showed the thing in his hand. When the bald man saw this thing, his eyes quickly became fierce, and he sneered and said, "Don't joke, it's not yours." Saying that, the bald man directly reached out and wanted to snatch the thing in Harpy's hand. Harpy could not let him get his wish, and immediately dodged neatly and dodged the bald man's hand. The bald man was stunned for a moment and stared at Harpy with some surprise. Probably did not expect that the kind-looking and slightly fat Harpy turned out to be good. Harpy did not miss this opportunity, and seized the opportunity of the bald man to stun and smashed an old fist into his face. The powerful punch hit the most vulnerable nose of the bald man's face accurately, and he stood motionless for a long time in the position after being beaten. Then he turned his head to face Harpy, his chin moved twice, and a faint red light appeared on his nose, which should have been broken. And seeing the bald man's red face looming, Harpy suddenly remembered something. "Are you?" Before the words could be spoken, Harpy was grabbed by the bald man's arm and flew out several meters away with one back. "You." Ahem. Harpy, who fell to the ground with serious injuries, raised his head in shock and stared at the bald man deadly. The bald man smiled coldly, and was about to step forward to mend the knife, but suddenly turned his head and looked at the man not far away. The man held a tube of things in his bag and stretched out his hand to the bald man with a painful face. His face, neck, and even all parts of his body were frantically surging with a red light, and this red light was still rapidly brightening. "Save me," the man roared in despair. "Humph." The bald man ignored him, but glanced at Harpy again and then rushed into the distance. Bang! Without waiting for the bald man to run up 2 steps, the man behind him could not suppress the huge energy in his body, and it exploded in an instant. Temperatures of up to 3000 degrees Celsius and powerful shockwaves turned the theater upside down and turned it into a purgatory. In the firelight, the bald man stood up leisurely. His face was pitch black, his clothes were burned to only a few pieces, his body was red, and he was missing a few fingers on his feet. But the bald man walks in the scene where the residual temperature is still there and the heat is extremely hot, as if he is in his own garden. Just like that, the bald man swaggered away from the scene, leaving a place of ruins. In a ward, the female doctor approached Harpy's hospital bed and observed his condition and infusion. After confirming that there was nothing wrong, she turned around and saw the TV turned on, so she walked over to turn it off. "Hey!" A voice suddenly sounded from the side of the TV, startling the female doctor. She replied a little flustered, and a surprised smile appeared on her face as she looked at the person who spoke up. The person who spoke was none other than Iron Man Tony Stark, who had been sitting here for a long time. Although Tony couldn't help much, he still silently accompanied his good friend Harpy for a long time. Because since Tony became Iron Man and joined the Avengers, they haven't been together like this for a long time. Tony is worried because a terrorist attack has befallen him. His closest partner, one of his best associates, Harpy, has been seriously injured and has not even come to his senses until now. This time it's Harpy, so who will it be next time? His favorite woman Pepper? So what are the government people doing? Let's not get involved, and it turns out that there is no progress at all? Tony cursed secretly in his heart. But at the same time, Tony was thinking about another question. Am I still myself? Just like Harpy's previous complaints, the current Tony made him feel more and more strange, and he was no longer the same Tony Stark. But how can Tony, who has a very high IQ, not know his own changes? But he couldn't do anything about it, because he had to. From the moment he raised his hammer to strike the first steel suit in that damp cave to save himself, fate was out of his control. After this, endless troubles swept him up like a whirlpool, and in order to survive and preserve everything he cherished, he could only spin like a spinning top all the time. He did not dare to slacken off, because his enemies and comrades in arms were some powerful and extraordinary figures, and what about him? He is just a weak mortal hidden in a man of steel. Every time in the dead of night, when he dreamed back in the middle of the night, he would always be awakened by the fear buried in the deepest part of his soul. He was afraid that someone would tear his steel suit and kill him casually like a normal person. In order to bury this fear forever in his heart, he can only continue to create stronger steel suits. Only by looking at the pieces of armor he had created with his own hands could Tony feel a sense of relief. Interrupted by the female doctor, Tony smiled slightly and said, "You don't mind if the TV is on, do you?" "Of course." The female doctor smiled kindly. Tony got up from his chair, glanced at the TV show twice, and then turned to the female doctor and introduced PBS's Sunday night drama Downton Abbey. After a pause, Tony looked at the unconscious harpy on the bed with complicated eyes and continued, "It's a good TV series, he likes it." After staring at Harpy for a long time, Tony remembered something again, and seriously instructed, "Please ask you one more thing, let everyone wear the badge, because he pays attention to details, and my people will not let people who don't have a badge in." As he spoke, Tony walked backwards to the door of the ward. After one last glance at Harpy, Tony lowered his head and walked out. Outside the hospital door, there was a dense crowd of reporters looking at each other. Tony had been here for a while, and they had all gathered here after receiving news of Tony's appearance during this time, hoping to interview Tony. After all, after the terrorist attack on the Avengers building, the Avengers were collectively silent, and even Tony, who has always been loudmouthed, disappeared in the past few days. Soon, Tony's figure walked towards the door, and the reporters outside the door suddenly rushed forward, holding various equipment to ask questions. "Mr. Stark, there is news that this attack was also planned by Mandarin, do you know any other details?" "Mr. Stark, why didn't the Avengers respond to the terrorist attacks? Aren't you supposed to fight against such criminals?" "Mr. Stark, now that the Ministry of Defense Xiancheng has information about Lord Manchu, he will soon be able to bring him to justice, do you have any opinion on this statement?" Tony, wearing sunglasses, walked expressionlessly to his luxury car under the escort of bodyguards, ignoring reporters. "Mr. Stark, when will you finish off this bastard?" A man with a flirtatious expression rushed behind Tony's back with his mobile phone and asked loudly, with a defiant tone in his tone. Hearing this, Tony stopped and turned to look at the man. "Just talk about it," the man said with a frivolous face. "That's what you want to know," Tony said coldly. Seeing this, the surrounding reporters rushed up and surrounded Tony. "I have a little holiday greeting that I want to give to Mandarin, and I just figured out the wording. My name is Tony Stark and you're not terrible because you're a coward and I'm ready. You're just waiting to suffer, man. I will kill you with my own hands." Saying that, Tony took off his sunglasses and said with a serious face, "This has nothing to do with politics, the Ministry of Defense, and the Avengers. Just a personal grudge. Hatred between you and me? Let's compete in a dignified manner. This is my home address, Port Malibu 10,880, 90,265, and I will open my doors to welcome you." After that, Tony snatched the mobile phone of the leading man. Satisfied? Huh. He slammed the phone on a pillar on the side, and the phone suddenly fell apart. "Go sue me." Glaring at the man, Tony got into the luxury car and walked away. Tony's seaside mansion, inside the studio. "Come on," Tony shouted at him, as if to cheer himself up. "Last time? We can make it." "Sir, you haven't closed your eyes for 72 hours. Jarvis reminded. "Well videotaped, Jarvis." Tony patted the manipulator, and then said to the camera, "The 42nd generation self-propelled attachment suit test begins. Start the program?" Some music by the way. Suddenly, light music sounded in the quiet studio, and Tony squirmed quite rhythmically. Halfway through the jump, he jerked out his right hand toward the pile of steel-clad parts scattered across the work table. The right-hand part of the steel suit that detected Tony's movements immediately reacted, spouting flames into the air, and then quickly rushed towards Tony's right hand. With a bell, Tony's right hand firmly put on this part of the steel suit. "Very good start, we are already halfway there." Tony smiled happily, and his left hand did the same, putting on a steel suit. As Tony moved one by one, the steel suit quickly assembled on his body. "Okay, it looks like there's nothing wrong with this part." Iron Man moved his body and then said to himself, "Next is the flight system and the weapon system." "Sir, Miss B.A. has just fallen asleep," Jarvis said kindly. Tony hesitated. "Then test it tomorrow." With that, Tony walked out of his suit. "The suit is ready, now let's take a look at Mandarin." Standing at the work table, Tony's expression became completely serious. He didn't investigate this Mandarin in the past few days, partly to give the government time to solve the problem, and partly because he wasn't ready. Mark 42 has not yet been debugged, and he is afraid that as soon as he finds out the details of the Mandarin, he can't help but fly directly over, because there is a problem with the warframe and fail. "Sir, I have compiled a database of Mandarin for you. Based on intelligence intercepted by SHIELD, FBI, and CIA, the virtual reconstruction of the two crime scenes began." With Jarvis's voice, a three-dimensional map of the memorial service scene appeared on the ground, and a large number of various materials about Mandarin appeared in midair. "Okay, let's see." Tony got up from his stool and walked over to the information with his back to browse. He is called a staff member, which means advisor to the chief. He strolled through the data room, quickly looking at the large amount of information at a glance. South American Rebellion Strategy. His gaze swept over the information in front of him, and he turned his head to look at the information behind him. Speaking like a Bakr missionary. Looking at it, Tony scratched his head with some chagrin. There is too much information here to read. After a pause, he turned his head and stretched out his hand. Close. Jarvis closed all the information and reminded, The high temperature caused by the explosion exceeded 3,000 degrees Celsius. Saying that, Jarvis also released a part of the enlarged stereogram and continued. It can quickly evaporate everything within a 12.5-yard radius. 3,000 degrees Celsius. Tony muttered to himself, jumped up the steps, and instructed Jarvis, bring up the temperature distribution map and take into account the 3,000 degrees Celsius. As soon as the words fell, the original memorial service scene map has disappeared, replaced by a global map and rising red pillars of light representing high temperatures. Oracle Cloud has completed the analysis. Now begin visiting the satellite to map out thermal events over the past 12 months. In a moment, the global stereoscopic map was already filled with red pillars of light. Rule out the places where the Mandarins attacked, Tony ordered. Subsequently, the light pillars on the map quickly decreased, leaving only a few. Tony looked over one by one to determine if there was anything unusual about these thermal events. No. Based on experience and memory, he eliminated the pillars of light on the map one by one, and finally stopped on a pillar of light. That's it. Tony pointed to the pillar of light, and Jarvis immediately pulled out the event information. Are you sure he didn't do this? Tony asked suspiciously. In terms of time, there is any known Mandarin terrorist attack, which is suicide by detonating explosives. Tony ordered, staring straight at the information, and in a moment the information flew in front of Tony's eyes. The thermal energy characteristics are approximate, all at 3,000 degrees Celsius. Jarvis also explained. Tony's eyes raced through the information, and he couldn't help but be convinced that there might be some important information here. Ever been to Tennessee? Jarvis. Preparing to fly to Tennessee tomorrow. Tony, who had completed a series of arrangements, stood in place stunned, not knowing what had come to mind and did not move for a long time. Mansama, I'll kill you. The next day, on the U.S. presidential plane, President Ellis's face was ugly, and the surrounding officials were silent, and everyone's eyes were locked on the small screen. In the picture, it is the culprit who has recently caused many terrorist attacks and caused this group of officials a big headache, Mandarin. Yes, this Mandarin hacked into the TV signal again, broadcasting intimidating content live. Mr. President, there are 2 more lessons to be told, and I want to end them before Christmas. The man on the TV spoke mysteriously, and then the picture changed, revealing the man and the white-haired old man shivering at his feet. Lord Man took a pistol, pointed at the old man at his feet and said, "This is Thomas Richard, a good name, and a good job. Thomas is the accountant of the Rocks Oil Company, and I am sure he is a good man." At this time, the picture gave the old man who was frightened by the words of the adults and cried and trembled. "I'm going to blow his head off later, shoot him in 30 seconds, and wait to watch the live broadcast." Lord Man paused, let the cry of the old man on the ground clearly come out of the TV, and then pointed to a phone next to him and said, "You have the number of this phone in your mobile phone. Uplifting, isn't it? It's exciting to think about. Americans, if your president calls me in 30 seconds, Tom won't have to die. Go." On the plane, the officials had solemn faces and did not say a word. There is no doubt that the Mandarin has given them a problem. If the president bowed to the terrorists and made this call in order to save this Tom, the credibility of the US government would be greatly damaged. Once the government bows its head, there are endless troubles. Will any terrorist catch an American in the future, and the government will bow to the terrorist? How else is this counter-terrorism? How to maintain order? According to the past practice of the United States, it is absolutely to send troops and put the provocative terrorists in the pot. As for the life or death of the hostages, of course, you have to ask God about this kind of thing. But Lord Mandarin is different from the past this time. His live broadcast is watched by millions or even tens of millions of Americans, and his influence is far more than before. If the matter is handled the way it is, how can the president and administration confront thousands of irrational Americans? You must know that in this free country, many people are not so high quality, and they have no blind trust in the government and the president. If they do not handle it well, it is easy to provoke various demonstrations, and under the control of those who have intentions, they will even cause regional unrest, which in turn will affect the situation throughout the country. At this moment, thousands of Americans stood in front of the television, staring intently at the phone. They are all thinking about the question, will the president make this call? How did he hack into my phone? The president's gloomy face held his dedicated phone with a number of incoming calls. We can't let terrorists do whatever they want. The official sitting closest to the president's seat saw the president's intentions and immediately emphasized with a resolute expression, "I have to make this call." The president took off his glasses and spoke resolutely, "I have to make this call. I strongly disagree." Officials did not give in to oppose, but unfortunately the opposition was ineffective. "Just call." The president stood up, stared at the phone in the picture, and swiped the phone to dial. Jingle bells. The telephone ringing in the TV picture rang inexplicably excited. Their president chose to save the Americans. Long live America? Even old Tom on the ground stopped crying and looked up at the phone with a happy face. But right now, man, who had been expressionless, suddenly raised his gun and aimed it at Tom on the ground. Nope. At this moment, countless Americans roared in their hearts, and even did not dare to look at what happened next. Bang! The gun went off, and in a pool of blood, old Tom was dead. In the picture, the man threatens in a grim tone. There is only one lesson next, President Ellis. Run away and kiss your children goodbye, because nothing, including your army, including your circus squad, will save you. On the plane, the president breathed deeply and unacceptably. We'll see you again. After the last words, the terrifying face of Lord Man disappeared into the symbol of the Ten Commandments gang. The president's gaze slowed for a while, and after coming back to his senses, he said in an icy tone, Order Road, find this madman now. Sir, we have tracked the signal, the source may be in Pakistan, the Steel Patriots are on standby. Behind him, an officer in military uniform reported. Since the last TV signal was hacked, the government has prepared to track the other party after the TV signal is hacked again. Otherwise, the TV signal station, which has learned the lesson of the last time, can completely cut off all signals as soon as the TV signal is hacked. Unfortunately, it now seems that this signal should have been cut off sooner, rather than letting it play in order to track the source. The president did not want to let the Mandarin stay free for a moment, and immediately ordered. Right now, obey, sir. The officer left with the order, while Mr. President stood dumbfounded for a long time. He knew that countless Americans were destined to remember this day. On this day, millions of Americans will shed tears because they watched the greatest nation collapse. Ding dong. Inside the studio, a doorbell interrupted Tony's busyness. Who? Tony, wearing Mark 42, turned his head to look at the screen to the side, which showed that it was a long-haired intellectual beauty ringing the doorbell. Please? Jarvis, I just said harsh words to the most dangerous terrorist in the world. Can't you be vigilant? Grumbling, Tony didn't take off his armor, so he walked to the door and opened the door, allowing the beauty to come in. Just stand there. Tony approached cautiously from a distance, shouting loudly. Walking in front of the woman, Tony looked at it carefully for a while, and spoke. Mandarin. With that, Tony's face armor opened, revealing his face with a little doubt. You're not Mandarin, are you? Is it? No way. Hearing this, the beauty had a resolute expression on her face and chuckled. You don't remember me, but I'm not surprised at all. It's not just for you, I can't even remember what I had for breakfast. Tony explained casually. Grainless waffles, sir. Jarvis replied blankly. Yes. Tony gave Jarvis a thumbs up, and secretly cursed in his heart by the way. The beauty didn't listen to his nonsense, and said with a straight face. Okay, I have something to talk to you about. Change places, this matter is urgent. Tony's gaze swept over the beautiful woman's face, then turned and walked towards the house, while saying, Before I let go, I would go with the trend, but not now, I have an official girlfriend. As he was walking, a bag fell from the sky and smashed at Tony's feet. Oh, that's her. Tony. Pepper's voice came from upstairs, as if she had spotted other women in the house. Is anyone coming? Yes, Maya Hansen is here. Tony stepped out of his steel suit and continued. Ordinary friends I knew before, who are engaged in botany. Dealing with his girlfriend, Tony took Hansen to the corner and asked quickly, wouldn't there be a 12-year-old waiting for me in the car who hadn't seen me yet? In fact, Tony recognized Hansen at first glance. Not long ago, he had discussed with Harpy about that day. 13 years ago in Switzerland, Tony and Hansen attracted each other and spent a wonderful evening discussing academics together. Even in the morning, Tony left Hansen an unsolved formula for her research. Just came out of that cave, Tony, who turned into Iron Man, had long since quit all kinds of parties under his own sense of crisis, and the number of spring dinners in one night was greatly reduced. After officially becoming boyfriend and girlfriend with Pepper, he didn't waste time on finding fun and making love, but he had a headache with the previous affair debt to find the door, such as the one in front of him. He's 13. Hansen smiled, and then said seriously, Of course not, I want to ask you for help. What for? I've read the paper, and to be honest, I don't think you can make it this week. Hansen looked directly at Tony and said worriedly. But Tony didn't quite appreciate this, and casually replied, I'll be fine. At this time, Pepper came over and greeted. Sorry, Harpy is hospitalized, I didn't even know there would be guests. I really didn't expect that. Tony interjected. Especially the ex-girlfriend. Pepper smiled slightly. No, she's not. Tony's desire to survive was fierce, and he firmly denied it. Hansen also said with a look of indifference. No, it's not, it's just a one-night stand. Yes. Pepper didn't buy it, and glared at Tony. You like to say that, don't you? Seeing that Pepper was on fire, Hansen gloated and interjected. That night was wonderful. Yes. Pepper turned to look at Hansen, and said with a look of regret and fooled. Fortunately, you didn't make it, otherwise you would have regretted it. What? Tony stopped dry, and his eyes were ready to show the strength of the strongest king. Okay, don't say any more, let's go out of town. Why? We don't have to go out of town. Yes. The two began a literary fight with a thunderbolt, and Hansen could only helplessly look at the things in the room. Suddenly, her eyes changed, and she stared closely at a surveillance screen. Guys, is this thing okay? The two temporarily truced and looked over with some doubt. I saw that in the surveillance footage, an object dragging a long exhaust gas was rapidly approaching the mansion. Oh my god. The two of them went blank in their minds, and they couldn't believe what they saw. A shell is flying towards their house? It was only the next second later that they finally accepted this fact. Boom. Shells shot directly into the mansion through the floor-to-ceiling window in front of the trio, threatening to blow them to pieces. At the critical moment, Tony reacted quickly, raised his hand and made a motion to summon Mark 42. With Tony's miniature equipment under the skin, Mark 42 can be summoned accordingly by sensing Tony's movements. Even at the ends of the earth, as long as Tony stretches out his hand, Mark 42 will rush from thousands of miles away. At this moment, Mark 42, sensing Tony's call, slammed into the air from the studio and instantly came to Tony's side at an incredible speed. With a click, Iron Man appeared. He rushed forward with an arrow, protecting Pepper and Hansen under him to withstand the shockwave of the explosion. But the mansion built on the edge of the cliff was not so lucky, and the structure that could not withstand the impact caused it to collapse in this explosion. Go. In the dumped mansion, Iron Man grabbed 2 women and threw them to the door that was not blown up. You have to be careful. Pepper, who had already had a similar experience, was not angry. She knew that staying would only delay things, and after reminding her, she pulled Hansen and ran out. High in the sky outside the mansion, the bald man smiled grimly, and the machine guns on several helicopters began to spit fire. Jarvis, why did the flight system fail? In the steel suit, Tony asked in a loud voice with red eyes. Sir, we haven't done this part yet. How long will it take? Tony said eagerly. Not necessarily, I see. In the dumped mansion, Tony glanced at the helicopter outside. Come on, you bunch of trash. Dodging a barrage of bullets, Tony raised his hands to a car that had been blown to pieces. Bang! 2 energy cannons were fired, knocking the huge scrap of iron into the air and smashing into a helicopter. The helicopter could not dodge and was directly hit and crashed. The first one. Seeing this, several helicopters next to them avoided it and continued to strafe Iron Man. Iron Man was running quickly inside the mansion that was about to collapse, suddenly picked up an object on the ground and threw it at a helicopter, and then raised his right hand. Bang! A cloud of flames engulfed the helicopter. The second one. The remaining helicopters seemed to realize Tony's difficulty, and even opened the distance and directly fired a few missiles. Bang bang! Under a series of explosions, the mansion completely collapsed, and half of it fell into the water. Iron Man, who lost the ability to fly, was powerless to return to the sky in this fallen mansion, and could only watch himself fall into the sea. Heavy debris of houses weighed down on him, and icy sea water poured into his helmet from the shattering of his steel suit. Ahem. Jarvis. Tony gradually suffocated in the full head of water, and his consciousness began to blur. High in the air, several helicopters circled the sea for a while and left. The flight system has been restored, sir. Please hold on a little longer. After speaking, Jarvis manipulated the right-hand part to leave Tony's body, grabbing Tony with his backhand and pulling. Pushed by the right-hand part, Tony escaped from under the massive wreckage of the house. Then, the right-hand part returned to Tony's body, and both hands and feet were on fire. Unconscious, Tony soared from the sea under the control of Jarvis, and then went directly to the flight site scheduled yesterday, Tennessee. In the sky on the other side, a red, white and blue painted steel man is flying at high speed. Its name is Steel Patriot, which is the product of the war machine designed and modified by a certain company. The government thought the name Gears of War was too violent and bloody, and in order to cater to the people, they came up with this people-friendly version of the superhero in the color scheme of the stars and stripes. But the result was unexpected by the government, and everyone was complaining that this thing was not a new coding for the war machine. Superheroes also play skin-changing sets. Don't fool us. Although the hot people continue to complain, the Steel Patriot, as the only superhero directly controlled by the government, is still deeply valued. From the last time the president was teased by the Mandarin live broadcast, he immediately ordered Rhodes, that is, the Steel Patriot, to capture the madman Mandarin, a madman. You can see his status in the government. At this moment, Rhodes was on this mission, capturing the man who did not know whether he was dead or alive according to the coordinates obtained by signal tracking. For a long time, the speed of the Iron Patriot slowed down. He had arrived. After observing in the air for a long time, he dived directly and broke into the door. Everyone don't move. Rhodes roared, and all the weapons on the Steel Patriot were opened and aimed at the people in front of him. But a few seconds later, Rhodes lowered his hand with some disappointment and said to the communication channel, Team Blue 0, unless the Mandarin will use cheap sportswear the next time he attacks the United States, I think you have messed up again. Because there were no terrorists, guns, and ammunition in front of him, just a sewing machine and a Pakistani woman wearing a black silk scarf. Obviously, the guy who tracked the signal got it wrong again. This is a normal thing. After all, tracking and anti-tracking is originally a game, and it is difficult for them to trace the real location of Mandarin at once, otherwise Mandarin would have been killed by a missile long ago. Seeing the brightly colored and technologically charged steel people, even the ignorant women in this backward area knew that they were saved, so they rushed excitedly towards Rhodes and the gate behind them. Rhodes didn't care too much, because he had missed several places before, and those places were some normal places, and he didn't encounter any danger. You're free, right? It seems that you were not free before. Yes, ma'am. Iron Patriots at your service. He beckoned the women one by one to leave until the last one. The woman held Rhodes' big hand with both hands and did not let go for a long time. Suddenly, a burst of red light appeared on the back of the woman's hand. Ugh. Rhodes noticed a burning sensation in his hand and looked at the woman in pain. But his reaction was too slow, and the high temperature crawled up his arms and head along the conductive steel, making him instantly unconscious and falling to the ground. Seeing Rhoda fall to the ground, the woman lifted her scarf and tilted her head and said, "I got the war machine." Tony crashes into Tennessee, meets a child, and thinks, what is the real Iron Man? Encounter a desperate soldier and use his wits to defeat him. Sir? Did he, sir? In the steel suit, the sleeping Tony was woken up by the sound of Jarvis. Tony, whose face was covered in scars and blood, opened his eyes and commanded Jarvis, "Okay, turn off the alarm, I'm awake." But the alarm sounded more urgently, and Jarvis's voice also sounded. That's not an alarm clock, it's an early warning that the energy of the suit is less than 5% of the energy. What? Tony panicked, and then felt the steel suit begin to shake due to lack of power. At Tony's exclamation, the steel suit that lost power to propel quickly fell from the sky. After rolling out a few hundred meters and knocking down several large trees, Iron Man finally lay on his back facing the ground. Tony took off his mask and saw snowflakes falling from the sky. Is it snowing? Where are we? North? He asked. We're 5 miles outside of Rose Hill, Tennessee. Hearing this, Tony looked confused. Why? He couldn't believe and asked, Jarvis? This is not my command? What are we doing here? It's all thousands of miles away. I've got to find Uncle, I've got to. Halfway through, his voice lowered, as if remembering something. This is your flight plan, and the destination is here. Jarvis replied ruthlessly. Tony was silent for a moment, then ordered, "Open the suit." "I seem to be out of order, sir." Jarvis hesitated. "Open." The steel suit quickly unfolded from the chest area, and Tony sat up from it. "You? Much brisker?" Tony rubbed his hands, and a cold wind blew and made him grab a handful of snow and wipe it off his body, trying to keep warm. After a while, Tony, who couldn't bear the cold, muttered, "I'd better go back to the steel suit." But Jarvis didn't do it. "I have to sleep now, sir." "Jarvis." Tony called out a little confused, but unfortunately received no response. "Don't leave me, man." After sitting in the cold wind and snow for a while, Tony got up and dragged his heavy steel suit towards the distant town. At the edge of town, Tony stole a decorative statue to put on his body, found a phone booth to leave a message for Bob, and dragged the steel suit and continued walking towards the town. He didn't ask B.A. Bo to pick her up, because he was here to investigate the true face of Mandarin, and he was better off doing this when he was missing. Once he returns to New York and returns to Mandarin's field of vision, not only can all clues be erased, but the people around him will also be in danger. Soon, Tony walked to a cabin. He observed for a while, thinking that it should be an empty storage room or something, so he broke down the door. Putting the steel suit on the sofa, Tony found some tools in the room to repair the steel suit. "Don't move." Suddenly, a childish voice came from the door. Tony looked up and saw a young boy holding a toy gun in his hand. "Don't move. I surrender." Tony raised his hands and looked at the toy gun. The potato gun is good, but the barrel is a little long, the barrel is long and the caliber is large, and the power will be much weakened. The little boy, who was provoked by Tony, deflected the muzzle of the gun and shattered the glass bottle on the shelf next to it. Seeing this, Tony lowered his hand and said with a relaxed face, "Now you have no bullets. What's on your chest?" The little boy asked warily. "Electromagnet, you should know, there is a box here. What is it used for?" Tony didn't answer, turned sideways, and exposed the steel clothes on the sofa behind him. "Oh my god." Seeing the little boy in steel, he was surprised, threw the gun in his hand and walked up. "Is that Iron Man?" The little boy looked at Tony and asked. Tony pouted and replied, "In theory, I am." The little boy smiled maturely, slapped the newspaper in his hand on Tony, and walked towards the steel suit. "Theoretically you're dead." Tony opened the newspaper, and the headline on the cover was exactly the words. "Tony Stark, who was attacked by Mandarin, is missing, suspected dead." The next communication was quite smooth, and Tony, who had proved his identity, had a nonsense conversation with the little fan brother boy to understand his situation. The little boy, named Harry, was raised by his mother, who had abandoned them 6 years earlier. Because he did not have a father, little Harry was often bullied by his classmates at school. Tony exchanges little Harry for some repair materials for a little thing that allows him to deal with bad classmates, and takes him to investigate the thermal event in the neighborhood. After the two made some preparations, they planned to go to the scene of the incident to investigate. On the way, little Harry asked Tony about Superboy, the Avengers, the New York incident, etc., and Tony was simply annoyed. Even Tony suffered an anxiety attack because of little Harry's questioning, and fell on the side of the road unable to breathe. This is not his first seizure, but this time his symptoms are significantly worse. Because there is no steel cloak around him, only himself. Young Harry was caught off guard by the situation, and he didn't understand why Tony was like this. Of course, Tony couldn't tell a child about his worries and fears, so he could only lie quietly on the ground, letting the cold wind blow away the restless fear in his heart little by little. Then the two arrived at the scene, and Tony found 5 figures evaporated by the explosion temperature, when there should have been 6 people at the scene. Little Harry told him that the local people believed that the person with the figure went to heaven, and the person without the figure was the murderer who caused the explosion, and he was not qualified to go to heaven, he could only go to hell, so there was no shadow of him on the wall. Tony certainly wouldn't believe this ridiculous rumor, and he knew that the man who didn't leave a shadow was the bomb. After discovering this, Tony immediately understood that the thermal energy event that predates the Mandarin terrorist attack was inseparable from Mandarin. If you can investigate clearly, you will definitely be able to catch the pigtails of the adults. Thinking so, Tony asked little Harry about the murderer who caused the explosion. When he learned that the man also had a mother and lived nearby, Tony immediately set off. After searching for a long time, Tony finally met her in a small bar. "Ms. Davis, will you mind if I sit here?" Tony stepped forward and asked. The haggard-faced Davis glanced at him and said casually, "Sit down, no one will stop you." Sitting down next to the lady, Tony was about to speak when he heard her speak first. "Where do you want to start?" Tony was stunned for a moment, but reacted quickly. "I want to tell you that I am saddened about your son. But I wonder what exactly happened." Davis frowned and was silent for a while, picked up a file bag on the table and handed it to Tony, and said in a tired tone, "Okay, I brought what you want, you take it and leave." Seeing that Davis was unexpectedly good at talking, Tony sensed that something was wrong, but still quietly opened the information. "It's none of his business," Davis muttered, while Tony hesitantly asked, "Are you here today?" Davis's voice stopped abruptly, and she said suspiciously, "Yes, isn't that you?" Tony didn't answer, quickly scanned all the documents, and said to Davis with a serious expression, "Ms. Davis, your son did not commit suicide or kill anyone else, he was taken advantage of." "What?" Davis looked puzzled. "He was used as a weapon." Hearing this, Ms. Davis's expression changed, she looked around nervously, then approached Tony and asked in a low voice, "You're not the one calling me, are you?" Boom. Tony was just about to speak when he slammed a cell phone on the table in front of the two of them. The two looked in surprise, only to see a red-haired suit woman looking at them with a smile on her face. "Actually, I called you?" As soon as the words fell, the redhead simply pressed Tony down neatly and handcuffed him. The movement here attracted the attention of everyone in the small bar, and a small-town sheriff immediately stood up and shouted when he saw someone making trouble. Hey, what's going on? What the is this doing?" "I'm hunting down the suspect," the red-haired woman replied calmly. "Are you the sheriff here?" "Yes ma'am, who are you?" the sheriff asked. "I'm from the Department of Homeland Security." "No problem, right." With that, the redhead let go of Tony and pulled out a document from her clothes. "No, there is a problem." The sheriff smiled coldly, probably having seen this kind of imposter, and he continued to question. "You'd better be more detailed." The two exchanged a few words in a for tat, and the sheriff ordered his men to arrest the redhead. "I wanted to be clever enough to solve this matter, but..." Seeing this, the red-haired woman sneered and walked towards the sheriff. Tony, who was behind the redhead, saw that her hand turned dangerously red little by little, and immediately felt bad, and quickly rolled on the spot. The next moment, the red-haired woman stretched out her lava-like palm and instantly inserted it into the sheriff's big belly. Ugh! The sheriff screamed miserably and fell down holding his stomach. The red-haired woman snatched the gun from the sheriff's hand with her other hand and fired a bullet at the fleeing Tony. The small bar suddenly fell into chaos, and Tony, like a slippery loach, dodged bullets and escaped from the chaos. Running to the main road, Tony could catch his breath when he saw several people running out of a car not far away. The one at the head is the bald man who blew up Tony's house. Oh, seeing this blazing star, Tony cursed secretly and turned around and ran wildly. Instead of chasing, the bald man raised his gun and aimed it at Tony. When he pulled the trigger, his body was smashed by a snowball flying from the side. The shot was interfered with by a snowball, lost its accuracy, and failed to hit Tony, causing Tony to disappear around the corner. The bald man turned his head angrily and found a little boy who was hiding in a hurry. He didn't go after Tony again, the redhead had already gone, but walked towards the little boy. On the other street, the fast-haired redhead coming out of the bar catches up with Tony. In a hurry, Tony stepped on a car on the side of the road and flew directly into the glass of a store. Behind the bar of the store, Tony waited nervously for a while, turning his head to see if the redhead was chasing him. As a result, he just turned his head and met the red-haired woman's face. "Got you." The redhead let out an excited murmur and threw herself at Tony. She did not find the document at the bar, she was afraid to kill Tony, and she was bent on capturing him alive to force the whereabouts of the document, so she did not use her ability. So Tony, who was aroused by a strong desire for survival, fought fiercely with the redhead, all the way to the outside of the bar. The clever Tony seized an opportunity and handcuffed the redhead's neck from behind. The red-haired woman did not panic at all, and activated her ability with a sneer. Her skin instantly became extremely hot, melting the handcuffs in half. However, Tony also got rid of the handcuffs, rushed into the back kitchen of the store, locked the door tightly, and poured the oil from the kitchen outside, lighting a fire. The redhead didn't follow for a moment, leaving Tony to hide inside and gasp for a while. Leaning against the wall, Tony's anxiety seemed to have flown out again. "You can do it, Tony, it's just a small character." He breathed heavily, whispering encouragement to himself. Without Jarvis, without Tony and Steel, he can only rely on himself. Tony Stark is Iron Man? Not a suit, not anything else? Thinking like this, Tony's state of mind gradually stabilized. He calmly scanned the kitchen, his brain racing, and came up with a way to defeat the enemy. Soon, the redhead stepped over the fire and, with an arrogant expression of teasing her prey, knocked open the kitchen door. "That's what you're capable of? It's all ridiculous tricks." She laughed maniacally and walked towards Tony. You came to the door yourself. I've soaked a hotter chick than you? Tony smiled coldly, suddenly opened the door behind him and ran out, lifting a steel plate. The red-haired woman vaguely noticed the abnormality and looked around dully. She immediately spotted a rattling microwave oven with a heated iron plate and an open gas outlet underneath. Before she could make any moves, the microwave oven exploded violently, igniting a room full of natural gas, causing an even more violent explosion. After carrying the explosion with an iron plate, Tony walked out of the kitchen from behind with ease. On the high-voltage power line outside the kitchen hung a red-haired woman who had been blown up and her whole body was scorched black. Just about to mock 2 words, Tony suddenly saw a bald head approaching, and his face froze. I want that file. The bald man grabbed little Harry and said concisely. I'm sorry, Mr. Stark. Little Harry said, bowing his head. It's not your fault, Harry. But do you remember bullying your classmates? Tony's eyes moved, and the clever Harry immediately understood what he meant. Harry pulled out the little thing Tony had given him from his clothes and pressed the button on the bald man. A strong white light flashed violently, stunning the bald man. Little Harry took the opportunity to struggle and run away, and Tony seized the opportunity to take out something and put it in his hand. Soon after, the bald man recovered and raised his gun at Tony. But then the bald man was surprised to find that Tony also raised his hand, and his palm seemed to be attached to something. We smart people do this and always protect ourselves. As soon as the words fell, the device in Tony's hand flashed, and an energy cannon instantly knocked out the bald man. Throwing off the hot energy cannon parts, Tony took a car key from the bald man's body and followed his memory to find the car. At this time, little Harry ran from the side of the street. Are you leaving? Your suit isn't good yet? And you need me, we have a soul. No, you have to go home, hide from your mother, and keep your suit. Tony refused. Little Harry immediately looked at Tony with a pitiful look, looking like he was about to cry. Are you going to abandon me? Like my dad? Good acting. Tony smiled and got into the car. Do you know how I say that? Because we have a soul in our hearts. With that, Tony drove off. He had already made up his mind that even if he did not rely on his battle suit, he would rely on his own ingenuity to find out about this matter. Because Iron Suit is not Iron Man, Tony Stark is. Driving the car dozens of kilometers, Tony stopped on the road and carefully began to flip through the information. After going through the information, Tony suddenly found a familiar name. It is the aim at the top of the document, which represents an organization. Tony had seen the name not long ago, in the Killian profile he had consulted after being reminded by Harpy. Not only that, but Tony remembers that the modification of the war machine was also handled by this think tank. 13 years ago that night, Tony casually declined Killian's invitation to join and left him on the rooftop for the night to spend the night with Hansen. Tony, who associates it all, finally understands. Killian, who has a grudge against him, has developed some kind of human modification technology and sold it to the terrorist leader Mandarin for revenge. After figuring this out, Tony immediately called Road, because it was easy to add some small backdoors during the modification process. As a result, the war machine is likely to fall into the hands of Killian and the terrorists, and no one will expect it. However, the call did not get through, and Tony suddenly felt that something was wrong. In a hurry, Tony quickly drove around the neighborhood to find a place where he could use a computer. If there is indeed something wrong with AIM, it is likely that something will remain in the database of their modified war machine. Soon after, Tony was lucky enough to find a working computer in one place. After many attempts, Tony hacked into the database of Gears of War with ease. In one of the folders, Tony found what he was looking for. In this folder, called Ultimate Makeover, there are a large number of videos. Tony learns from the video that AIM recruits mutilated veterans to undergo human modification, and these soldiers will become super soldiers or suicide bombers under AIM's control. In these materials, Tony finds some clues of the location of the adults. Subsequently, Tony contacted Little Harry to inquire about the situation of the Iron Cloak and the address of the clue. When he learned that the coordinates were somewhere in Miami, Tony hung up the phone and drove to a 24-hour supermarket. After some shopping, he took these things to find a motel to stay in and tinkered with his equipment. At dawn, Tony had already made a practical weapon of destruction from various household appliances, cleaning supplies, etc. purchased in supermarkets. These ugly-looking equipment features guns, grenades, shock gloves, and more, and are very useful. With these equipment, Tony traveled all the way to the Mandarin residence in Miami. The coordinates were a villa, and Tony observed it outside for a long time, and he slipped through the wall. Inside the gate of the villa, a group of bodyguards dressed in black led dogs and patrolled with guns. Tony crouched in the corner, spied on the bodyguards' movements for a while, and planned his own offensive route. Then, Tony took 2 deep breaths and sped out of the corner. The first bodyguard who noticed the movement was just about to turn his head, when Tony's big hand wearing electric shock gloves pressed directly on his head. Being electrocuted like this, the bodyguard snorted and fell. Tony grabbed the fallen bodyguard, placed him on the ground, and continued to touch the villa. A bodyguard on patrol bumped into Tony and immediately let out a wary whisper. Seeing this, Tony no longer hidden, lifted his hat, raised the nail gun in his hand and directly put the bodyguard down. After a sharp charge, Tony finally entered the villa. Armed with a snatched pistol, Tony carefully groped inside. Soon, Tony arrived in the hall. In the hall, a man was saying something into the walkie-talkie. 1 step, 2 steps. Tony approached the man and smacked him directly on the head with his electric shock gloves. Expertly lowering the man to the ground, Tony continued to touch the bedroom of the villa. He had already heard noises coming from inside outside, so he moved very carefully. Holding the gun low, Tony walked lightly, his eyes round, alert for any surprises he might find. Fortunately, the voice in the bedroom seemed to be some kind of beneficial exercise in bed, and they completely failed to notice that an outsider came into the bedroom. Tony came to the bed very easily, and then jerked the constantly shaking quilt. Don't move. Tony gulped, and the 3 of them on the bed immediately froze. Mandarin. Seeing the thin man lying on the woman's body with a trademark beard, Tony was a little unsure. Turn around. Don't be superfluous. Oh my god. Oh, my god. Mandarin exclaimed in a comical tone, raised his hand and turned innocently, with a soft caterpillar under his crotch. Put on this. Tony flicked a towel in disgust so he could cover his ugliness. Take whatever you want, these guns are fake, because those bastards don't give me really. Mandarin muttered, surrounding his lower body. What? Tony, who was overwhelmed by the nonsense of the adults, looked confused. How is this man different from what he imagined? Hey, do you want to take these 2 chicks away? They're great. Man sneered. Shut up. Tony shouted, turned his head to let the 2 women out, and then pulled the bolt of the gun close to the Mandarin and asked loudly. You are not Mandarin, where is the real Mandarin? Say it. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Shouting strangely, he dodged Tony's muzzle and crouched on the ground to argue. He's here, but he's not here, it's complicated. Tony held the gun and pressed closer. Seeing that the muzzle of the gun hit his brain, man was much more honest and replied seriously. My name is Trevor Slattery. What are you doing? Tony frowned and looked at the clown-like figure in front of him, and he really couldn't connect him with the mysterious and powerful man on TV. Are you a decoy or a stand-in? No, what stand-in? I'm not a stand-in. Trevor pressed lie for 2 sentences, causing Tony to aim his gun at his head impatiently. Please don't hurt me, I'm just an actor. Trevor who can't hold on finally has a showdown. After all, he may die after saying it, and if he doesn't say that he will die now, he can still calculate this account. Tony was stunned for a moment, and then threatened with an unkind face. Give you a minute to make things clear. It's just a character, Mandarin is not real. Trevor gestured with his hand, trying to make Tony understand what he was saying better. Trevor lengthened his tone, his eyes bewildered as he began to recall. I like to sip that and then do something bad, he said, nodding his head, as if to confirm that his memory had not become unclear because of that. Yes, I did something bad on the street. And then, Tony interrupted. And then they found me and told me about the character, and they knew I was addicted. Trevor replied with a smirk on his face. They said they would give me more. Tony was speechless. They gave me a lot of things, such as this palace, and gave me plastic surgery. Anyway, just give me things. As he spoke, Trevor lowered his voice, and then closed his eyes, and he actually snored softly. Are you asleep? At this time, Tony couldn't control his fingers, and he wanted to shoot this guy. He can guarantee that the strangeness of this strange special actor will definitely be able to make it among the people he knows. Hey, wake up. The maddened Tony could only kick Trevor with his foot. Nope. Trevor trembled, woke up directly, and pretended to be nonchalant and continued. There is also a beautiful speedboat. The main reason is that he needs someone to bear the responsibility for these accidental explosions. Hearing this, Tony's face sank. Him? Is it Killian? Tony asked. Yes, Killian? Trevor didn't answer as Tony expected. He created you. Yes, he created me. They also concocted intimidation. Yes, the think tank designed this good show, designed a perverted serial murderer, and created an image of an extremely evil element. Tony gritted his teeth in some unacceptance and sat to the side. By this time, he had almost completely understood the whole thing. There are no Mandarins at all, and all the terrorist attacks are made by this guy Killian. Tony couldn't help but wonder what this guy's real purpose was. Was it just to avenge Tony Stark's neglect of him 13 years ago? This is absolutely impossible. He definitely has a more far-reaching purpose. Just thinking about it, Tony suddenly noticed that the gushing Trevor stopped. Tony looked up with some confusion and saw Trevor facing him with 2 cans of beer, but his gaze drifted to the bedroom door. Worst? As soon as Tony was about to turn around, his head felt a whirlwind and he lost consciousness. When Tony woke up again, her hands were tied to the iron railing, and in front of her sat someone she didn't expect. Sensing the movement behind him, Hansen turned his chair and smiled. It feels like time has gone back, doesn't it? Yes, this time it's also tied. It's very cool. Tony looked at Hansen, thoughtful. So that day, you took his business card, right? I took his money. Hansen looked calm. After so much, Tony, I'm on the verge of success. With that, Hansen walked up to Tony. The ultimate transformation is basically stable. Not stable at all. Tony yelled. People are blown up in the streets, blood staining the walls. Maya, you are deceiving yourself? Then you help me finish it. Pulling out an old card from his body, Hansen's face was earnest. The card had a few lines of formula written on one side and you know who I am on the other. This is what I wrote. Tony asked hesitantly. Hearing this, Hansen looked incredulous. Yes. Have you been looking for an answer to this? Don't you remember? Hansen was a little devastated. I can't help you. Tony refused. You used to be ethically ambitious, and you were bent on helping others, but now, look at you. Hansen didn't speak, just stared at Tony blankly. Let me go, things can be saved. Taking advantage of Hansen's trance, Tony persuaded. Without waiting for Hansen to react, a voice came from the entrance. You know what? My dad used to tell me, the early bird eats the worm, the second mouse gets the cheese. Killian walked in with his bag, like a victorious general. Are you angry about things in Switzerland? How can I be angry with you, Tony? Kirin put down his bag, then turned and spread his hands with a serious look. I came to thank you specifically, you gave me the best gift. He walked into Tony, his expression gradually changing. It's desperation? What did you say in Switzerland? See me on the roof? Right? Killian chuckled and continued. I waited 20 minutes, I still think you'll come, and then an hour has passed. He licked his lips, tilted his head and whispered. I thought about taking that step and parachuting directly into the hall, you know what I mean. I'm still wondering why the first mouse couldn't eat cheese. Tony had no interest in his triumphant-like narration, and made a fork in the road. Killian ignored him, and said as he walked to himself. But when I overlooked the city, no one knew I was there, no one could see me, no one was even watching, and an idea came to life and accompanied me for so many years. Next, Killian recounted the journey of his heart over the years and the process of shaping Mandarin. But unmoved by Tony's sight, he opened the suitcase he had brought. After throwing a few small instruments on the ground, an extra image appeared in front of everyone. Pepper in sports bra was full of red light after being transformed, and her face was full of pain shouting something. It's live, can you tell? Her body is deciding whether to undergo a desperate transformation, and if it fails, believe me, the explosion will be spectacular. Watching Tony begin to struggle frantically, Killian looked pale. Admire it. Killian sneered and left. Trust me, you will fall in a pool of your own blood. Tony intimidated several of his guards in an arrogant tone, looking as if he were a caretaker. Several guards ignored him because their boss still needed Tony to complete the desperate technique, so they couldn't do anything to Tony. Countdown 543. Tony stretched out his hand, his face trembled, and yelled, Come on. Unfortunately, nothing happened. Several guards looked at each other, all a little speechless. Well, I'm actually giving you a chance. Now lay down your weapons and tie yourself to a chair, you can still live. One of the guards couldn't stand Tony's verbal attack and waved his gun in warning, but Tony counted down again with a serious expression. 345. Counting. Tony seemed to sense the speed of acceleration and said, 5 4 3 2 1. You. Bang. The impatient guard was just about to give Tony a little color when he was shot directly to the ground by a sharp arrow. Who? The other guards nervously looked in the direction where the arrows were coming from, but suddenly noticed a large uniformed man rushing towards the entrance. This guy moved quickly and with great strength, and he put all the guards down in a few breaths. Captain. Tony looked at the visitor with some surprise. Tony. Captain America picked up the shield he had just thrown, his face solemn. The president was kidnapped by them. In a quaint palace, a big man dressed in old aristocratic clothes sat on a large coiled dragon chair, looking down at the people at his feet. Sir, do we need to punish those who destroy your great prestige? No. The big man's voice seemed to come from a leisurely hell, and the eerie and terrifying level was far better than that of Mandarin. I will come and tell the world that their king has returned. Saying that, he suddenly got up, and the 10 rings on his 2 hands flashed with inexplicable light. After Team America put Tony down, Hawkeye also walked in. Team America and Hawkeye only start the operation after learning of Tony's disappearance, and while obtaining Tony's location information through Harpy, the two learned that the president has been hijacked and taken away by the war machine. This reinforced the idea of the 2 men participating in the operation, because the government had clearly failed and had even sent them an invitation to action. Through the positioning of the micro-repeater on Tony, the 2 determined Tony's location and immediately set off by helicopter. After rescuing Tony, the 3 of them, together with Rode, arrested the Mandarin who was still here and tortured them, and basically figured out the cause of the matter. It all started 13 years ago on that night in Switzerland. That night, Tony created the demon with his own hands. To be happy with Hansen, Tony asked Killian to blow a cold breeze on the rooftop for a night, prompting his blackening. After the spring eve, he wrote Hansen a formula for her research, which ended up in Killian's hands and became the source of the transformation technology. Today, Killian, who has mastered the technology of transformation, has an army of desperate soldiers and is powerful. He wants to kill the president, support the vice president he brought to the throne, and single-handedly control the world's most powerful American state and the most notorious terrorist leader Mandarin, and become the mastermind behind the scenes. The time to solve the president is tonight, and the location is on a large steamer, and several people speculate that the execution will be broadcast live by Mandarin. While the 4 were discussing the plan, Tony's steel suit was late. Seeing this, several people no longer hesitated and set off to the location of the ship. In the deep night, the 4 climbed onto the ship one after another. Several people easily spotted one of their rescue targets, Mr. President, because he was being hoisted high in the air wearing a war machine. The president was hanging above the oil tank. They wanted to burn him. Hawkeye, who had good eyes, said with a heavy face, Viking-style funeral, public execution. Tony said casually, Okay, Wait until Barton takes advantage of the position. I try to sneak over. Tony will make a strong breakthrough after I am exposed, and Rode is in charge of fire support. No problem, right? The US team simply spoke of the plan, and then extended his hand. Everyone put their hands up and whispered encouragement to each other. Hawkeye climbed up the drawbridge, while the US team moved quickly through the patrol and detection lights of the guards, constantly approaching the president. So I kind of came to see you perform, right? Rode blinked twice and said to Tony. Although Rode, who lost his steel suit, is still a highly qualified soldier, it is inevitable that he will not be able to cope with such a big scene. Don't say that, Rod. Tony in the steel suit looked natural, and opened his mouth. You have to get rid of the dependence on the steel suit so that you can become a real hero. This is my personal experience? Oh yes. Rode rolled his eyes and said. Then why don't you give me this one? Please. Tony exclaimed strangely, and then said in a serious tone. You are a well-trained soldier, and I am a smart person who does things with your brain. Shouldn't you let me wear this steel suit in this case? Rode, who felt that this sentence was a little wrong, thought for a while, and just when he wanted to scold Tony for being an idiot, Tony suddenly made a move. Ready. Tony's voice had just sounded, and a loud siren sounded throughout the ship. Rode looked in the direction of the captain, and saw that the captain was fighting with several guards, and the figure of Iron Man swept over in midair. Captain? I'll save him. You pin them down? Tony didn't stop to help the American team, but just reminded the president, who rushed straight into the air. No problem. Be careful. Captain America shouted in reply, quickly knocking out another guard. Come on. Looking at the president in front of him, Tony let out a low sigh and stretched out his hands. Bang bang. Several bullets were fired to break the steel wire hanging from the president, and Tony grabbed the falling president and flew towards Rode. Protect Mr. President. Tony instructed, handed the president to Rhodes, and returned to support the American team. Mr. President, now I have to trouble you to take off your steel suit. Facing the bewildered president, Rode went straight to work. The president does not have the authority to wear the steel suit, and there is no way to use the steel suit. To put it back on, Rode sends Tony a message and grabs the president. Mr. President, are you ready? What? The president has seen this posture, and he is in a continuous state of blindness from beginning to end. Let's go. As soon as the words fell, Rhodes left the ship with Mr. President and flew towards New York under his exclamation. Very good. The president has left safely, and we can do it? Tony shouted, knocking a guard away with a steel flying fist. Tony. The American team took up the attack of a guard, and his tone was a little anxious. Be careful. Be careful of what? Tony casually blew a few guards away, asking a little puzzled. He's talking about me. Suddenly, a familiar voice appeared behind Tony. As soon as he was about to react, he felt his arms caught between two fire tongs. Got you. Killian laughed maniacally, his hands quickly turning red. This iron box is perfect for your coffin. Oh. Tony in the steel suit was a little confused when he saw the crazy alarm panel. He didn't think that this guy actually had a restraining effect on the steel suit. Even though the material used in Mark 42 is a special material that is resistant to high temperatures, the terrifying high temperature is still transmitted to Tony's body through the body. In desperation, Tony could only get rid of the golden cicada and abandon the steel suit to escape. Are you able to do that? Well, seeing Tony sitting on the ground, Killian threw away the red-burned steel suit in his hand, laughed wildly and walked up. I can endure it. You have the ability to wait for me for a while. Tony did not show weakness, but his body stepped back honestly. So what are you backing down? Without a steel suit, you can only rely on your mouth? Killian snorted coldly, and his hot hands went directly to Tony on the ground. Tony rolled nimbly, and an arrow was shot right in front of Killian. What? Killian frowned and muttered to himself, puzzled. But the next moment he dispelled this doubt, and the tail of the arrow on the ground exploded violently, shrouding him in flames. Who said I only have lip service? I still have teammates. Tony said sarcastically. Is it? In the flames, Killian, who was red all over and had streams of lava flowing under his skin, stood up again. Just you circus teammates. Tony glanced at the American team not far away and saw that he was being chased by a group of small firemen. These little firemen are completely unafraid of ordinary physical attacks. Even if they lack arms and legs, they can regrow by transforming lava bodies, and it is difficult for American attacks to cause fatal damage when they fall on them. And these little burning men whose bodies are like lava exude terrifying high temperatures between their moves, which is unbearable even for the American team, and often forces the American team to flee in a few rounds. As for Hawkeye, this guy hides himself so well that not only the little fireman can't find him, but even Tony can't find him. I'll give you a chance. My army is about to arrive in 10 seconds, and it's still time for you to surrender. 18 or 9. After a moment of silence, Tony suddenly said with confidence. Of course, Killian didn't take his seriously. After all, 13 years ago, he had already done all Tony's tricks, and now how could he believe it? It's useless for you to count 100. At this time, Killian was shaped like a mythical lava giant, and he opened his mouth and roared, and threw himself at Tony. No 4, 3, 2, 1. The fast-talking Tony rolled on again as a donkey, dodged Killian's pounce, and watched as a steel suit smashed into him. I told you, that's the price of not believing me? Tony sneered strangely, then opened his hands and entered a steel suit. Killian angrily grabbed and smashed his steel suit, and his whole body emitted violent red hair, destroying the entire steel suit in a matter of seconds, but he also fell due to the melting of the deck of the ship under his feet. Seeing this, Tony ignored him and flew directly to the height. And in the sky, I don't know when a batch of different steel suits appeared. They are arranged in a zigzag pattern, quietly waiting for the master's orders. Jarvis, the heat source of the target ultimate transformation is all removed. Tony, who flew in front of the Iron Legion, gave orders to him in these steel suits he had built in his anxious days, then opened his arms towards the red light that kept lighting up throughout the ship, shouting, "Merry Christmas!" Dozens of steel suits, under Tony's orders, controlled by Jarvis, rushed towards the modified soldiers on the ship. In an instant, the entire ship began to sound with continuous roar and scream. One after another soldiers were destroyed by steel suits. Many steel suits were melted and damaged by the high temperature of soldiers during close combat, and many steel suits were destroyed by the self-explosion of soldiers before death. But overall, the Iron Legion, which is numerous and mobile, and has strong strike capabilities, can still successfully destroy all the modified soldiers. Jarvis, did you find Pepper? After observing for a while, Tony, who was relieved, asked. Found it, sir. Jarvis brings up a moving image, and Tony flies directly towards Pepper in the image. Pepper. Seeing Pepper being crushed underneath a pile of debris, Tony anxiously rushed forward. Nope. Pepper yelled, but Tony rushed up anyway. Boom. Iron Man, who ran halfway, was smashed out by a red fist that suddenly appeared in the steel plate, and then the whole steel plate was broken apart by two lava hands, and Killian walked out from it. Keep running. He ran up and sat on the fallen Iron Man, and two fists that diffused with terrifying heat kept hitting Iron Man. Pop up. Tony gulped and his body shot out of his steel suit, narrowly dodging Killian's punch that pierced his breastplate. Dude, I think you should calm down. Shouting, Tony ran outside and put on a new armor. Hearing this, Killian was once again ignited with anger, and he roared and smashed a punch at Iron Man. Do you think your cold jokes are funny? This steel suit could not withstand the heat blow at all, and was quickly dismembered by the hot fist. No, my fault. Tony yelled and ran out of the steel suit again. Give me a steel suit, Jarvis. A recent steel suit was mobilized by Jarvis to fly towards Tony, but Killian jumped up and pierced it directly. The steel suit and Killian landed together, and for a while Tony's face was a little ugly. Let me see how many tricks you still have. Killian sneered and ran with great momentum. A shield flew from a distance and knocked Killian down. Can you melt my shield? The American team ran out from the side, picked up their shields and greeted Killian fiercely. Ugh. Killian roared furiously. His whole body seemed to burn, and the already terrifying temperature around him rose several degrees, and everything in everyone's eyes began to distort and deform. He grabbed the shield, and his palm had reached the highest temperature he could transform, but this Edmund alloy shield did not change at all. The shield can hold up, but the owner of the shield can't stand it. Captain America snorted, let go of his shield and stepped back. I'm going to kill you, everyone. Phew. An arrow came at the right time, but unfortunately, Killian, who was aware of it, grabbed it. The slender arrows instantly turned into char in his hands, and Killian snorted coldly. What kind of trick is this time? Boom. A deep voice sounded, and a strong white light flashed that filled Killian's head with small stars. You guys? Killian waved his hands, grasping the air in front of him like a blind man, his face crazy. I'll burn you to ashes. Next time. Not far away, Tony said in a relaxed tone, and a special steel suit had already touched behind Killian. The steel suit opened its hands, split in the middle, and carried Killian in. What are you going to do? Killian's tone was a little flustered, because he found that he could not seem to melt the steel suit easily. Let go of me. He let out a growl, and then gagged by the flying steel-clad helmet parts. Jarvis, help me blow him up. After getting out of Pepper, Tony ordered expressionlessly. Yes, sir. Several people glanced at each other and quickly rushed out. Boom. The violent explosion completely exploded the ship's main control room, and even the few people who had evaded in advance were terrified. Tony, can I change back? Pepper asked with some desperation that she had been transformed. No problem. Tony smiled confidently. After all, the formula was just something he had spent hours coming up with, and if he took the time, he would definitely be able to crack the whole formula. Trust me. At this moment, Jarvis's voice suddenly sounded. Sir, I must remind you. Without further ado, the crowd had already spotted the figure staggering towards them in the sea of fire. No need to use masks anymore. You said you want to find Man-sama, and you're looking at him. As he spoke, his tone became more and more excited, and finally he shouted. I am Mandarin. Poof. The flames of Kiri's safety body, who was still shouting wildly just now, suddenly extinguished, and the whole person was as dark as a torch extinguished by water, wet and cold, and fell heavily to the ground. And the thing that extinguished Killian's bursting torch was a handful of clear and moving water. At this moment, this holding of clear water seems to be completely unaffected by gravity, flowing freely in the air. Whoever impersonates my name, curse. An old, distant voice said so in a language that was difficult for everyone to understand. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound in unison, and saw that not far away, in the sky, a rough man in a strange ancient costume looked unhappy. And on his 10 fingers, he was actually wearing rings of various colors full of divine light? This is your friends? In the silence, Pepper asked curiously. No. Captain America shook his head, his eyes fixed on the ring on the strange man's hand. Tony, do you know what he just said? It seems to be Chinese. Jarvis? Tony asked unsurely. Sir, the ancient Chinese language spoken by this lord means, whoever dares to impersonate me will be killed. Jarvis replied. Ancient Chinese. Tony muttered to himself, suddenly realizing that something was wrong, and asked with a strange face. Why do you call him adult? Because. Jarvis's tone elongated unusually as it put an image on Tony. According to the records, he should be the real Mandarin. A real Mandarin? What do you mean? Isn't Mandarin fictional? Hearing Jarvis's explanation, Tony's pupils began to tremble. It may be before that, sir, but for now, Mandarin does exist. This Mandarin may be a mixture of Mongol and English, he has taught himself many magical spells, and he also has 10 rings containing infinite mysterious powers, which have caused many wars, dating back to before the Middle Ages. Jarvis quickly read out the Mandarin information, making Tony dizzy when he heard it. In the Middle Ages, he didn't live 1 or 2,000 years. Although emotionally unacceptable that this big man, who looked at most 40 or 50 years old, might have lived for more than 10 or 20 centuries, reason told him that this was probably true. After all, he himself has a god teammate, who has lived for more than 1,000 years and looks like a bumble. So what is he trying to do now? Jarvis's voice was not small, so that everyone around could hear it clearly, and after hearing the origin of Mandarin, the American team was the first to ask. Before Jarvis could answer, Lord Man spoke. Since you already know my identity, then you don't need me to talk nonsense. Saying that, he waved his hand gently, and the ring on the thumb of his right hand shone brightly. As the ring shone, the handful of clear water in the air suddenly turned into smoke and dissipated in the air. Surrender, or die. As soon as the words fell, everyone felt that their limbs became as heavy as lead. Pepper and Hawkeye both fell to the ground overwhelmed. The American team gritted his teeth and held on, and Tony stood firmly on full power. Gravity. Tony's face was ugly. And that change in water. Are they all the abilities of those rings? Thinking in his heart, Tony cast his gaze on the legion of steel flying in the air. Jarvis, give this adult a Christmas present. Yes, sir. Under the control of Jarvis, the Iron Legion, which had originally completed the cleanup task and was still hovering and patrolling in the air, flew towards Mandarin. In midair, a man with long hair dancing watched Tony summon the Iron Legion with interest, without the slightest intention of stopping it. Let me see how far technology has come now. Whispering, Lord Man stretched out his left hand in the face of the overwhelming steel army. In an instant, the 3 rings on Manda's hands respectively emitted attacks with 3 different attributes: flame, lightning, and frost, hitting a large number of steel legions. Flames and lightning intertwined, causing violent explosions that destroyed the indestructible steel suit one by one. Frost froze everything, freezing the speedy steel suits into ice sculptures and dropping them to the ground. Even the various shells fired by the steel suit were intercepted by the fire network woven by the 3 elemental attacks, and they could not hit the Mandarin at all. In the midst of the mighty forces of nature, Mandarin calmly wiped out all the steel clothes. Then, he lowered his left hand and said in a disdainful tone, "Is it at this level? It's not much to grow." Saying that, Man sang his finger and looked at the few people on the ground. "I heard that you are a superhero team? Is that all there is to it?" His gaze gradually became cold, and the killing intent flourished in his heart. Through some contact, he found that the famous Avengers were just a bunch of chickens and dogs, far less terrifying than his subordinates said. The Mandarin had already made a decision that if these people did not choose to submit to their subordinates, they would use thunderous means to eliminate them so as not to cause trouble later. Name your decision, be free or die. Freedom or death. Tony scoffed. You don't really think of yourself as some big man, do you? Meeting the oppressive gaze of the adults, Tony's face, which had been stained with a lot of blood because of the war, became crazy. For an American whose slogan is freedom, surrendering to another is not an easy task. Not to mention a proud genius like Tony, who didn't even help him work by being threatened with pepper and his own life by Killian, let alone this ancient man who didn't know where to come from. Freedom and life? I'm Tony Stark all. Jarvis, give me something to do. Tony gulped. Understood, sir. Mark 42 immediately started full power, and under the strong power push, Iron Man broke through the gravity limit in the blink of an eye, clenched his fist and shot towards the man in the air. Humph. Seeing Tony's resistance, Lord Man's face snorted coldly, and then he stretched out his right hand and waved gently. The golden ring on the ring finger of the right hand immediately shone brightly, emitting an inconspicuous light. Not good. Seeing this light with an astonishing speed, Tony subconsciously controlled the steel suit to dodge. Shhhhhh. A subtle cutting sound sounded, and the light directly hit the dodging Iron Man, cutting off half of the arm of the steel suit like a knife cutting tofu. Squinting his eyes to see that half of the arm falling, and the cut on the steel suit was as smooth as a mirror, Tony's heart couldn't help but chill slightly. If he hadn't dodged just now, he would have been cut off. Fortunately, after dodging this ray, Iron Man has already rushed to the front of Lord Man, and he seems to have no time to emit the ray. It's now. Tony roared, and the flames erupted from the entire body burst violently, and Tony smashed into the nasty ugly face with all the power that burst out from this steel suit that represented his current highest achievement. Naive. Seeing this thunderous punch, Lord Man's face did not panic at all, but showed a disdainful sneer. He slowly stretched out his right hand, clenched it into a fist, and punched forward, just enough to catch Iron Man's iron fist. This fist of flesh and blood against the fist of steel was about to be brutally crushed, but where the two fists collided, a ring inlaid with purple-red stars suddenly emitted a powerful force. This powerful force made Iron Man's fist no longer able to advance a fraction, but the entire body had a tendency to retreat. What is it again this time? Is he a magician? Tony asked hatefully. It's repulsion, sir. We may not be able to hold on. Under Jarvis's reminder, Iron Man persisted for a few seconds and finally couldn't resist the strong repulsion and gradually fell backwards. Lord Man, on the other hand, looked proud, and said loudly, "Your level is still 1 or 2,000 years away." Yes. In the steel suit that was retreating faster and faster, Tony sneered. 2 miniature missiles quickly emanated from Iron Man's shoulder, avoiding the range of repulsion and slamming headlong beside Mandarin. Boom. The fire shrouded the man, and the Iron Man suddenly felt that the repulsion that suppressed him disappeared, and even everyone on the ground felt that their bodies were light, and there was no gravity to bind. Success. Tony looked at Mandarin with some doubt. He didn't think that this would solve this terrible Mandarin. Where the fireworks were thick, a whirlwind suddenly appeared out of thin air, blowing everything apart. And at the place where the whirlwind appeared, Manda's face was full of anger, and he stretched out his hands to everyone, 10 fingers straightened, and the colorful rings shone together. Seeing this action of the Mandarin, Tony immediately felt bad, turned around and shouted, "Pepper, go." Then, all the weapons on Iron Man's body were activated, one miniature missile after another whistled away, bullets also poured out, and energy cannons fired one after another at Mandarin. However, none of these attacks hit Mandarin. In front of Manda, a pitch-black space constantly eroded the surrounding light, and the various attacks sent by Tony fell in it like mud bowls entering the sea, and there was no sound at all. Could it be a miniature black hole? Tony almost became insane when he saw this thing, even if he had not studied astrophysics in depth, but he still knew a lot about such a terrible thing as black holes. Black holes are terrifying existences with a nearly infinitely small volume, nearly infinite mass and density, and infinite gravity formed after the destruction of stars, and even light cannot escape in the face of the gravity of the black hole. Combined with Mandarin's ability to manipulate gravity and repulsion, Tony thinks he may probably be able to create black holes. But Tony soon overturned that idea for a simple reason. If he can really rub black holes with his hands, let alone the Avengers, even the Earth can't be saved, and Tony thinks that this guy's purpose should not be to destroy the world. So, is it similar to the ability of a black hole? For a moment, Tony was a little desperate. But the next second, something that made him even more desperate happened. As the 10 rings on Mandarin's hands gradually glowed, one after another terrifying attacks were launched. Flames, lightning, storms, frost, rays. The world began to change drastically under these abilities, storms and lightning raged, and the sea surged up. And in the center of the entire space, there is no doubt that the long hair in the air is flowing, like a demon god Mandarin. Heavens! How can this guy have more abilities than Lin? Iron Man barely dodged various attacks in the air, and then suddenly felt his body sink. Oops. Mandarin's ability was applied to Iron Man, causing his speed to be greatly reduced, and several terrifying attacks caught up with him in an instant. In the face of these swift thunderbolts, flames, icicles, Tony's eyes widened in despair, and countless pictures crossed his mind like a marquee, and finally fixed on a person. "Pepper, I'm sorry. In the end, I still didn't give you the life you wanted." With a sense of remorse, he closed his eyes. 1 second, 2 seconds. Tony jerked his eyes open, his face full of surprise. "Hey, how are you going to thank me?" The figure in front of Tony turned his head and teased quite stinkily. "You don't think about it. At most, I will no longer pursue those you have said to me?" Tony laughed back. When everyone present saw this figure, their moods naturally relaxed. All this only because he is Superboy, Lin. The one who came was Lynch, who disappeared for more than 200 days and teleported to Earth through the means of the great Luo Tianxian clan. In fact, it has been some time since Lynch arrived on Earth. It's just that before noticing the appearance of Lord Man, Lynch has been wandering outside the Earth, using space gems to familiarize himself with the nearby cosmic environment. It wasn't until Lynch's remaining spiritual power on Earth discovered Mandarin that Lynch rushed back with the space gem. For the supervillain who did not officially appear in this movie, Lynch was not sure of his details. In the comics, Mandarin is Iron Man's #1 sworn enemy. Born in a small village in the Republic of China, his mother is a British nobleman, and his father is a Mongol, so he claims to be a descendant of Genghis Khan. As a young man, he trained in martial arts and grew his family to the point of being rich, but because of the war, he lost everything. By chance, he found a crashed alien spaceship in the Ghost Valley cave in northwest China, found 10 magical rings in the wreckage, learned a lot of super-era science and magic knowledge inside the spacecraft, and used the ring to build his army. And he was able to live forever and remain young because of the Lord of the Rings. In the cinematic universe, in the Marvel short film Long Live the King, an agent affiliated with this Mandarin infiltrates the prison, makes Trevor the actor who plays Mandarin, and tells him that the real Mandarin wants to see him. In the mouth of that agent, the name of Mandarin has a long history, and even in the Middle Ages, he left his prestige. It can be seen that the Mandarin in the movie universe may go back to an earlier era, and his strength is unpredictable. Of course, all this is a floating cloud in front of Lynch. Just like now, under the sweep of Lynch's spiritual power, all kinds of strange abilities have retreated, giving way to a large space beside Lynch. And Lynch turned around and smiled at the stunned Mandarin. Mandarin, right. Lin Chi used the correct and round Beijing dialect, and the Mandarin showed a trace of doubt after hearing it. Huaxia people? Who are you, Lord? Man's ability to put away the ring, leaned back and asked. We are all members of the Huaxia clan, we should help each other. Lynch pouted, a look of disdain. If I follow the logic of Mandarin, then I am still an earthling with everyone? Besides, I'm a serious crosser. In this way, the entire universe cannot find my kind. Don't go any further, get up. Saying that, Lynch's gaze and mental power locked on Lord Man. Lord Man, who was about to sneak away, suddenly froze, and endless fear rose in his heart for no reason. After living for countless days and months, Lord Man, who was old and refined, immediately dismissed the idea of acting rashly, and replied hard. I don't understand. What is the branch? You don't understand. Lin Chi sighed softly, his feet moved, and his body appeared in front of the man as if teleporting. Before Lord Man could realize Lynch's movement, he stretched out his hands and grabbed Man Lord's 10 pearl-scent fingers. Oh, you're Lord of the Rings? I heard that these features are complete. Come on, show it? Pinch it. According to the latest news, Mandarin has been arrested by the government and the Avengers, and surprisingly, Mandarin is actually a character fabricated by the AIM think tank, and the actual culprit. On Christmas Eve, the streets of Manhattan in New York were brightly lit and a festive atmosphere, and the screens that should broadcast various advertising and promotional messages were playing the same news at this moment, causing many pedestrians to stop and watch. Lord Mandarin is finally unlucky. This is the most wonderful news I heard today. Now I can go out with peace of mind. No more worrying about a madman committing a terrorist attack. It's the best Christmas present. Many people cheered at the news, and the shadow caused by the recent terrorist attacks in New York finally dissipated. On the streets, there is no shortage of people who have reveled because of this news. After all, Mandarin's previous series of operations succeeded in leaving a deep impression on the hearts of the invincible Americans. At this time, the people will naturally celebrate with pride. The host on the news channel paused for a moment, and then said with an eager smile. Later today, the government and the Avengers have also prepared a Christmas gift for various New Yorkers, so stay tuned. SHIELD headquarters, in a special ward. Inside a closed special instrument, an ice cube wrapped in a scarred long-haired beauty stood quietly horizontally. Outside the instrument, Lynch, Tony, and a doctor in white are discussing in front of a screen showing images of the inside of the instrument. We did some processing, but I'm sorry to tell you that the situation is not optimistic. Her cells have all suffered some degree of damage. The female doctor explained worriedly, staring at Lynch with occasional curiosity. I know, I can see. Lynch replied flatly. After getting the Mandarin, Lynch immediately took Tony to see Natasha. Despite a certain psychological preparation, after seeing Natasha's situation with his own eyes, Lynch couldn't help but feel secretly sad. With his supervision, he can see Natasha's physical condition inside the instrument through layers of obstacles. Because of the emergency situation at that time, Lynch was so distraught that he directly froze Natasha, but this treatment was still too rough and wild. In reality, cryonics is a reality in which some rich and famous people freeze themselves for terminal illness or other reasons, so that they can be reborn after a leap forward in medical standards in the future. But in reality, there has not been a single example of such a frozen man successfully resurrected. Resurrecting the human body from a frozen state, even the previous freezing operation, is a very testing technical level. Although in the frozen state, the human body basically does not change as if it has been pressed the pause button, but in the process of cooling and heating, the human body will inevitably be damaged. Once this damage exceeds a certain range, the human body will die. And Lynch directly froze Natasha at that time, which actually caused irreparable damage to her body. Despite Tony's subsequent remedy with the Asian beauty doctor, Dr. Zhao, Lynch can clearly see Natasha's physical weakness. In this state, it is likely that as soon as Natasha woke up from her frozen state, she lost her life. Not to mention, this world, like the real world, does not have the technology to safely wake up the frozen human body. The Marvel Cinematic Universe has a lot of black technology, and any superhero or supervillain can bring some sky-defying novel technology. But everyone knows that once the technology thing is to be used, it has to collapse, just like everyone at this time wants to save Natasha in this state. But Lynch came prepared. Lynn, we did our best. Seeing Lynch's uncomfortable look, Tony's expression was also quite heavy, without a bit of a hippie smile. But don't worry, we're working on new technologies, and once the technology matures, Natasha will come back to life. New technology. Lynch, who was about to try it out, hesitated and continued. What technique? Tony straightened up and said solemnly. Nami. Hearing this, Lynch's eyes lit up. If it's some other technology, it's probably out of nowhere, but nanotechnology. This kind of technology, Lynch has really seen in Marvel movies, and the person who uses this technique is the Iron Man standing in front of him, Tony Stark. In the movie Avengers 3, Iron Man's armor has been able to use mature nanotechnology, so he can change shields, knives and other weapons as he wants when fighting. The timeline of Avengers 3 is 2018, which means that by 2018 at the latest, Tony already has mature nanotechnology. This shows that 5 years ago today, Christmas Eve 2012, what he said was not false. After all, it takes a lot of time for a technology to go from successful development to true maturity. Does nanotechnology work? After thinking about it, Lynch couldn't help but ask. Tony nodded heavily. Nanobiotechnology should save Natasha. Hearing this, Lynch fell into a tangle. In fact, Lin Chi, who has stayed in delusion for a while, has gained a lot, and there are some so-called panaceas and abilities that are specially used to save people. But Lynch, who has seen through the essence of these things, is very skeptical that these things have any effect, or whether they can really save Natasha. In his eyes, the great Luo Tian's immortal clan is also a group of superpowers with a long lifespan and peculiar abilities, and they are not on the same page as the real immortals in the Chinese legend. If it was really a first-class immortal, Lynch would certainly use those things to save Natasha without any doubt. But once you really want to try, it can be said that there is no turning back arrow with a bow, and if you are unsuccessful, you can only watch Natasha die. Although Natasha's body has been injected with super soldier-like serum, she still can't get out of the category of normal humans and can't withstand this kind of toss. Do you wait for a breakthrough in Tony's nanotechnology, or take a risk? Without thinking for long, Lynch made his decision. So, Lynch looked at Tony seriously and said, Tony, to be honest, I thought of some methods, but they were too risky. I believe you. I know. Tony chuckled, then patted Lynch on the shoulder. Leave it to me, I'll bring her back. Just then, a short bell rang. Mr. Stark. Dr. Helen Zhao pressed her time alarm and walked up to Tony and asked, when the scheduled time comes, are you still sticking to your choice? Yes. Tony turned his head and smiled, his face full of relief. Why not? In the operating room, Tony looked calmly at his open chest, and several doctors were busy living. Dr. Helen Zhao used forceps to reach into Tony's chest and carefully picked up a piece of fragment to remove it. Half an hour later, all the remnants of shrapnel from Tony's chest were removed. This is an important decision Tony makes after solving the problem of Man-Man, Lynch's return, to remove the bomb fragments from his chest. The bomb fragments come from the first scene of the Iron Man story, where Tony is attacked by the 10 Commandments while he travels to Afghanistan to show his arms to the military, and the shells explode next to him, embedding debris in his body. In the cave, a doctor uses an electromagnet to suck a fragment of Tony's chest to keep him alive. Then Tony, in order to restrain the debris, churned out the reactor and became Iron Man. Over the years, the fragments of Tony's chest accompanied by pressure continued to torment him like a nightmare. He could remove the pieces, but it couldn't solve the stress he was facing, so he preferred that the pieces that kept him awake at night were left in his body to remind him of danger and be prepared. But this experience of nearly surviving at the hands of Mandarin gave Tony an epiphany, and he suddenly felt that life should not be like this. He should not neglect the precious things in front of him because of the unknown and the trouble that has not yet arrived, and ignore everything he has. Therefore, he decided to remove the fragments, get rid of anxiety, and face the future with a more open-minded attitude. And that's just the beginning. As time passed, the carnival atmosphere on Christmas Eve became more and more lively. People enjoy a big meal at home with friends and family, bars and dance halls where people gather to raise their glasses to bright lights and dynamic music. Above the pitch-black New York, steel figures quickly swept across the sky. Suddenly, the lights on them lit up the dark night sky. One by one, they swooped into the crowd with lights, bringing a series of exclamations, and then returned to the sky. In the end, the Iron Legion attracted the attention of countless New Yorkers and stopped moving in the air, as if waiting for something. Is that Iron Man? Nope. It's his steel suit. What are they doing? Is it a Christmas show? Is this the surprise on TV? While people were talking, at the top of the Avengers Tower, Tony gave an order to Jarvis. Subsequently, the Iron Legion made a move. The steel cloaks of different shapes began to start the self-detonation procedure, turning into brilliant fireworks that shone half of the New York sky. Under the fireworks, Tony personally put a necklace made of chest fragments around Pepper's neck, and then the two hugged and kissed. On TV, the host excitedly began to broadcast the fireworks show. This is a special gift prepared by Iron Man, Tony Stark. But according to him, the gift is much more than that, because a hero who has been away from us for a long time has finally returned. He is the superhero who mysteriously disappeared in New York Station 200 days ago, Superboy. On TV, the host's picture was zoomed out, and a video of Lynch versus Lord Manchu was played. At this moment, Lynch silently stayed by Natasha's side. His two eyes saw the fireworks through everything, and a smile appeared on his face, as if remembering the good old days. Top floor of the Defenders Alliance building, Defenders Alliance base. After returning, Lynch stepped in for the first time and met two superheroes he hadn't seen in months. After chatting a little bit about their recent experiences, Lynch got into the subject. Matt, are you going to be a little challenging lately? Lynch squinted at Daredevil. Daredevil was stunned for a moment, then hesitated and said, What? He didn't dare to be confident enough to pat his chest and speak, knowing that the challenging thing that this guy Lynch could say was absolutely extraordinary. Seeing this, Lynch stared meaningfully at Daredevil for a while before he spoke. Matt, do you remember where you learned your skills? Daredevil, who heard this, was a little surprised, and a trace of reminiscence appeared on his face, and he fell into memory. Of course. For a long time, Daredevil frowned and replied, "Does it have anything to do with him?" "Yes." Lynch nodded and continued. "The old man who trained you belongs to an organization, the Holy Society, and the Holy Society is the nemesis of a long-established and notorious killer group." "Killer organization?" Daredevil muttered and asked. "Is that what you mean by a challenge?" Lynch didn't answer, smiled and asked. "So you accepted it, didn't you?" Daredevil spread out his hands and said helplessly, "Can I still refuse?" Lynch smiled, and then looked at Jessica, who was eager to try. "Speak quickly? Dealing with gangsters and thieves every day is almost boring to death," Jessica said with her fists clenched. "Okay." Lynch retracted his smile and said with a slight seriousness, "The name of this killer organization is Hand Association." Then, Lynch popularized the history of the hand-to-hand meeting for the two. The Hand and Society in the Marvel Cinematic Universe is an evil killer organization founded by Alexandra, Mrs. Gao, Batu, Saonda, and Murakami, 5 people who were banished by Kunlun, and in the League of Defenders and Daredevil American series, they wreak havoc underground in New York in order to obtain the so-called Keel to prolong life. Rivals include the Japanese decent ninja killer organization Seiya, as well as superheroes such as Daredevil and Tekken. The choice to deal with the Hand Hui was Lynch's deliberate new plan. This plan is related to the value of justice, or Lynch decided on it after he did the man. After killing Lord Man, Lynch found that he had gained nearly 10 million level of justice points, almost catching up with the harvest of the Battle of New York. This gave him a new understanding of the acquisition of justice points, that is, villains and events with the same influence may not necessarily receive the same number of justice points. The justice value provided so far by the Battle of New York, which Lynch had great hopes for, was far from what he expected, probably only 10 or 20 million, and no more than 30 million. For a long time, Lynch knew that there were probably main ways to obtain justice points. One was to directly kill the villains who had left the world, and the other was to promote his own superhero activities. The justice value of directly eliminating supervillains who pose a threat to the world depends on how big the threat is, such as the threat of the Iron Overlord, which is far less than the Abomination. Because the Iron Overlord itself is actually orderly and evil, he will not deliberately harm this society and the world, and hatred is born with hatred for this world, and regards the destruction of the world as a mission. In the same way, because of the difference in ability, the threat of Abomination is far less than that of supergiants and the army of Zidori, nor is it comparable to the Mandarin who intends to rule or destroy the world. So to eliminate the Iron Overlord, Abomination, Supergiant, these people, Lynch's obtained justice value gradually increased, that is, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of differences. Another way, promoting the image of superheroes to inspire a sense of justice in people's minds, is less stable, but sometimes has unexpected gains. Originally, Lynch's gains in the Battle of New York were not unacceptable, because he was once controlled by Supergiant and killed in New York City. Although the news and voices related to this incident have been suppressed by the government, and even some people appreciate this real action, this behavior will undoubtedly affect Lynch's superhero image in the minds of most people, and thus make Lynch gain less justice value. If you think about it this way, Lynch's New York battle seems to have gained a lot of justice value. However, the nearly 10 million justice points obtained by Lynch defeating Lord Manchu gave him a different view of the gains gained from the previous Battle of New York. Because although Mandarin's strength is against the sky, it may be half a grade stronger than a supergiant star without a psychic scepter, but in fact, Mandarin has not yet shown much threat to the world. Compared with the superstars who are pressed by the army, the Mandarin people hiding in the shadows have just begun to dream of dominating the world, and the threat level cannot be compared at all. After all, no matter how powerful the Manchu is, it is impossible to suppress the entire world with one person. Therefore, Lynch felt that the justice value obtained by defeating Lord Manchu was a little too much, too many to be unreasonable. In this case, Lynch had a guess. Perhaps, the justice value is also related to the original plot direction. Those events that originally existed in the plot, and that happened, Lynch's involvement in them is likely to be less rewarding than those events that did not occur in the plot. Lynch had been careful not to change the direction of events, and most of the plot went as he wished, at most because he ended up producing a more terrifying villain, but the result was that evil did not suppress righteousness, and justice defeated the villain. From consequentialism, it doesn't matter if Lynch actually exists or not. Events that didn't happen in the original plot are different, and Lynch actually eliminates these potential threats. So Lynch speculated that according to the plot, his gains were far less than eliminating those potential threats. He hadn't found it before, and his strength wasn't enough, but now that he woke up, his strength had reached 80% Superman through full exchange, and he could finally make a change. It can be summed up in one sentence. Make trouble, make trouble, make trouble. In addition to doing things, Lynch also wants to collect the Infinity Stones. With one Infinity Stone in hand, Lynch became even more eager for a few others. One thing is to say, even if the Infinity Stones in the Marvel Cinematic Universe are more stretched, it is also the most incredible treasure in this universe. If you use an Infinity Stone to a high degree, your strength can reach the ceiling of this universe. And if you can collect a few more, what Odin, Guyi, Dormammu, it's all younger brothers. Therefore, Lynch with a system in his hand could hardly ignore the charm of the Infinity Stones. According to Lynch's own estimates, Dacheo's strength is likely to be only equal to the power of a gem. Because the Infinity Stones represent the power of rules, such as space gems, even if Superman can fly again, the gem user directly moves you to a different dimension, so take your head and fly out? Most of the other Infinity Stones are also like this, such as reality gems, directly like playing Minecraft fabricated reality, how to fight. Even if Lynch can't use them perfectly, he must hold them in his hands so that they are not collected by Thanos to deal with him. Seeing that Lynch, who could only be exchanged for the Great Super Template, was still relatively imaginary of these gems, but he couldn't do anything. If he can exchange a hand of Silver Superman, what else is he worthy? At that time, I am afraid that the entire universe will be able to grasp it at will. Unfortunately, at the current pace, Silver Superman doesn't have to think about it at all. The only chance is to prevent Thanos from becoming a cosmic family planning commission and erase half of the universe's living beings. Even if this event is in the plot, Lynch believes that he will definitely get countless justice points. After all, he eliminated the threat of the entire universe and saved countless lives. However, before that, Lynch still has to collect cosmic gems and exchange the remaining templates. When Thanos arrived, Lynch became a complete super master with the system in one hand, and held a few gems in the other, so that the remaining gems that Thanos could collect would not be beaten. Of course, now is the first step in the plan, the whole hand reunion. Although the plot has not yet reached the time when the Hand Guild launches its plan in New York, even Lynch and the Hand Guild are flooded without violating the river, it can be said that there is no grudge in the past, and there is no hatred in recent days. But who makes Lynch a superhero and they don't learn well? Do superheroes still need a reason to fight evil? Don't ask. Ask is dedication? Do a line of love. We are passionate about the just cause, so how are we going to find them? After listening to Lynch's introduction, Daredevil asked, "There are people in the gangs of New York?" Lynch paused for a moment, then instructed, "They were connected to Kim before, you should be able to find out. Tell me after finding it and wait for my news." Daredevil nodded and said, "Are you going to do anything else?" Lynch smiled and turned his gaze into the distance. "I have to visit someone I should have met a long time ago. Kathmandu, Nepal." Lynch strolled through this exotic religious land, occasionally leaning forward to ask questions, just like an ordinary tourist. In fact, at this moment, he is indeed like ordinary tourists, and he has the ability to converge and wander here. This is a kind of respect for the owner of this place, and the Supreme Mage Guyi, who has mastered the time gem, deserves to be treated as such. Suddenly, a middle-aged man with a contrived look and a long hat approached Lynch and whispered, "Hey, sir, I have something magical here, do you want to see it?" Lynch stopped, showed an interested expression like a normal young tourist, and said, "What?" When the middle-aged man saw Lynch's reaction, a hint of joy flashed his eyebrows, but he suppressed his joy very professionally, and looked left and right twice before mysteriously saying, "It's not appropriate to look here. We have to go where no one is." Hearing this, Lynch showed embarrassment very cooperatively, and hesitated. "Go to a place where no one is? In case you guys know, right ahead. If you're not worried, you can always walk away." The middle-aged man patted his chest and assured with conviction, "Okay." To the surprise of the middle-aged man, Lynch casually agreed, making the previous embarrassment seem to be a show. However, of course, he didn't think much about it, and immediately took Lynch into a small alley with joy in his heart. Lynch, who followed behind this person, looked more and more strange, and finally looked at the deep and uninhabited alley and finally couldn't help but complain. "People here like to bring people into the alley so much." As he was complaining, Lynch found that several sneaky figures faintly appeared on the side of the alley. "I don't know if I can see Guyi after cleaning up these punks." Pondering strange thoughts, Lynch kicked the middle-aged man who stopped in front of him and wanted to turn around and say something. "Please don't talk nonsense, I want to vomit when I hear it." Seeing this, several guys squatting on the other side of the alley suddenly rushed up with their mouths full of chirping birds. A second later, several people lay down on the ground in unison, losing consciousness. And Lynch, who stood in place as if he had not moved, clapped his hands and walked out of the alley bored. "This plot is also not right. Why doesn't Mordo appear? Is it because I am too?" Halfway through the chant, Lynch seemed to consciously look ahead, and a thin neutral bald head in a monk's uniform stood in the middle of the road with a hint of a smile. He had a calm expression and a detached temperament, standing there as natural as a tree and a grass. The surrounding crowd obviously did not notice this special presence, but naturally avoided it when they came to the front, and the surging crowd and the noisy market seemed to be in two worlds with him. Secretly surprised for a while, Lynch spoke. "Supreme Mage Guyi, welcome to Karmatage, Linear." In a quiet room at Karmatage, Furyuki poured Lynch a cup of tea he had brewed with his own hands, then walked to the side and sat down. "I already understand what you mean." "Oh." Lynch paused the tea that was brought to his lips and looked at Guyi. Coming to see this great god was a decision made by Lynch after hesitating for a long time. Don't look at Lynch's majesty on the earth, seemingly invincible. In fact, he will also be a little weak in his heart for the Ancient One. Not to mention the mysterious Gu Yi, even the fledgling Doctor Strange who has just inherited the title of Supreme Mage can use the Time Gem to play the other dimensional master Dormammu in the Time Cage, and force away this invincible dark demon god with endless reincarnation. How terrifying would that Supreme Old Mage Gu Yi, who has a long lifespan, truly masters the mysteries of the Time Gem, and travels through the vast universe. Although the overall performance of Gu Yi in the movie spans a batch, there are also many highlight operations. Otherwise, why do you think Gu Yi died? It's because Gu Yi's special effects wife burned the funds? A few minutes of pictures can burn millions of dollars. How can Marvel Studios withstand it? So the screenwriter waved his pen. Gu Yi, you should take the box lunch and the box lunch to go, so as not to delay you to go to the Soul Tour is too empty. But this does not affect Gu Yi's position in the ceiling strength of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Compared to the more stretched performance of other bigwigs in the movie, Gu Yi still maintains his own pressing style, showing the audience the platoon that a super big guy should have. Therefore, when facing a big guy of this level, Lynch will feel pressure. Because in front of Gu Yi, no matter how powerful the strength, no matter how fast the speed, no matter how hard the body is, it is useless. In a conventional sense, no matter how powerful the force cannot break the cycle of time, no matter how fast it is, it cannot catch up with the passage of time, and no matter how hard the body is, it cannot resist the change of time. To sum up in a word, Lynch at this stage can't play the Supreme Old Mage Gu Yi, but Lynch still took the initiative to come to the door. As for the reason, I hope that the mage can temporarily lend the Eye of Agamotto to me, and after saving people, I will definitely return the original thing. Putting down the tea in his hand, Lynch pleaded solemnly to Gu Yi. Gu Yi did not speak, waved his right hand, and a long line appeared in front of the two. Then, he looked at Lynch and said softly, I can understand your thoughts, but before I can let you know something. As he spoke, the expression on his face became deep, and his voice became solemn. Do you know about time? Time. Lynch frowned. I kind of understand. Hearing this, Gu Yi smiled as if expecting, and then said, It seems that I still don't know much about that. He waved his hand towards the long line, and the glowing long line suddenly expanded and then burst open, turning into small, changing pictures. Time is continuous in our universe, the past cannot be changed, the future cannot be predicted, even for those who have the Eye of Agamotto. Hearing this, Lynch nodded. This statement has been popularized in Avengers 4, that is, the theory of parallel space-time. Simply put, what has already happened cannot be changed. For example, you can't change your own world Thanos by crossing time to kill the young Thanos. Because the universe you went to after traveling through time is already a parallel universe of your own universe, killing the young Thanos there can only change the future there, not the history of your own universe. Similarly, the future cannot be predicted, because the future is infinite, and when you have the ideas and actions to predict the future, a new, unknown future has already been created. I understand this, so what does it have to do with saving people? Lynch still didn't quite understand what Furyuki meant, because he remembered that using the time gem to change local time or even use it to save people was an operation that appeared in the movie. For example, in the movie Doctor Strange, when Doctor Strange fought enemies, he used time gems to restore streets, temples, etc., and even Thanos used time gems to revive Vision who killed Scarlet Witch to obtain the mind gem on Vision's head. Therefore, Lynch thinks that there should be nothing wrong with using the time gem to reverse Natasha time to before she dies, right? It used to be no problem, but one day everything changed. Furyuki's tone stretched long, and two deep eyes fixed on Lynch. Because of me? Lynch asked with a puzzled look, but in his heart he couldn't help but think of the words of an old priest. Yes. Furyuki nodded solemnly and continued. From the day you appeared, the future became a real chaotic unknown. I don't understand. Hearing similar remarks to Odin's the future becomes chaotic. Because of you again, Lynch was still a little puzzled. In Lynch's view, the future is inherently endless and chaotic. What can I do with one more? Is it just an infinite future that becomes a bigger infinity because of one more variable? Isn't the future inherently chaotic? Why did it have any impact because of me? Seeing Lynch's incomprehensible look, Furyuki sighed lightly, shook his head, and said, No, because there is no existence of you at all in the infinite future. What? Lynch's eyes widened, and he was so shocked that he couldn't speak. What the hell does this mean? Those futures are all according to the original plot, and there is no future where I exist? Am I not recognized by the Marvel Universe? So only this timeline I am in has my existence, and even the real parallel space-time is not worthy of it? What a fucking spicy chicken system? Localization is also too bad. Lin Chi cursed secretly in his heart, and the super brain quickly analyzed the meaning of Guyi's words. So you mean, the time gem is most likely useless to Natasha? Yes. Guyayu said. If you use this power on her, either you have a problem, or she has a problem, or worse, the whole world may be chaotic because of this. After a pause, he continued. I've never been in this situation, so I can't judge. Lynch replied with a calm face, and countless thoughts began to roll in his brain. The present situation is that this timeline is unique, the past is incomparable, the future. Yes, why is this happening? What about the infinite future? How did you get to yourself and even the possibilities of the future disappear? Why is that? Is your past and future predetermined? All of it. Is it carefully planned and arranged like movies? In his deep thoughts, Lynch faintly felt a great horror, something called fate. In the end, Lynch gave up his plan to use the time gem to save Natasha and return to New York with mixed thoughts. In Hell's Kitchen, a party had just ended, and everyone who participated in the party left the scene and went home. At the door, a group of social people dressed in tattoos, large gold chains and black sunglasses were hugging one person and talking. Boss Frank, you have to go to my place next week. I treasured a bottle of good wine and was waiting for you, a big black man with a strong figure and a fierce face said with a smile. Another tall, thin white man with a sinister smile was not to be outdone. Don't mention your bottle of wine, you haven't been able to take it out for so many years, whether it's still uncertain. Frank, if you have time to go to my place, I can arrange any kind of beauty you want. Rick, don't blow. Another bejeweled, well-dressed black man said with a disdainful look. Last time you couldn't get a third-rate actress, I had to spend my own money reliably. The gang leader of this group of Hell's Kitchens praised the short, chubby, ugly white middle-aged man in the center, to which he just laughed, and then said goodbye to everyone when the time was almost up. Finally, the man got into his car and quietly closed his eyes in the back seat. As one of the rulers in the post-Hell's Kitchen underworld in the post-Kim era, Frank's status is self-evident. As the strength in his hands becomes stronger and stronger, every day countless young guys who are eager to stand out want to become his subordinates, and even large and small gang leaders have to grovel in front of him and show their flattering smiles. This allowed him to quickly transform from a punk in Hell's Kitchen to a decent gangster. Of course, this is only superficial. The vehicle drove slowly and smoothly on the road, and after 15 minutes arrived at Frank's residence. Unlike the well-deserved imperial gold of Hell's Kitchen in the past, the leaders of Hell's Kitchen are not so cautious now. At the very least, the punks on Hell's Kitchen Street could point out which direction the homes of several big men were, and they didn't protect their privacy as tightly as Kim did. However, they were unimpressed, and even thought that the dead Jin was too timid as the supreme uncrowned king of Hell's Kitchen. Their idea is simple. Messing around in Hell's Kitchen, if you don't even dare to report your home address, then how can you be a big brother? If you have the ability, you will come to the trouble? Do you think the dozen heavily armed subordinates in the family are eating dry food? Are the hundreds of younger brothers under his hands raised to drink light? What is this called? Pie noodles? It has to be said that as fellow gangsters, luck determines survival, and pattern determines achievement. Then again, Frank's home is a large villa with a large area and luxurious decoration. Amid the welcome of his subordinates, Frank moved his fat body and swayed into the house. In the spacious and bright hall, the tall maid with a hot figure saw her boss returning, and immediately greeted her with a smile. Boss, you're back. This voice is soft and seductive, combined with this superb figure that is taller than Frank, so that the gangsters of Hell's Kitchen who have been with a group of smelly old men for a day suddenly feel excited, and they can't help but reach out and touch the short skirt. Aha. No. Madam is here. The maid pushed Frank in refusal, but Frank stopped the movement of his hand. Where's Caitlin? Frank put his hand to the tip of his nose and shook his nose twice, sniffing with a lewd smile, but his tone was quite serious. When the maid saw Frank stop his hand, she felt a little unhappy, but she did not dare to attack, and could only point to the stairway leading to the top. Upstairs, it has been here for a long time, but there is no movement. Frank nodded, wiped his hand carefully on his body, and walked upstairs. Caitlin. He climbed upstairs, came to the bedroom door, found it dark, and shouted, Are you there, Caitlin? Frank raised his voice and asked again, but there was still no response for a long time. What's going on? He muttered in puzzlement and stepped into the bedroom unsuspectingly. In the next second, a black shadow fell from the ceiling and instantly pounced on Frank's body. Frank only felt that as soon as he saw it, his entire body was firmly grasped by someone, and he couldn't even call for help. Don't move. A low, dark voice came from behind his head, causing his legs to instantly begin to go soft. He is just less vigilant, but of course he is not stupid at all to be able to sit in this position for so long, being able to silently cross his men's defenses in the dark of night, appearing in his second-floor bedroom, and this voice. Frank naturally remembered that Hell's Kitchen demon, Daredevil. Thinking of this, Frank hurriedly nodded sharply like a chicken packing rice. Good, I'm here to ask something. If you cooperate there will be no danger, understand? Daredevil continued, and Frank nodded again without hesitation. Choose wisely. Seeing Frank's willingness to cooperate, Daredevil let go of his mouth slightly, allowing him to take a few breaths. Then, Daredevil asked, Whose man are you? Hearing this, Frank was stunned for a moment, and then whispered back nervously, I don't understand what you mean. Daredevil interrupted Frank rudely, and said in a grim tone, Do you think I will believe that you have transformed from an unknown punk on the street to a big man who inherits gold and power by virtue of your strength? You know what it costs to lie? Saying that, the cold light in Daredevil's hand flashed, and a sharp weapon with a cold aura tightly resisted Frank's back heart. Okay, calm down, Frank roared in panic, his body twisting and struggling to dodge the approaching blade. When Daredevil stopped moving, Frank swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and said with a scared face, I don't know who she is, I only know them. Soon, Daredevil knew all the information he wanted. Frank, who confessed and lenient, ushered in the most tormenting moment at this time, and he kept praying in his heart that Daredevil would spare him, and if he could, he would definitely do more good things for Hell's Kitchen in the future. Have a good dream. Just as he was nervously waiting for Daredevil's trial, Daredevil's terrifying deep voice reached his ears. Then, he lost consciousness and lay limply on the bed. Frank had a smile on his face as he heard that Daredevil was not planning to take him down. Beside him lay Lady Caitlin, and after dawn, perhaps he would suspect that all this was a nightmare. And Daredevil had already left here with intelligence and followed the night. The next day, the Union building of the Defenders. After listening to Daredevil's narration, Lynch nodded and walked to the familiar floor-to-ceiling window. So Hell's Kitchen has actually fallen under the control of the Hands Guild, so to speak. Daredevil calmly replied. Lynch looked at the many-spirited punks below, and couldn't help but sigh. This Hell's Kitchen local gangster is not very good. As soon as the gold falls, no one carries the flag. According to Daredevil's investigation, several of the biggest gangsters in this Hell's Kitchen are now more or less related to the Hand Guild. Although they don't know that the people behind them are the same, there is no doubt that Hell's Kitchen is basically under the control of the Hands Alliance. Even though Lynch doesn't look down on these unproductive local gangsters, he has to admit that it is still easy to penetrate the underworld of a region with the strength of the Hand Alliance. Not to mention the 5 old guys who betrayed Kunlun. A large number of rebels under the Light Hand Association was enough for them to traverse the dark world anywhere. After all, superheroes and supervillains are still a minority, and the vast majority of people in the underground world are just ordinary people, and it is difficult to compete with ninjas who are full-time killers. These guys from the Hands Guilds hold the source of all business, the living trade, the white powder factory. Daredevil ignored Lynch's complaints, and counted the guilt of the Hands Guilds with a serious expression. I didn't even notice the existence of these people before. Matt, don't beat yourself up. Sensing Daredevil's self-blame and guilt, Lynch turned around and said with a smile. This kind of thing will always exist, but this time the source happens to be in Hell's Kitchen. What about us? Daredevil asked with a hint of anticipation. No, Matt, I'm too lazy to care if they just want to do some small business in the safety of Hell's Kitchen. Lynch snorted, then squinted into the distance. They have other plans, and their plans will endanger the whole of New York. Daredevil frowned, a little hard to accept. But if you think about it, if you just engage in some simple illegal and criminal activities, it seems that Lynch does not need to bother. As long as he has one message, SHIELD, or Daredevil can solve the matter. What plan? What do they want to do? Daredevil asked suspiciously. After the Great War of New York, who doesn't know that the city has a group of flying and omnipotent superheroes, and even a godlike Superboy? At this time, you dare to do things in New York, how bold is that? Or how important should their goals be to them? It's simple, Lynch said lightly. In order to continue to live, a few timid old immortals have to do things in New York. After that, Lynch turned his head, his eyes penetrated the obstacles, and he saw an underground construction site that was secretly working. Unfortunately, they sounded the death knell for their own demise. Somewhere in Hell's Kitchen, an Asian-faced old lady with a short cane calmly listened to the report of her subordinates. After a long time, his subordinates ended their words and stood quietly with their heads bowed. The old lady squinted her little eyes and thought for a while, and then said to herself in a casual tone, "Which mouse is probing us?" According to his subordinates, it seems that someone in Hell's Kitchen has been gathering intelligence about them recently. Although the gang leaders who were intimidated by Daredevil and threatened to say their inextricable connection with the Hands Association did not dare to disclose the slightest thing about it, so as not to be punished by the Hands Guild, as a super-killer organization, the ability to obtain intelligence was far beyond the imagination of these mud-legged people. Through some clues, the subordinates of the Hand Association discovered this little bit of Hell's Kitchen. Do we need to ask those guys? The subordinates raised their heads slightly, and their faces were full of fanatical adoration. Seeing her subordinates behaving like this, the old lady chuckled. No need for this, who in this place but that masked guy dares to explore such a thing? Daredevil. Hearing this, the madness on the faces of his subordinates converged slightly. Yes. The old lady's wrinkled face pulled out an ugly smile, which looked particularly sinister and terrifying. You can just deal with it normally, kill him if you can, and satisfy him if you can't. The subordinate nodded in agreement, and the old lady had already turned away and looked into the distance with deep eyes. As long as he doesn't sabotage our plans, everything is fine. Otherwise, at the end, her two small eyes revealed amazing killing intent. At night, inside a special factory in Hell's Kitchen, under the bright lights, rows of workers in uniform clothes are busy working on the assembly line, just like a normal factory. However, the guards who are scattered around the factory with guns in their hands, constantly patrolling and monitoring, and the workers and products on the assembly line can still see that this factory is special. These workers are blind with dull eyes and limited mobility, and what they produce is a batch of poison. This is a special processing factory that the Hands Association has set up in Hell's Kitchen, which can be called the source of evil. What flows from here is eroding the land every moment, sucking the blood of innocent people, and harming the conscience and justice of normal people. Thankfully, that will come to an end tonight. Poof. With a dull sound, the whole factory lost its light. What's going on? Blackout. What shit electric light? The factory was in chaos, and the guards cursed and turned on their flashlights, shouting and barely controlling the scene. But much of the factory is still dark, and there seems to be a long hidden demon about to emerge from the five-fingered environment. Damn it! This broken thing is broken at this time. In the darkness, a guard hatefully threw the faulty flashlight on the ground, and groped step by step towards the place where there was a flashlight in the distance. Suddenly, a black shadow rushed out from the shadows behind him and threw him to the ground. He didn't struggle, only panicked for half a second and then simply passed out, lying unconscious on the ground. Daredevil, who appeared from the darkness, turned his face in the direction of the light, with a suppressed smile on his face. Time passed minute by minute, and by the time most of the guards gathered, 5 minutes had passed. With a bright flashlight, they discussed with each other and sent messages to their superiors. Suddenly, a guard looked around everyone carefully, then frowned and said, "Why do I feel that we have fewer people? There are fewer people. It seems to be true. Richard is not there. Richard? Damn, what about them?" Bang, bang. Just as they were panicking, several throwing knives from nowhere broke flashlights, and the light around them suddenly darkened. Someone touched in. At this time, even the most stupid guard should understand that someone is doing ghosts. Which son of a son came to die? A fierce-looking guy pulled the safety of his spear and looked around murderously. In the next second, his head tilted, and his expression fell down in amazement. There. Shoot. Tap-da-da. After 10 minutes, the sound of the factory gradually subsided. Daredevil grinned and walked among the unconscious guards all over the ground, occasionally smacking the faint guys in the head and knocking them unconscious. For a long time, Daredevil stopped moving and gasped deeply for a while before saying loudly, "Stay here and don't move, someone will come to rescue you later." After a long pause, Daredevil prepared to leave and move on to the next location. As soon as he turned around, he suddenly heard a sharp sound of breaking the air behind him, quickly rolled on the ground, and then quickly got up and took a fighting stance. Behind him, a man dressed in a black night suit similar to Daredevil's uniform appeared. Daredevil tilted his head, as if thinking of something. "Ninja." The black-clothed ninja did not answer, and his figure rushed towards Daredevil like a ghost. When the two figures staggered, they pulled out their short blades in unison and stabbed at each other fiercely. With a ding, Daredevil flicked the ninja's weapon away, and then rushed forward without mercy. The two clashed in a dimly lit factory for several rounds, and Daredevil fought to knock the ninja to the ground with his injuries. Ho! Daredevil breathed quickly, then stepped forward to get rid of the ninja once and for all. He is not shallow injured and his physical strength is not fake, but the situation of the ninja who suffered from his heavy damage is even worse. Fight, you must not relax a single moment until the dust settles. But when Daredevil reached the halfway point, his expression suddenly changed, and then he reflexively rushed without hesitation. And behind the fallen ninja, the darkness suddenly shot out a series of cold darts. With his extraordinary hearing, Daredevil narrowly avoided the death net woven by the darts, but the danger was not lifted. One by one, the elusive ninja weaved through the darkness and handed their blades at Daredevil. Daredevil, who has always been unafraid of the sky, is also numb in his scalp at the moment, because these guys seem to have touched his way. Daredevil had just fought the ninja who was used as bait, and he found that these guys' moves and skills were vaguely similar to him. Actually, Daredevil's feeling is not wrong, because in a sense, he is also a ninja. In terms of setting, Daredevil is similar to Batman, and both have been trained by ninja masters. Daredevil's master, Stick Losser, is a member of the Holy Society, a decent ninja organization, while Batman is trained by the Ninja League. To be reasonable, these two guys are traitors, and they have learned the skills of ninjas, and they are ruthless in dealing with the ninja forces. But at this moment, Daredevil doesn't have so much time to think about these things, because the deadly threat is imminent. In the darkness, the ninjas showed their fangs, and all kinds of cruel means were sacrificed together. Under the overwhelming murderous aura, Daredevil held his breath, and then opened his mouth and shouted, "Lynn." This sentence was like a mage's spell, instantly causing all ninjas' movements to stop and stay in place. In the next second, Lynch's lazy voice sounded, "Matt, you can't do this. I thought there would be a problem on Jessica's side, but I didn't expect you to be able to hold it first." Daredevil wiped the sweat from his face, carefully walked out of the frozen ninja, and then said with some emotion, "These guys are indeed very powerful, at least it is difficult for me alone." Lynch, who appeared from the night, waved his hand and said with a look of nonchalance, "Isn't this me? Get ready, we're moving faster." Daredevil nodded, and then the two quickly took to the air and disappeared into the night. On the other side, the old lady was slightly frowning and checking for bad news. Looking at it, she was full of anger, vigorously poked the floor twice with the crutch in her hand, and said coldly, "How so? With that masked boy can take me down so many places?" Not far away, the old lady's men trembled their cheeks and replied with difficulty, "He also has a helper, that divine power woman. They often act together, and even claim to be defenders." The wrinkles on the old woman's face were piled up with anger, and her voice was filled with anger and disdain. Do they think that taking the same name as the Avengers is really a superhero? Two clowns? The subordinates did not dare to interject, but still scolded Daredevil and Jessica for a long time with the old lady's anger. Although these underground industries are nothing compared to the plan of the entire handicraft, this income is completely under the old lady's control, and now it is completely destroyed. Of course, she will feel angry. When the old lady's breath calmed down, he asked cautiously, "Is that sending someone?" After recovering her mentality, the old lady sneered and continued. Let them be proud for a while, and wait for the plan to be completed. Just send them to die. Hey, didn't you hear me? She said she was going to send you to die. The sudden words made the old lady stunned, and then turned into a look of anger on her face. Who? Me. The words fell, and Lynch walked into the room with Daredevil and Jessica. And the old lady, who was originally surprised and angry, maintained her original posture and remained motionless, and infinite fear began to arise in her heart. Don't speak your plastic Mandarin, it makes me sick. Lin Chi glanced at the ugly old lady Gao in disgust, and said with some impatience, give you a chance to live, call the other 4 old immortals, and blink your eyes if you want. He slightly let go of the restraints of mental power and stared into old lady Gao's eyes. But Mrs. Gao didn't appreciate it, and her eyelids didn't move. It's not dead, is it? Lynch snorted coldly, his fingers moved, and a ring with a strange light flew out. Let's try this ring with you. Quick, pour in. Be careful, don't spill it. Move a little smaller. In a spooky room, a group of ninjas dressed in black are pouring buckets of strangely smelling things into a huge container under the command of the leader. The boxy container, shaped like a coffin, is filled with strange-smelling material objects that make people feel cold at first sight. What is even more penetrating is that at the bottom of this container, there is a naked woman lying down. But these ninjas looked like they were blind, and everyone meticulously added various things to it. Soon, the leader, seeing that he was almost ready, pushed open the door of this room and crossed a deep, dark path to another room. Inside the room, an old white woman who noticed someone coming turned around and asked with a cold expression, "How is it?" The ninja leader bowed down and replied, "Almost ready." Hearing this, the old woman's face showed a hint of joy. Good. She praised her subordinate, then raised her hand to send it away, and she muttered joyfully, "Black sky." On the other hand, Lynch led a group of people to a mansion. This is a mansion located in Japan, and it is more appropriate to call it a manor house, but it is actually a small manor. At the door of the house, a small wooden sign is engraved with the surname of the owner here, Murakami. Lynch looked at Daredevil, Jessica, the controlled old lady, and the 2 unconscious old guys, then raised his foot and kicked open the door. "Are you home, Murakami-kun?" Lynch, who swaggered in, greeted him in Japanese rather wickedly, and then the corners of his mouth schemed unhappily, because he saw that Murakami in the house was already guarded, and even waited behind a certain door with a long knife in hand. The human heart is not ancient. Is this the fact that there are friends who come from afar, although they are far away? Lynch shook his head and sighed twice, and the next second the figure had disappeared in place. Behind the door of one bedroom, Murakami held his breath with a special secret method, and even briefly closed the air holes in his body, so that those who entered the door unconsciously were stabbed by him. At this time, Murakami's thinking had slowed down, and only a trace of sensitive perception was waiting for the enemy to enter. Murakami has not experienced this situation for a long time. The long life gave him a lot, but also a lot for him. For example, indifference to the passage of life. When someone really threatened his life, boundless fear overwhelmed him. He was afraid of death, of eternal silence, of never again being able to breathe the sweet air of this world. If he does not have the opportunity to touch eternal life, then he must not have a fear of death. He has already tasted the benefits of longevity. How can he give up? He could only pick up the long knife again with infinite fear, hoping that he could cut the enemy under the knife as he had in the past. In this way, he is entitled to continue to enjoy the immortal lifespan. But alas, all this is just a luxury. Hello, old turtle. In some mysterious state, he suddenly heard such a strange sound, and without thinking, the long knife in his hand had already split backwards. Boom. The extremely fast long knife caused Lynch to exclaim, and then stopped between his fingers. Glancing at Murakami, who had a mysterious breath on his body, Lin Chi held out a sentence. The old guy doesn't talk about martial virtue, and he doesn't report the name of the move. Of course, Murakami would not answer, but his body softened and he slowly fell to the ground. Lynch glanced at his physical condition with his ability and found that even if he didn't make a move, this guy probably wouldn't be able to survive. Probably this guy poured his whole life into this knife, and if he failed to kill the enemy himself, he couldn't do it? Lynch secretly guessed for a moment, and then came out of the room with someone. Placing Murakami next to the 2 unconscious old guys, Lynch counted them one by one. Mrs. Gao, Batu, Saonda, and Murakami. The last one is. Mrs. Gao said respectfully. I think I can guess where she is. Mrs. Gao, whose mind is controlled, is conscious, but she regards the controller as the master from her heart and is willing to give everything for the master, so she sells her teammates without hesitation. Well, good. Lynch nodded, and soon thought of something as well. In the Marvel Cinematic Universe, the 5 old immortals who created the Hand Guild actually involve many supervillains and superheroes. For example, the superheroes Daredevil in the Defenders League, Jessica, Tekken, Luke, Nurseman, Mist Knight, etc. There are many supervillains and forces, what holy will. But today's Lynch doesn't have much interest in these small characters, and after visiting Guyi, Lynch sees the wider world. Lynch spent more than a day at Karmatage, during which time Furyuki took Lynch on a journey through the vast multiverse and met the legendary dimensional demon gods. Although Lynch knows something about the world beyond Earth, the difference between hearing and seeing is great, and those incredible existences make Lynch feel weak and narrow. So Lynch decided to let go of the people and things that didn't matter and spend his time experience on things worth doing. Although the righteous points obtained by erasing the hand association should not be particularly large, it is not a trivial matter. Besides, Lynch has some other plans. Thinking of this, Lynch ordered Mrs. Gao, "Take me to her." In the basement, under the expectant gaze of Alexandra, the only remaining founder of the Hand Association, the slowly got up. "Who am I?" She looked dazed and asked the only old woman in front of her. "You're my child." Alexandra's face was full of excitement, and his eyes were filled with undisguised covetousness. "You were once taken away by a strong enemy, and I gave everything to give you a new life. What's my name?" The woman frowned and continued to ask. "You used to be called Erica." A voice with shock and disbelief interrupted the conversation, and the two looked in surprise to where the voice came from. And the person who came was naturally Lynch and his group, and it was Daredevil who spoke out. "You." Alexandra looked at Lynch and several familiar figures at his feet, and the excitement that rose in her heart suddenly cooled down. Without much thought, she turned around and began to run wildly, not forgetting to tell Erica, "They are the enemy. Kill them." But halfway through, she stopped in place trembling. "What else are you busy with? Didn't you see a few of your other friends quietly with me? How nice it is to lie flat honestly," Lynch said expressionlessly. And Daredevil had already moved his legs uncontrollably towards his old lover, and Lynch pouted slightly. "Be careful, Matt. Erica is no longer the lover you once was, she is now the ultimate weapon of the Hand Rendezvous, Black Sky." Hearing this, Daredevil's movements slowed down. "What the hell is going on? Lynn, can you tell me?" Lynch didn't hide it and told him everything. Daredevil and his girlfriend Erica were originally the apprentices of Stick, but because they could not understand that Sticker killed the little boy who was a container in the Black Void, the two broke with Stick. Then, Stick discovers that Erica is being targeted by the Hand Rendezvous and will become the next generation of Black Sky. Unbearable to hurt Erica, the Stick sends Erica to the unknown countryside, but unfortunately is still found by the Hand and Rendezvous, killing Erica and taking her body. Not long ago, the Hand Hui was hit hard by Lynch, and Alexandra, in fear, put all hope against the invincible hero on their final weapon, resurrecting Erica. Unfortunately, the Black Sky cannot save the Hand Union. Like the five fingers that created the Hand Club, the evil power they believe in is still nothing to mention in front of Lynch. "All right, Matt. I'll help you deal with this matter, let's settle it first." Daredevil, who was assured by Lynch, looked better and nodded. Lynch used mental power to move Alexandra in front of him, woke up the three unconscious old guys one by one, and then said in a flat tone, "Now, all five of your fingers are here." With that, Lynch held out two fingers. "You have two options. One is to be killed by me, and the other is to obey my orders and hope that I can spare your lives. So, make your choice." After that, Lynch let go of the mental power bondage. "No one can command me, I never." Burrow, of the five, was the first to shout and rushed towards Lynch, then fell faster and lost vital signs. "Who's next?" Old Lady Gao was already controlled by her mind, and Lynch's gaze swept towards the remaining three. Greeting this gaze, Murakami sighed faintly and simply understood himself. Sawanda and Alexandra neither want to die nor become Lynch puppets. How could Lynch get their way? 3. He held out 3 fingers, and Sawanda and Alexandra began to feel that strong suffocation again. 2. Sawanda and Alexandra look flustered, as if a drowning man is trying to survive. 1. "I surrender," Alexandra shouted, and the next moment he was relieved to be out of the death threat. But Sawanda was not so lucky, and after hesitating for half a second, he swallowed his last breath with endless regret. "Good." Lynch smiled and slapped his hand, then ejected a ring. As before, the mind control exuded by this ring quickly enveloped Alexandra. After a while, Alexandra, with a respectful face, bowed to Lynch and saluted. "Master." Lynch nodded and tossed the ring to Daredevil. "From today onwards, the Hand Union is yours, and you can dispose of it however you want." Without waiting for Daredevil to react, Lynch had already left with Mrs. Gao. "Master, where are we going now?" Mrs. Gao asked in a funny Mandarin. Lynch laughed lightly, looked into the distance and said, "Go where you came from." Somewhere in the Himalayas, Lynch and Mrs. Gao are strolling leisurely in the snow and ice. Here stands the world's highest peak, covered in deep snow and ice all year round, and has countless beautiful and moving myths and legends. And Lynch came here for one of those legends, Kunlun. The Kunlun of the Marvel Cinematic Universe is the embodiment of another Chinese element in addition to dilution. Of course, this thing is also a forced set of names like dilution. In fact, the core is still Marvel's set of things. Kunlun in the Marvel Cinematic Universe originated from an extra dimension created by a group of humanoid alien spaceships tearing through space when they landed, and they used this extra dimension as a retreat to establish 7 heavenly capitals. Kunlun is one of them. The Kunlun people admire martial arts and will select their warriors through special ceremonies to immortal weapons, the so-called Iron Fist. The 7 capitals of paradise are hidden city-states scattered all over the world. Every 88 years, these cities merge into one, creating the heart of paradise. They host the Paradise City Tournament, where each city sends their best warriors, who are all part of the immortal weapon. And Kunlun, the Chinese dragon city as the head of the 7 heavenly capitals, is the strongest among them. Kunlun is managed by the Jade Emperor. Of course, this Jade Emperor is only similar in name to De Luotian. In fact, the two are far apart. It is a mysterious lost city, hidden deep in the Himalayas, and only every 10 years can you visit the gate to Kunlun. This is true for ordinary people, but for Lynch, who has space gems, as long as he can find the corresponding entrance, he can naturally come and go freely. Soon, Mrs. Gao took Lynch to the place in her memory. "This is it," she said, looking down, a complicated look on her old face. "Do you want to take me into Kunlun with you?" Time passed, the sea changed. Maybe she never thought that she would return to her hometown in this way. Lin Chi bowed his head slightly, not caring about Mrs. Gao's mood changes. This was just a leading tool person. He took out the space gem and quietly sensed the hidden passage in this space. At a certain moment, Lynch's eyes burst with a brilliant light. The space gem in his hand emitted a misty clear light, covering the two of them. The next moment, the figures of the two disappeared without a trace. It is a golden holy city centered on esoteric arts and martial arts, full of light and peace, built on fire, blood, and steel. It is filled with the oldest wisdom and the harshest and worst laws. The name of the city is Kunlun. Today, Kunlun City is bustling, and countless residents have walked out of their homes just to see that once-in-a-century event. Today, someone will challenge Kunlun's patron saint, the immortal dragon Xiaolao. If he succeeds, he will regain the immortal power that Kunlun has left behind for decades. The Iron Fist? In the secret place of the city, a resolute white-blonde young man was quietly listening to the teachings of the person in front of him. The man in front of him had a head wrapped in a tight black hood, only a few cloth bands on his upper body clinging to his strong muscles, black tights on his lower body, and a powerful weapon behind his back. These two are today's protagonists, Randall, the Iron Fist challenger, and Lei Gong, who is responsible for training martial arts in Kunlun. Randall was originally a rich son in New York, and his whole family died in an accident, and he happened to fall in Kunlun and was saved by the Jade Emperor and Lei Gong. After that, Randall, who opened the hero template, practiced hard in Kunlun, practiced martial arts, eager to gain the power of the Iron Fist, and then went down the mountain to track down the truth of the accident. Finally, with unremitting efforts, Randall was recognized by Lei Gong and obtained the qualification to challenge the immortal dragon Xiaolao. Soon, Lei Gong told Randall all the places to pay attention to when challenging Elder Xiao. In order to become the master of the power of Kunlun's Iron Fist, the challenger must fight the immortal dragon Xiaolao and answer his questions, and only after passing the level can he take down the dragon heart and obtain the immortal power. The immortal dragon will die after the heart is removed, but this is not a big deal, as Xiaolao can be resurrected. The birth of each generation of Iron Fist heirs is accompanied by a nirvana rebirth and death of Xiaolao, and has been reincarnated 65 times before Randall. Randall is the 66th generation Iron Fist candidate, and is also known as the weakest Iron Fist in the original world. After the two finished communicating, Lei Gong turned around, and there was no expression on his hooded face, but his eyes showed a trace of solemnity. Because next he will summon the guardian spirit of Kunlun, the immortal dragon Xiaolao. Xiaolao is the Zhenshan divine dragon of Kunlun City, which is the origin of the name of Kunlun Dragon City, and it is also the reason why Kunlun can rank first among the 7 capitals of heaven. Although Randall is a candidate he is extremely optimistic about, his days of cultivation in Kunlun are still too short, and it is very dangerous to challenge Xiaolao. After all, every Iron Fist is achieved by bathing in the heart of Xiaolao. Even if Elder Xiao doesn't have special malice toward the challenger, he can't just let people win the challenge smoothly. If you want to obtain immortal power and become an Iron Fist heir, you must have strong strength and an incomparably tough heart. Time passed, and under the call of Lei Gong, the entire city began to tremble slightly. In the shocked and inexplicable eyes of countless people, a huge flame dragon like a mountain range soared into the air, hovering in the air and dancing. The dragon's whole body was red, and there was a terrifying heat between its hair, and its 2 wings that covered the sky swirled between the waves. But to everyone's surprise, the dragon did not look at Randall and Lei Gong, but turned the dragon's head and stared at a certain void with lantern-like eyes. What happened? Randall asked Lei Gong with a puzzled look. Lei Gong straightened his body, and 2 sharp eyes fell in the direction that Elder Xiao was looking at. It seems that a guest is coming. As soon as the words fell, Elder Xiao opened his blood basin and spewed out an extremely violent fireball, aiming directly at a certain place in the void. Boom! In the explosion that shook the entire Kunlun, 2 imperceptible figures flashed away. What's that? Randall, who could barely find something flashing from Xiaolao's attack, looked shocked. He really couldn't imagine that anyone could survive in that terrifying flame. What kind of existence is that? Why did you come to the lost city of Kunlun at such a critical time? Randall, who was originally excited and inexplicable because of the Iron Fist trial, gradually became uneasy. Looking at today's situation, he may not be able to challenge Xiaolao, because there are even more terrifying existences to challenge the immortal dragon, and even the entire Kunlun. Above the firmament, seeing that the blow failed to achieve an effect, Elder Xiao cautiously crossed his body, and between his big mouths opened and closed, he actually said, "Rebels, even dare to return to Kunlun, do you think that your life is long? Huh." Meeting the astonished gazes of countless people, Lin Chi, who suddenly appeared in front of Xiaolao, looked at the dragon without noticing. In the Marvel Cinematic Universe, dragons are still relatively rare creatures, let alone such powerful dragons. In Lynch's perception, the life breath of this dragon is so rich that it can suffocate ordinary people. This terrifying fire dragon doesn't need to move at all, just slashing across the sky can cause a disaster. Perhaps, this is the so-called dragon power? It's just a pity that this dragon is not like the dragon of Chinese legends, but more like a Western dragon. The immortal dragon Shao Lao god resembles a lizard, with huge wings, uneven skin, and wrinkles, and flesh whiskers growing from the head to the middle of the body. In the eyes of Westerners, the dragon is an evil alienated beast, greedy and loves treasure, lewd and lustful, so that the story of the brave defeating the evil dragon and saving the princess to obtain treasure endures. In the eyes of some people, dragons can be domesticated and used, and Shu Lao is the embodiment of this thinking. Therefore, Shao Lao, who was the guardian of Kunlun, did not hesitate to attack when facing the invaders, and one of them was a former traitor. Unfortunately, this level of flame breath did little for Lynch. Now Lynch is a monster who can soak in magma, and the tone of the old man can help him. It's just that Lynch didn't expect that he would catch up with the trial of this generation of Iron Fist so coincidentally. Good fellow, in this situation, do you have to work for the weakest Iron Fist in legend? However, it does not seem unacceptable. At the very least, this Iron Fist was originally a member of the Defenders Alliance, and now as the leader of the Defenders Alliance, everyone rounds up to be his own good brother. However, Shu Lao did not know this stubble. Even because of old lady Gao, a traitor, Elder Shao immediately put on an invincible appearance. Lynch felt inexplicable, but he decided not to fight with Shao Lao first. Since you shot first, then don't blame me for returning the hand. Anyway, can't you be resurrected? Let's be a dragon slayer warrior today. Evil dragon, today I will eliminate harm for the people. Lynch straightened up and shouted righteously. Shu Lao? The next moment, the immortal dragon's doubts were smashed by Lynch's fist. The huge dragon head like a small mountain was hit by a punch from Lynch, who was too fast to react, and flew weakly into the distance. The entire entrenched dragon body of Shao Lao was also dragged by the dragon head, and it instantly straightened and lengthened. God. Randall looked at the inconspicuous figure in the air in disbelief, a little doubtful for a while. Is that human? This is why Randall has been practicing in Kunlun, and a normal New Yorker has probably jumped up and shouted, Superboy, YYDS. In the air, the groggy Shao Lao barely controlled his body, and an unprecedented look of fear appeared in the dragon's eyes. It could feel that this intruder might be unimaginably powerful. Is it a god, or a demon god? Stop. Shu Long's voice was like thunder, but his tone was extremely humble. What the hell are you? Me. Lynch's fist was raised in front of Shao Lao's brain, and when he heard this, he said squarely, a brave man without a name. After speaking, without giving Shao Lao a little time to react, he slammed down with a punch. Shao Lao, you meow. Half a day later, Lin Chi and Kunlun had reached a friendly consensus. Although Shao Lao was killed by Lynch's old punch, he still allowed Randall to achieve the power of Iron Fist. According to Lynch's own account, this result is obviously not much different from the original script. From the point of view of justice value, Lynch's idea is also fine. Solving the hand union that was supposed to be done by the 4 street heroes of the League of Defenders, Lynch only received 3 or 4 million justice points. After killing Shao Lao, who guarded Kunlun, Lin Chi also got just over 1 million justice points. As for why killing Shao Lao has justice points, to be reasonable, where in this world would there be characters without a dark side? Even the Avengers superheroes, there are countless unjustified stories behind everyone. Iron Man, once the most famous arms dealer in the United States, did he create weapons that hurt fewer innocent civilians? Far from it. The 2 siblings, Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver, are living witnesses of Tony Stark's black history. Captain America, when he fights for his country, does he necessarily represent justice? Even if he defeated the evil Axis and saved most of the people. But to whom should innocent civilians in defeated countries suffer as a result? Hulk, Thor, Hawkeye, Black Widow. Not to mention these people, I am afraid that the blood stained on their hands cannot even be counted by themselves. Even Lynch doesn't consider himself absolutely just. Even, Lynch often thinks maliciously, what if someone kills himself to get justice points? Therefore, in front of Lynch, the incarnation of justice with a system, in fact, everyone is a threat to justice, and killing everyone can get a corresponding justice value. The difference is only in the value of justice. This is also a deep understanding of the system by Lynch, something that he figured out when Lynch was blackened by the influence of supergiants. It's just that Lynch has been suppressing this understanding, not wanting to make himself a slave to the system. It wasn't until he visited Koichi and saw the wider universe that he had a stronger desire for justice. Looking for Kunlun, Lynch is for the justice values that can be obtained in these other dimensions. Kunlun is fine, and Lynch thinks they're a neutral organization. Paradise 7 are cities founded by aliens in ancient times, and each city has a different style and behavior. As the head of the 7 capitals rich in Chinese elements, Kunlun has not only had a black history of persecuting mankind, but also has a beautiful legend of walking the world with an iron fist to fight evil and preach justice. Therefore, it is still quite polite to treat Kunlun Lynch. Of course, killing Shao Lao was out of legitimate defense. Even if some are overly defensive, then blame that breath is too scary. After all, not everyone can withstand the immortal dragon's attack in a cumulative tone. After being a Shao Lao, Lin Chi shook hands with Lei Gong, who wanted to strike at him. All this is a misunderstanding? We old Lin is a superhero, a big good guy. I stumbled into this place by chance, and was attacked by a dragon that looked extremely evil. Can that not promote justice and eliminate harm for the people? You say this dragon is your patron saint? Anyway, dead is dead. You guys hurry up and seize the time, waste use. As a result, Randall inexplicably became the easiest generation to become an Iron Fist in history. And Lei Gong can only choose to believe Lynch's nonsense, who makes people's fists big. After a while, Randall agrees to join the defenders, and Lynch helps him investigate the unexpected truth. In addition, under the side knock, Lynch also asked Lei Gong about his next stop as he wished. That place is called the City of Cranes, Kunzi. The City of Cranes is a city of black magic ruled by a being known as the Mother of Cranes, and the guardian of the city is called Crane Champion. This city has a lot of grudges with Kunlun. The previous generation of Crane Champions was killed by the previous generation of Iron Fists, and this generation of Crane Champions. It was the Iron Fist candidate who defected from Kunlun, Davos, the son of Lei Gong. The city did not make a good impression on Lynch, and as soon as he arrived here, the cold and oppressive atmosphere came to his mind. After letting go of his perception, Lynch felt even more dark and dirty in the city. However, Lynch was a little happy. Because such a city needs the light of justice? Mother of Cranes? Crane Champion? Lynch observed the city's guardians from a distance, and the result was not much surprise to him. Much stronger than Kunlun's weakest Iron Fist, but not as old as the immortal Dragon Shao. That being the case, accept the just trial. Soon, terrifying black magic and a series of screams began to echo in the city, as well as the rising heat that pierced everything and the freezing breath of the extreme cold. Half a quarter of an hour later, the city was calm again. Lynch, who didn't even have his clothes torn, stood quietly in place, and in front of him lay a group of cross-costumed warriors, mages, who had stopped breathing. Superman System. Current templates: Juvenile Superman 100%, Youth Superman 100%, Superman 80%. Template redemption list: Bronze Superman, Supreme Little Superman, Silver Superman, Golden Superman, Thinking Superman. Justice value: 159511123. 4 million left. Lynch muttered, looking at the data on the system. After this trip, it should be enough, right? Putting away the system, Lynch looked into the distance. Where to go next? A calm pig farm in Japan, where the city of turtles is hidden, Penglay, and the warriors who guard the city are called cobras. The latest cobra is known as Fat Cobra because he is fat and pig-like, and he eventually becomes a dead fat pig in front of Lynch. Tiger City is located in a beautiful tropical paradise, which reminds Lynch of the Paradise Island where Wonder Woman was born in DC. Here, women cater to men's every whim, out of gratitude for protecting them and their beautiful cities. Its guardians are tiger beauties, and Lynch did not strike at them. Relying on unspeakable skill, Tiger Beauty successfully repels Lynch and protects Tiger City. Spider City, the kingdom is located in the Dark Kingdom of Nepal, and the entire city is covered with spider webs. It is protected by the 9 Spider Lady, and Lynch prefers to call her Spider Spirit. This time, instead of softening, Lynch bulldozed the disgusting city directly. City of Dogs, the legend of the Nether is beneath the home city of all the truly lost. It is the home of the dog's eldest brother, who often searches for and rescues people from all over the world and brings them there. Lynch was impressed by the city and left after some travel. Located in Africa's darkest jungle, the city of monkeys is home to an orphaned prince. It's a city of pity, and Lynch lamented for a while and didn't do anything. The 8th city is hell, or a prison. Interestingly, there is a special guy being held here. This guy is Monkey King? That's right, the Marvel Universe also has this lawless monkey. Although the strength is far from the same, just looking at the appearance is quite restored. Lynch let him go, and then left with him. This is Lynch's last stop, and after walking through these places, Lynch's justice points are enough to redeem the remaining Superman template. So, Lynch, who carries true superhuman powers, returns to Earth. Earth, Lynch, and a monkey scratching his ears stand side by side in the air. After a moment's thought, Lynch asked, "Where are you going?" The monkey tilted his head and thought for a moment, and replied, "I once met a teenager who was looking for my power. I gave him some power, and I can find him through these powers." Oh. Lynch was not surprised. He knew that Marvel had a hero named Monkey King based on the Monkey King. This guy was a former gangster member who embarked on the road to find the Golden Hoop Rod because he heard the legend of the Chi-Tian Great Sage. In the end, the Emperor paid off, and he found the trace of Sun Wukong in a cave. After Goku knows a word left by Son Goku, he manages to gain powers from monkeys, including super strength, speed, endurance, etc. Coupled with his own martial arts master's foundation and 72's low-end version of transforming into an animal, he became a superhero of Huaxia. Carefully calculated, there are many Chinese heroes in the Marvel world. Even in Huaxia, there is a superhero organization that is the opposite of the name of SHIELD, the Spear Bureau. Just don't know the world, do they exist? Thinking about it, Lynch mobilized his supervision, scanned the Shenzhou continent, and then showed a hint of a smile. Beside him, Sun Monkey, who looked evil, was a little apprehensive by this inexplicable smile. No way, he is not the Chi-Tian Great Sage in Journey to the West who can shout. The Jade Emperor takes turns to do it. This year it will be my turn to hit the Heavenly Palace. His strength is not comparable to Sun Dashan, otherwise he would not be suppressed in hell. After many years of suppression in hell, his heart has long been smoothed out. At the very least, in the face of the mysterious powerhouse Lynch, who flattened hell and rescued him from the seal, the monkey still knows what to do. What about you? What's the plan? He asked with a smile. Come with you. Lynch withdrew his gaze and said with a smile. Together. The monkey was stunned. Yes, go to Huaxia. After speaking, Lynch turned and flew into the distance. Half a quarter of an hour later, Lynch and the monkey arrived in a bustling city. The monkey looked at everything strange to him in this modern city with amazement, his ears constantly shrugging, and he learned about these new things from the words of passers-by nearby. Doesn't it feel strange? Lynch laughed. This monkey's life history also seems to be borrowed from the real Sun Dashan, and since very long ago, the monkey has been sealed and suppressed in hell. Therefore, Sun Monkey at this time has little understanding of modern society, and he feels fresh in everything. Hearing Lynch's slightly mocking words, the monkey smiled and said, just like that, it's all some little tricks. Not necessarily. Lynch said to the monkey as he found a tea shop and sat down. The monkey scratched his chin and followed Lynch's gaze to a camera not far above his head, failing to figure out what Lynch meant. There were people coming and going around, and there was a lot of traffic, but everyone seemed to have not seen the existence of the two. This is Lynch's force field at work. Otherwise, with the lively nature of Chinese people, it will definitely not be able to miss the good opportunity to watch the monkeys who look like the Monkey King and the superheroes whose reputation has already been famous all over the world. It's just that at this time, Lynch's force field only affects the senses of the people around him, but does not shield some mechanical equipment. And the mysterious organization Divine Spear Bureau hidden behind the scenes of Huaxia was surprised to find these two special figures who appeared on the street a few minutes later. Here it is. Lynch suddenly whispered, and then released some of the limitations of the force field. Who's coming? The monkey is enjoying a large table of supreme drink, milk tea from the 21st century. The times are progressing, and under the general trend of the army of foodies all over the world, the taste of the food that can be popular in the world has long exceeded the ancient cuisine that is backward due to the lack of materials and single means. After hearing Lynch's words, the monkey thought that there was an enemy, and quickly looked up. Who? Don't worry, it's a friend. Old God Lynch comforted on the ground, lying down in his chair and waiting for someone to come to him. Soon, a man in battle armor and holding a shield stood in front of the two. The man had a resolute face, reddish-brown armor, and the most eye-catching thing was the shield in his hand with 5 stars depicted. The 5-star representing China obviously corresponds to the star and stripe pattern representing the United States on the shield of the American team, and the whole person is like a Chinese version of the American team. Lynch has a little impression of this person. This person is from the superhero team of the Huaxia Divine Spear Bureau, Imperial Dynasty. His positioning and strength are similar to those of the American team, both super soldiers and team leaders. Red Star, who was secretly observing Lynch, smiled kindly and said, Mr. Lynch. Saying that, he looked at the monkey again, his expression a little complicated. Monkey King. I'm Lynch, but he's not the Chi-Tian great saint you imagined. Lynch replied casually, then stood up and said, take me to your leader. Above 10,000 meters in the air, a huge circular fortress was quietly suspended. With special technology, conventional satellites and detection means are difficult to detect that there is such a giant existence above the sky of Huaxia. And here, it is the special department in Chinese legend that is only heard of by its name, the Divine Spear Bureau. The base of the Spear Bureau is a ring-style fortress that runs in the sky, simply and crudely named Circle, and houses 150,000 elite Chinese government personnel as analysts, operators, maintenance technicians, field operators, 16 air warships and 1 science department. SHIELD is a United Nations organization, but Huaxia believes that it is necessary to establish an institution composed of all members of Huaxia people, in order to ensure security while preserving the best interests for China, and the Spear Bureau came into being. The most famous superhero team in the Spear Bureau is the Imperial Dynasty, whose members include Red Star, which is similar to the American team, the Weather Witch with abilities similar to the Storm Girl in the X-Men, inspired alien destroyers. The main weapons are 2 lightsabers, the armored, mysterious figure saber. It can control the vector through which dark energy can teleport invisibly over short distances. And the descendant of the monkey, the martial arts master Monkey King Sun Wukong, who has super strength, speed, endurance, and other abilities. Of course, Lynch feels that this Monkey King may consider changing his name after facing his mentor, the real monkey. This is not his mutual speculation, but what is really happening in front of his eyes. As soon as he entered the Divine Spear Bureau, a big man in tights with a long braid behind his head rushed over, pounced in front of the monkey and shouted at the master. Lynch couldn't hold back his good guy sentence. In fact, he had seen the artworks of Journey to the West for so many years, and he had never seen a monkey and still be called a master. However, the atmosphere also became friendly with the meeting of the 2 masters and apprentices, the personnel were neat, and the strict dynasty team and Lynch communicated cordially. To be reasonable, everyone is a superhero, and Lynch still speaks authentic Mandarin. Can there be no sense of intimacy? At least Lynch felt it, and he didn't have anything to be nervous about anyway. And for this superhero who is famous in the United States, but intelligence speculates that it may be a Chinese person, everyone in the Imperial Dynasty is also quite curious. After chatting for a while, several Chinese heroes became even more excited and excited. Who dares to imagine that the most proud guy in the United States is actually a Chinese person in his bones? In this way, after chatting with a few Chinese heroes for a while, the real commander of the Divine Spear Bureau appeared. He was dressed in a straight suit, slightly thin in stature, and looked confident and determined. Mr. Lin, my name is Zhang Xian, the manager of the Divine Spear Bureau. Shall we go over there and talk? Lynch nodded and followed Zhang Xian to a quiet corner and sat down. How do you feel about this place? Zhang Xian said with a smile on his face. Very good. Lynch said matter-of-factly. Seeing that Lin Chi had a good attitude, Zhang Xian said half-jokingly. Then do you want to come here to work? We're quite free, and we don't usually have much to do. Lin Chi smiled, shook his head and refused. Forget it, I don't work for people, but you can contact me if you have something. Hearing this, Zhang Xian nodded thoughtfully. Then, Zhang Xian changed his tone and said Lynch's intention. Then you shouldn't be here for a vacation, right? This is obvious, because Lynch has deliberately hidden himself from several times he has come to Huaxia before. Although there will still be a trace of the Magic Spear Bureau in some places, the meaning of not wanting to expose himself has been conveyed in place. The Divine Spear Bureau, who did not want to cause trouble, naturally understood it and did not disturb Lynch's special vacation. But this time, Lynch appeared on the street with an eye-catching monkey, and did not block the monitoring equipment, but showed that it was clearly sending some kind of special signal. So, the Spear Bureau sent Red Star to contact Lynch. Yes. Lin Chi did not hide it, raised his finger and pointed to the monkey outside. This guy was rescued by me from a place, and he wants to stay in Huaxia, so I brought him to find you. Hearing this, Zhang Xian looked like he wanted to speak. Don't worry, although he has some skills, he is far worse than the real monkey. You should be able to descend. If not, come to me. Lynch finished speaking in a relaxed tone, and spread his hands, not feeling that he had brought a trouble, and even thought that the Divine Spear Bureau had earned. Aren't all of your Sun Wukong descendants brothers and brothers with him? The ideological work is done, don't you have more than one superhero? This. Zhang Xian smiled bitterly. Come on, Lao Zhang, I believe in your ability. After laughing, Lynch said positively. Actually, I have one other thing I want to ask you. What? Zhang Xian held up his glasses and looked serious. He knew that today's highlight was coming. I want your information about the dragon. A scenic tourist attraction in Huaxia. It is the weekend, and the mountains are full of tourists who come here to take advantage of the rest. In the midst of the surging crowd, a small young team of 3 people followed the remote mountain road to the depths of the mountain forest. In the small group, a dark-skinned young man chattered to another man and a woman along the way about the legend of this mountain forest. Let me tell you, this area has been said to have dragons before. Don't say that people are nonsense, the rumors have a nose and a mouth, and the description is true. If that's the case, then I probably wouldn't have brought you here today, and what's even more bizarre is that I went to check the historical information about this mountain out of curiosity, and guess what? There are no less than 10 records of dragons infested in this mountain in history. The earliest even reached the Sui dynasty, and the description of the appearance of the dragon in these records is very similar. You guys said, does this famous mountain really have dragons? Finally, the swarthy guy smiled mysteriously and asked the 2 friends. The 2 friends originally looked helpless, thinking that their companions may have played more outdoor adventures and believed in any legend. Come on. This is the 21st century, and anyone can believe that there are dragons in this world? However, after a flickering of the swarthy guy, the hearts of the 2 also began to be unsettled. Could it be? Do dragons really exist in this world? After all, even aliens have attacked the Earth, and there are countless legends about dragons in China, and it seems not surprising that such creatures really exist. The 2 looked at each other after thinking, and just wanted to say something, when they suddenly felt a vibration under their feet. Earthquake. The 2 shouted in panic and held up the trees beside them. It doesn't seem to be. In front of the 2, the dark-skinned young man looked at the faint shadow in the distance with a shocked face. The guy didn't care about the vibration at all, and sat on the ground with his butt, his eyes still fixed on the blurry shadow. Is it a dragon? What a fucking dragon. Another guy hugged the big tree and cursed. I think you are crazy, we are also crazy, otherwise how can you encounter an earthquake in such a place, and no one can find out if you die here. But the girl among the 2 did not scold the street like the young man, but pointed in the direction where the swarthy guy was staring, and said with an exaggerated expression. No. Dragon? There really are dragons. What dragon? The guy who originally wanted to scold the girl together turned his head and looked at it, and suddenly froze. Because in the short time between several people talking, a huge creature that covered the sky quickly flew towards them. The creature has a head similar to a crocodile, a long whisker on its nose, a body like a long snake but the scales are clearly visible, and its wings resemble a bat. What the fuck do you have to find the dragon to die? After being stunned for half a second, the guy still scolded, but his tone was extremely desperate. Because this terrifying dragon was smashing towards the place where the 3 people were at an alarming speed, it was roughly estimated that it would take less than 10 seconds for them to become 3 lumps of meatloaf. Run. The swarthy guy was very bold, and just as the tremor under his feet subsided, he got up and sneaked away. Seeing this situation, the other 2 were not to be outdone, and they rushed for their lives. However, their speed obviously could not catch up with the speed of the dragon's impact, and less than 10 seconds could not even allow them to run out of the coverage of the dragon's body. Under the terrified and desperate gazes of the three, the dragon tumbled and fell, accidentally making friends. The smelly guy didn't struggle anymore, sat in place, raised his head and muttered, "I won't let you go." Before the words were finished, the guy was suddenly swept up by a gust of wind and fell fiercely a few meters away. When he raised his head again, the dragon in the sky had already crashed into the distance. And where the dragon was originally located, it was replaced by a young guy. "Who are you?" the smelly young man asked with a blank look. The strange things that happened one after another today almost destroyed his young heart. "Me." Lynch in the air laughed, dropped a sentence and flew away. "It's just an ordinary dragon hunter." "Hunter? Dragon hunter?" The smelly young man was speechless and choked, and for a while began to doubt the authenticity of this world. Could it be that this dragon hunter is a very common thing? Otherwise, why would he be so calm when he said this? "Superboy." At this time, the exclamation of the swarthy guy sounded beside the smelly guy. "He's that American superhero." Next, the well-informed swarthy guy took out his mobile phone and pointed to various photo texts on the screen to popularize science to the two friends. At this time, Lynch had already dragged the dragon corpse and disappeared from the field of vision of the three. Soon after, Lynch, who had dealt with the last dragon in China, returned to New York. Of course, these dragons in the Marvel Cinematic Universe are far from the dragons in the Chinese legend, and they are all some zibe goods that are in line with Marvel's worldview. The real identity of these dragons is some kind of alien, a clan of a famous villain dragon. And this villain dragon, Lynch, can definitely exist in this world. In Iron Man's films, he has appeared as an Easter egg in the form of a painting. It is precisely because of this that Lynch will obtain information about dragons from the Divine Spear Bureau. The contemplation of this villain dragon has all turned into dragons in the Chinese elements, hidden in the land of Huaxia. Even the legendary neon beast of Huaxia is one of them. Thinking that being idle is idle anyway, Lynch solved these things by the way after sending the monkey home. Now, Lynch intends to solve the last member of the family, the Extraordinary Dragon. In the comics, the Extraordinary Dragon has a huge body and amazing destructive power, and is a supervillain who has fought many heroes. Extraordinary Dragon Ben is the leader of the dragon race, who once landed in ancient China in a spaceship in an attempt to conquer the Earth. Unfortunately, the plans of the dragon race failed, and many of these dragons were wiped out by local Earth gods or mortals. And the Extraordinary Dragon did not participate in this war, it put itself into a deep sleep as a backup of the race. Thousands of years later, when the Mandarin stole 10 super energy rings from the Extraordinary Dragon's spaceship, this awakened the sleeping divine dragon. The Mandarins tried to control it and used it to threaten the Chinese government. However, the Extraordinary Dragon is actually using Mandarin to realize his plan to rule the world. In the end, Mandarin had to join forces with his arch-nemesis, Iron Man, to stop the Extraordinary Dragon. There is a saying that although the Extraordinary Dragon cannot escape the end of failure and death, there are still cards. Lynch's next target is the villain who did not appear in the movie. Just like he said, Lynch is going to be an ordinary dragon hunter today. Standing in the air, Lynch's eyes changed, and his super hearing and mental power were also mobilized, and he threw himself in the direction of SHIELD to obtain intelligence information. After a few seconds, Lynch deflected his gaze into the distance and confirmed his target. Then, his figure disappeared. Outside a certain Grand Canyon, Lynch slowly stopped in midair. His gaze changed slightly, his spiritual power was instantly activated, and the entire canyon began to resound with a roar. In a moment, a green ugly dragon with a length of 100 meters rose into the sky with a confused face. This dragon resembles Godzilla, with a short and powerful body and limbs, but a slightly longer tail and fins on its head. After being stunned for a long time, the Extraordinary Dragon finally woke up suddenly, realized that he was in danger, and immediately screamed and struggled. But Lynch just smiled, and his eyes quickly lit up. "Well, just for a moment, it doesn't hurt." Hearing this, the Extraordinary Dragon's hideous face froze for a moment, and then roared even more angrily, and its huge body began to flutter non-stop. His voice was like thunder, shaking the sand below, and his huge body twisted to bring a hurricane, blowing indiscriminately in all directions. It is not difficult to guess that if it is in the city, the struggle of this evil dragon will cause unimaginable disasters. It's a pity that the Extraordinary Dragon in Lynch's eyes is not yet Xiaolao, but this guy has a greater threat coefficient, and the relative justice value may be a little more, otherwise Lynch is too lazy to deal with it. No matter how powerful the dragon is, in front of Lynch, who has superhuman power, it is just a four-legged snake. Two thick hot eyes flashed away, and the Extraordinary Dragon passed away for a long time, saying goodbye to the world. Subsequently, the huge dragon corpse slowly fell to the ground under the control of Lynch's spiritual power. Lynch did not leave in a hurry, but came to the front of the Extraordinary Dragon. Standing in front of the huge dragon corpse, Lynch's eyes began to change constantly. He wanted to experiment with the change of his ability, and after the template was redeemed, Lynch felt that his ability had made a qualitative leap. Avengers Building. Half a week after the Christmas holidays, the city of New York is gradually returning to a busy and tense order. And on Monday, several superheroes on Earth all gathered at the Avengers Building. They are excited, just to witness a miracle. Can it really succeed? In the crowd, Banner muttered something in disbelief. Must succeed. Hawkeye glanced at Banner, his tone a little cold, as if he was dissatisfied with Banner's depressed words. Or Natasha will die. Further ahead, Lynch and Tony didn't pay attention to their conversation and were nervously communicating with Dr. Zhao. If you can really do what you describe, then I can guarantee that we can save Natasha's life. Dr. Zhao said seriously. Lynch nodded, his gaze remaining on Natasha, who had shifted to the transparent glass instrument. Seeing this, Tony on the side said a little helplessly, Lynn, is your ability enhanced by basking in the sun? Actually, you can wait a little longer. Tony never asked much about Lynch's abilities, including where it came from, the reason for the change, and so on. He knew that this was Lynch's biggest secret. Tony considers himself Lynch's closest friend, his most reliable comrade, and his most trusted superhero leader. He has to help Lynch keep this secret. It's just that now what Lynch is going to do is so terrifying that he can't help but complain. Lynch glanced at Tony a little strangely and replied nonchalantly, maybe, sometimes I feel different when I sleep. Hearing this, Tony sensibly stopped asking. So, let's start now, shall we? Lynch and Dr. Zhao, Tony looked at each other one by one, confirming that they were ready. Then, he took a deep breath, his eyes widened slightly, and fixed on Natasha's body. Yes, Lynch is ready to revive Natasha, thanks to the superhuman power after the template is fully redeemed. Although Lynch doesn't know the limits of this Superman template, he can basically predict. Because he can compare several templates in the system that he is familiar with, and analyze the general capabilities of this template. In the system panel, the Bronze Superman template needs a justice value of 1 billion, a Supreme Little Superman 5 billion, a Silver Superman 10 billion, a Supreme Gold Super Trillion. Lynch wasn't familiar with how the Bronze Superman's strength performed, but he knew better how exaggerated the Supreme Superman was. The Supreme Superman has repeatedly singled out all the superheroes on the entire planet, and even comes from a so-called origin universe where all superheroes are comics and only he has superpowers. Judging from the various manifestations of the Supreme Little Superman, the ordinary single universe could not bind him at all. If you want to find a reference from Marvel, the Supreme Superman is much stronger than the Celestial God group. In other words, in Marvel's worldview, the Supreme Superman is at least an existence above a single universe, but it is far from the extent that Silver Superman can manipulate the multiverse at will. And the Supreme Superman is the existence of the Bronze Age, in other words, his strength is modeled on the Bronze Superman. Lynch guessed that the Bronze Superman should also be stronger than the Celestial God group, because the main force against the Supreme Little Superman is the Bronze Age Superman of each Earth. In this way, converted from the justice value, Lynch estimated that the upper limit of his template strength should be the strongest Heavenly Father represented by Old Master Odin or a member of the weaker Celestial God group. What is the concept of such strength? The Celestial God group can play with planets and even entire galaxies, and Odin, who is at his peak, can easily destroy a planet. Lynch felt to himself, it's probably okay to push an Earth by himself, right? This is only the most intuitive embodiment of strength, and other abilities have also evolved qualitatively. For example, supervision. Now Lynch can even observe the level of microscopic particles. This is also the reason why he dared to rescue Natasha. He can see microscopic particles. What else is nanotechnology for? If you use mental power to match the super brain, can't you replace this technology? After becoming familiar with his abilities and having enough certainty, Lynch finally chose to save Natasha. In front of Natasha, Lynch controlled her mental power and operated carefully. As time passed, Natasha's originally dead and cold body gradually regained a trace of vitality. The temperature, which represented vital signs, returned to her body and kept rising. Suddenly, Lynch heard a voice that excited him. Knock knock. This is the wonderful sound of the heart slowly starting and beating again. With the cardiac resuscitation, blood flowed through Natasha's body again, and Natasha's face slowly turned bloody. After a few minutes, seeing the various parameters gradually leveling down on the instrument, those present were finally able to determine. We made it. Half a year later, inside a farm. Over here? This way? Lynch shouted, pushing aside a flock of quacking ducks in front of him. Driven by Lynch, the ducks jumped into the pond one by one. The fish and turtles on the surface of the water that were sticking their heads to breathe were frightened and plunged into the water without looking back. Lynch returned gracefully, and stroked the big yellow dog following behind twice on the way. After walking slowly for a few minutes, Lynch came to a room. The moment he pushed the door in, he shouted, Natasha, what to eat tonight? In the room, Natasha, wearing a blue apron and looking like a housewife, flipped the dishes in the pot and replied in fluent Chinese. Mapo tofu, braised pork, dongpo. When she read dongpo elbow, Natasha couldn't help but pause. This kind of word is very difficult for many Chinese people to say. Natasha still has some bad words. Elbow. Lynch answered, then smiled, and sat down with the dog in his arms. Rocking the recliner and stroking the dog in his hand, Lynch gradually dozes off. Boom. A slightly distant thunder suddenly sounded, failing to wake Lynch. But then a close hit exploded in Lynch's ears like a bomb, causing him to slip straight off the recliner. Who? Confused, Lynch roared, and looked out the door. The next moment, a majestic figure pushed the door and entered. Thor. Lynch glared at Thor angrily, sat down on the recliner again, and comforted the frightened dog. Can't you just be quiet? The next time you come to me, make such a loud noise, I'll throw you on the moon. Hearing this, Thor's big face showed an embarrassed look. Sorry, get used to it. No, remember next time. Say, what's the matter? Lynch sighed, then realized something and continued. Is it for the cosmic cube? Thor nodded and said, yes, Asgard needs the cosmic cube to repair the Rainbow Bridge, and now the 9 realms have begun to be turbulent. Lynch squinted and thought for a moment, then took out the space gem and threw it to Thor. Take it, the cosmic cube is gone, only this one, it should work, right? This. Thor caught the space gem, looked at it twice, and put it away solemnly after being stunned for a while. Anything else? You can do it yourself to suppress the rebellion, you don't need to call me. Lynch said lazily. He thought that Thor wanted to ask him to suppress the rebellion of the 9 realms together, so he didn't care much. If it had been before, Lynch might have agreed. But there are no 2 powerful characters in the 9 realms except for the Dark Elves, and the justice value that can be contributed is no longer worth mentioning at present, and Lynch is lazy. Lynch's current plan is to collect the Infinity Stones and fight Thanos in order to obtain massive justice points for cosmic-level disasters. But Thor shook his head and said with a serious expression, it's not this, one thing must be told you, not long ago Heimdall found out that Nidai had been slaughtered, and from the mouths of the survivors, we learned that the murderer was. Halfway through the hearing, Lynch suddenly opened his eyes and said syllable by syllable, Thanos. A few days ago, the home of the dwarves was Nidai. The dark red blood had already coagulated and hardened, spreading a thick layer on the ground. Above this, the corpses of large but short and stubby dwarves can be seen everywhere. The smelly wind blows from the Nidai core that is gradually extinguished in the distance, revealing the disasters that have befallen here. The murderer who did all this now calmly looked down at the last survivor of the dwarves, wearing a strange glove with 6 grooves on his huge palm. Good. Thanos moved his fingers, feeling the infinite possibilities contained in this glove, and his tone was flat. You can live. Father. The green-skinned Gamera bowed her head slightly, stood in front of Thanos and said, leaving him will expose us. Thanos withdrew his gaze, looked at Gamera, and said, I just want them to find out. Then, he approached the Dwarf King, and the golden armor stained with the blood of countless dwarves rattled. You go and tell that kid from Earth that I'll come again. Saying that, Thanos turned and left, and the group quickly followed. Father, where are we going? Nebula with a cyborg brain case looked cold. Thanos paused, stretched out his right hand wearing the Infinity Gauntlet, and swept his gaze over the 6 grooves. Go and fill in the blanks on this. This guy. Thor looked at the dead and cold Nidai with a scowl on his face. According to the agreement, Nidai provided weapons and equipment for Asgard, while Asgard guarded Nidai. Now that Nidai has been destroyed, how can he not be the heir to the Asgard throne without anger and self-blame? Thanos. Thor squeezed the Meow Hammer and raised it fiercely above his head, and Deo lightning appeared out of thin air. I'll kill you, Thor. Lynch pulled Thor with a frown and continued. Calm down. That being said, seeing such a hellish scene, Lynch couldn't help but feel disgust for Thanos. In the previous life, Lynch still appreciated Thanos. After all, this Cosmic Family Planning Commission is strategic, powerful, and although the elimination of half of the living beings is clear-cut, it has its own reason after all. But at this time, Lynch did not have a good impression of Thanos, a guy who would do anything to achieve his ends, and only felt disgusted. Of course, there is a reason why Lynch is on the side of the Avengers, the Earthlings. Think about it, how many people have lost someone important because of this snapping finger of Thanos? Even Thanos himself lost his beloved adopted daughter Gamera, and was finally beheaded by Thor alone. And the cause of all this is only because Thanos has seen his hometown destroyed because of population problems, and he believes that only by eliminating half of the population can the universe be prevented from going to the same end as home. Does this reason sound ridiculous? Even if this reason is not as ridiculous as it sounds, why should life in the universe die half because of your subjective cognition? Sprout, develop, prosper, decline, destroy. This is the inherent law of the operation of things. If a civilization, a planet, a universe is going to die, then it can only be said that when it comes to extinction, why must it be forcibly intervened? Lynch's original plan was to collect 4 Infinity Stones and leave the Cosmic Power Gem and Soul Gem to Thanos. The Power Gem was taken out of a planet's temple by Star-Lord, and Lynch, who did not know the location, could not find it. And the Soul Gem has a painful task, to sacrifice the person you love the most. Can Lynch do this kind of thing? Then you must leave this feat of righteous annihilation to Thanos? Of course, Lynch is not unable to try to use strong. However, if it is eaten back, it will be a lot of fun. Although his strength has gone up, Lynch has not forgotten what his weaknesses are. Magic? That soul gem looks like a magic stone. Didn't you see that its guardian is a ghost? In this way, Lynch has 4 gems on Earth, and Thanos collects up to 2 gems to get Earth. At that time, even without the power of the system, only 4 gems Lynch can crush Thanos and eliminate the crisis. The only variable is the Infinity Gauntlet. Thanos, who masters the Infinity Gauntlet, can maximize the power of each gem, but the direct use of Lynch is not as useful as Thanos. But Infinity Gauntlet, Lynch has it too. Even though he never took it out and used it, Lynch secretly experimented with the Infinity Gauntlet he got from the Asgard treasury. As expected, this glove can also exert the supreme power of gemstones. Lynch, who can only use gems with his bare hands, is reluctant to use gloves. After all, it is an external force. He still remembers how Thanos overturned in Avengers 4, when Thanos hammered all over the superheroes and wanted to punch the snapping fingers that destroyed the universe. He suddenly discovered, he meows my gem. And as everyone knows, Tony, who stole 6 gems by holding Thanos' gloves at the last moment, finally snapped his fingers to bring back the half of the cosmic life that was erased by Thanos. Thanos never expected that his own proudness of 2 big movies would end with such a dramatic ending. If Thanos can enter the editorial office like the Supreme Superman, I am afraid that he will also have to kill. Having said that, Lynch already had a slight sense of crisis at this time. Although it is not known when Thanos obtained the Infinity Gauntlet, there is no doubt that, in the original plot, Thanos should not have obtained gloves at this time. In other words, Thanos' movements have accelerated. The reason is, of course, that the Earth here has one more superhero, and it is powerful to the level of Odin, the Ancient One. This is a strong man that Thanos has difficulty fighting, so he chose to speed up the plan, first to obtain the Infinity Gauntlet, and then to obtain the Infinity Stones scattered throughout the universe. Only by using the Infinity Gauntlet to unleash the true power of the Infinity Stones can Thanos take out the troublesome Lynch and collect the many gems on Earth. Thinking of this, Lynch silently thought about the 4 gems on Earth. Space gems, already in hand for a long time, but then to lend Asgard to repair the Rainbow Bridge. The Mind Gem, with his own tacit consent, was taken away by Hydra like the original plot, and it is no surprise that this will have successfully activated Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver. The Time Gem, held in the hands of Guyi, will be passed on to the next generation of Supreme Mage Doctor Strange in 2 years, and according to his agreement with Guyi, it will be his own if necessary. A Reality Gem, mastered by the Dark Elf's old marijuana spicy chicken shreds. Hey? Lynch suddenly realized that it seemed that it was time to take the real gem. The Reality Gem first appeared in Thor 2, when the Dark Elf King Spicy Chicken Silk, who held the Reality Gem, saw that the Rainbow Bridge was destroyed, and Odin was late, thinking that the time was ripe, so he came out to make trouble. And the time when the plot of Thor 2 took place seems to be in 1314. Thinking about it, Lynch's eyes lit up. It's coming, since the Space Gem is going to shoot, why not get a Reality Gem to play with? Thor. Lynch stepped forward and patted Thor on the shoulder. Don't be angry, why don't we go fight the rebels? Hearing this, Thor was a little confused. Didn't you say I could handle those guys? Yes. Lynch smiled. But with some guys, you need my help. Discovering some deep meaning in Lynch's gaze, Thor panicked for no reason. He's not stupid, he's not a pure reckless man without brains, it's just that most of the time he's too lazy to think too much. When necessary, he is delicate and even witty. For example, at this time, Thor suddenly remembered what Lynch had said to him. Is he about to face bad luck? Homes are destroyed, people are fleeing, brothers are turned against each other, parents are lost, girlfriends. Thor slapped his head hard, driving these bad conjectures out of his mind. He looked at Lin Chi with a solemn expression, and said, "Thank you, Linear. No need." Lin Chi was slightly surprised, he didn't expect Thor's mind to be so sensitive. "This is what I promised you." After speaking, Lin Chi took out the space gem of the blue crystal and controlled the energy input into it. With one last glance at the devastated Netavi, Lynch said softly, "Take this image to heart, if you don't want this to happen to our homeland." The next moment, a blue light flashed, and the dead star returned to silence. On the ground, several warriors in strong armor are fighting against a tide of alien soldiers. The warriors of the Immortal Palace are extremely brave, crisscrossing the battlefield. Even if the number is small, they are inseparable from the army. Suddenly, a bolt of thunder fell directly from the sky to the ground. Holding the Meow Hammer, the spirited Thor slowly got up from it, and then jumped suddenly. The Meow Hammer instantly fell to the ground, and the bursting lightning swept through the surrounding enemies, knocking them all out. Thor. Casually splitting open an enemy who looked freewheeling, the heroic Sif turned his head and smiled at Thor. "We have controlled the situation. You guys are too slow." Thunder God laughed and rushed through the crowd like a demon god. In the air, Lynch quietly watched the battle below and did not make a move. Suppressing the rebellion of the Nine Realms is the only way for Thor to become the king of Asgard and the lord of the Nine Realms. In the process, Thor can demonstrate its strength and reliability as a successor, gaining the trust and support of everyone inside and outside. If Lynch makes a rash move, Thor will lose this great opportunity, and the next time will not know when it will be. For a long time, the balance of the battle below gradually tilted towards the side of Asgard because of Thor's joining. After Thor personally took out the most powerful warrior among the enemies, all the rebels gave up resistance, lost their weapons and crouched down to express their submission to Thor. And Thor held the Meow Hammer high, his gaze swept over the black-pressed crowd in front of him, and his expression was confident and delighted. Seeing this, Lynch stood beside him. "Congratulations, the new king of Asgard." Thor smiled cheekily. "Your prestige has been spread among the 9 domains, and everyone has witnessed your strength and bravery. It's not enough." Thor narrowed his smile and asked with a hint of concern, "There are challenges waiting for me, aren't they?" "Yes." Lynch looked indifferent and said casually, "Have you heard of the Dark Elves?" "Dark Elves?" Thor was taken aback. "I know, but weren't they wiped out by my grandfather thousands of years ago?" Lynch spread his hands, saying that he could not answer Thor's question. I don't know, I just know they're going to come back and bring a disaster. Thor's expression changed a few times, as if thinking about something. We can go to Heimdall, he should be able to find something. Asgard, inside the resplendent castle, the atmosphere of the celebration banquet held for their next generation. Thor, the god of thunder, successfully pacified the 9 domains. And the protagonist of this banquet quietly slipped away from here and came to the control of the Rainbow Bridge. As soon as he walked here, Thor heard Heimdall's eternal voice. You don't seem very happy. Thor walked over to Heimdall's side and barely squeezed a smile out of his face. Joy is sometimes more unbearable than war. It's the way you have fun. Heimdall remained motionless, his eyes fixed on the void ahead. Thor chuckled. Maybe. In front of the two is a shining star, extremely beautiful. What is the situation on the planets? It's still flashing. Heimdall paused and looked at Thor. From here, I can say the 9 kingdoms and trillions of living beings. Remember when I told you about celestial bodies? Thor nodded and said, remember, all the kingdoms are lined up and coming soon, aren't they? Heimdall stepped off the console of the Rainbow Bridge with a serious expression. Since I watched, I have never seen such a cosmic wonder. Few people know about it, even fewer have seen it, and despite its risks, it is truly beautiful. Saying that, Heimdall's eyes reflected beautiful stars. I can't see it. Thor looked worried. He knew that this astronomical spectacle of 9 kingdoms connected in a line must be inseparable from the disaster. Lynch said. Maybe it's not the kind of beauty you're after. The two looked at each other and smiled. How is she? Halfway through laughing, Thor suddenly asked. Your human girlfriend is smart, and although she doesn't know about celestial bodies yet, she's researching them. Well, Thor mused for a moment and looked up. You know about the Dark Elves, right? Dark Elves. Heimdall stopped, turned around, and wondered, of course, you know, they are a group of madmen who want to drag the entire universe into darkness. At this, Heimdall's eyes that could see everything in this world stared at Thor. Why did you suddenly mention them? Because they're coming back. In the cold and bleak starry sky, in the center of a pile of planet fragments that have been drifting for thousands of years, the king of Dark Elves quietly woke up. His skin was pale and delicate, his ears were pointed and long, his eyes were deeply sunken, and his white hair was close to his scalp. At first glance, the leader of the Dark Elves, Malkis, looked like a vampire. He broke free of what was holding himself in place, and somewhat weakly propped himself against the wall and walked out of the room. Outside the room, inside this huge spherical building are small rooms that carry sleeping Dark Elves. His gaze swept over the Dark Elves under his command, watching them emerge from the small room one after another. Soon, Spicy Chicken and his army of Dark Elves are back. The ether awakens us, and the celestial convergence begins again. A cold smile flashed on the face of the Spicy Chicken, which reminded people of the eternal darkness in the starry sky. A few days later, Wat Alheim. Spicy Chicken Shredded Chicken leaned down and grabbed a handful of dirt here. This is the home of the Dark Elves, but they never returned after being defeated by Thor's grandfather, Pol, led by an army. On the side, the general of the Dark Elves, the last cursed warrior Algarim, walked over. This is my legacy, Algarim. The Spicy Chicken Silk who was half squatting on the ground sighed. I almost forgot the days when there was no light. Algarim put his hand on the shoulder of the Spicy Chicken and comforted. Our recovery is your greatest legacy. Hearing this, Spicy Chicken Shreds stood up abruptly and said angrily, our suffering will make the immortal palace warriors double their repayment. I want to restore our world. I want to put an end to this corrupt universe once and for all. Seeing that the Spicy Chicken Shreds were excited, Algarim couldn't help but nod excitedly. Just as the two were immersed in the warm atmosphere of revitalizing the Dark Elves and completing the Great Revival, a voice came coldly. Thor, do you hear that? Are they going to take revenge on you? Who? The two Dark Elves woke up, turned their heads instantly, and made a fighting stance. Thor clenched the hammer, and a murderous aura arose. Asgardians. Spicy Chicken Shredded looked at Thor twice, and was immediately shocked and angry. Die. The Argorims did not say much, and immediately launched an attack on Thor. Calm down. Lynch's body flashed, he pinched the two Dark Elves in his hands, and said flatly, don't be impulsive. Spicy Chicken and Algarim struggled madly, but they felt more and more that the restraints on their bodies were increasing. After just a few seconds, the two Dark Elves cocooned themselves and couldn't even move. Reminded you? Lynch shrugged, threw the two on the ground and stepped on it, sticking his head into the face of the Spicy Chicken. Hand over the ether particles. To Lynch's surprise, an intriguing look appeared on the face of the Spicy Chicken. Lynch frowned and slapped Spicy Chicken in the face. Don't pretend to be confused for me, take it out quickly. Although Spicy Chicken couldn't even speak, Lynch could still see disbelief in his stubborn expression. The heart of the Yellow River will not die. Lynch snorted coldly and punched out. Bang! The Spicy Chicken Shreds were like cannonballs, instantly flying into the distance. The next moment, Lynch appeared next to the Spicy Chicken Shreds in the rapid flight, and punched again from the opposite direction. Boom! The Spicy Chicken Shreds fell heavily on the ground, pierced the ground, and landed at the bottom of the big pit. 3 minutes later, Lynch clapped his hands, in front of the Spicy Chicken Shreds that were not in human shape. How? Have you changed your mind? The Spicy Chicken on the ground moved her colorful cheeks with difficulty, and her lips kept whispering something. Lynch listened for a while, and found that the spicy chicken was saying something he didn't understand, so he had to turn his head to look at Thor. What did he say? Thor listened quietly for a while, and his expression gradually became strange. He said that the ether was not in his hands. Lynch was stunned, and then suddenly thought of something. Could it be that the ether was not in the hands of spicy chicken in the first place? It seems to be. It seems to have been absorbed by Thor's girlfriend at first. This. He didn't lie, the ether was actually buried beneath the city of Asgard. Seeing Lynch fall silent, Thor continued. Really? Lynch secretly glanced at the spicy chicken shredded, and said in his heart that this guy was poured with blood mold. However, can superheroes deal with villains as oolongs? If he kicked the spicy chicken shreds without incident, Lynch's eyes instantly shot two hot sights and burned them into flying ash. After deflecting his gaze and destroying the other dark elf as well, Lynch coughed and said, "Very good, the leaders of the dark elves are gone, so I'll leave the rest to you, right?" As soon as Thor wanted to answer, Lynch pulled out the space gem with lightning speed. After a flash of blue light, Walter Alheim returned to London, in an abandoned building. Thor's haughty girlfriend Jane holds a simple instrument and walks cautiously in this building wrapped in strange power. Suddenly, a gust of wind rose in the corridor, rolling up the fallen leaves on the floor. Jane frowned, feeling something was wrong. But before she could react, a powerful suction force erupted at the end of the corridor, instantly pulling her towards the wall. At the moment when he was about to hit the wall, a seemingly real fluctuation flashed, swallowing Jane's whole person. Then, Jane was shocked to find herself in an unknown space. In front of her, there was a cliff, and the darkness below was deep, and it was impossible to see the depth and what was inside. Daisy. Jane called out to her friend, but only heard oozing echoes. With her eyes wide open, she stepped back from the edge of the cliff and walked around the place. Thick but dusty floor, thick roots with broken pillars. This is like an abandoned hall, Jane secretly said in her heart. In a trance, Jane seemed to see a red light flashing. Little by little, she approached the red glowing pillar and poked her head between the gaps in the stone pillar to investigate. Between the gaps in the stone pillars, a strange transparent substance like a stream of water is moving. Just when Jane was stunned, these mysterious substances seemed to have discovered Jane, and they twisted madly and pounced. As soon as these things touched Jane's body, they merged into the sea like mud cows, and all invaded Jane's body in the blink of an eye. Jane looked at her hands at a loss, and the discomfort in her body became stronger and stronger. The next moment, she rolled her eyes and simply fell to the ground. Jane? Simple? A familiar and unfamiliar voice woke Jane from her slumber, and she slowly opened her eyes. The first thing that came into view was a face she had been dreaming about, but today's series of bizarre events made her wonder if it was real or illusory. Snap. Jane slapped Thor's big face full of love, crisp and loud. Jane. Thor was a little confused, but still shouted with concern. "Sorry, I just wanted to confirm if you're real." "I'm real, Jane," Thor said a little helplessly. Snap. Another slap in the face, heavier and more powerful than the previous one. "Where have you been?" Jane roared angrily and aggrievedly. "You said you would come back, but do you know how long I waited for you? I thought you were dead." "Sorry, Jane." Thor looked apologetic. "But Asgard needs me, and the 9 domains are at war. Don't I need you?" Jane growled irritably, her hand raised again. Thor quickly put his arm around her and made a big face. The tense atmosphere eased at once, and the lips of the two became closer and closer. "Hey." Lynch on the side suddenly spoke up, interrupting the movement of the two. How could Lynch, who was still snickering just now, let them feed him dog food? That's when you don't have to be human. "Long time no see, Jane." Thor and Jane separated a little awkwardly, and then said hello. "Where is this? Why am I here?" Finally, Jane, who had observed her surroundings sometimes, asked a little puzzled. "This is Asgard, we brought you here," Thor replied. Hearing this, Jane's eyes lit up. "This is Asgard as you said." She walked around the room with interest, looking at it and touching it. "But aren't you busy? Why did you have time to bring me here?" Thor and Lynch looked at each other, then explained to Jane. "Did something strange run into your body before?" Jane was stunned for a moment and nodded. "Yes, I don't know what that is." Lynch squinted his eyes and directly saw the mysterious power contained in Jane's body. "This power is like existence, and it seems to be illusory, and it is very wonderful." Lynch nodded secretly to Thor and continued. "Sit down, let's tell you slowly." A few days later, Lynch and Thor cleaned up all the resuscitated dark elves. In this way, Asgard can be completely prevented from encountering the invasion of dark elves as in the original story. Without Spicy Chicken leading the dark elves to invade, Thor's mother, Queen Frigga of Asgard, would not have died. Frigga doesn't die, and Odin, the father of the gods of Asgard, doesn't suffer so badly that Loki is exiled to Earth and eventually dies. Even Thor was distraught by the death of his mother and Loki's suspended animation, and chose to give up the throne and return to Earth. Lynch wondered if Thor could be a qualified king of Asgard, lord of the gods. Although Thor received a lot of help from Lynch, Lynch still didn't think much of him. The reason is simple: a true king is to give up some illusions, kill decisively, and pursue interests. And Thor is clearly at the very beginning of this path. He is too susceptible to emotions, and there is a sense of justice that trumps the pursuit of profit. A person like Thor is better suited to be a superhero than to be on a throne. Because reality is not the same as fairy tales, there is never the best of both worlds in reality. Just like in the original plot, Thor asks Odin how they differ from the Dark Elves, and Odin just gives a short magical smile and tells him that the difference is that Asgard has won. The winner gets the benefits, gets the good name, gets everything, and the loser can only swallow all the grief and misfortune. This is the truth of the world, but Thor is unwilling to accept it. However, even if Lynch is not optimistic about Thor, these things are not up to him to decide. Old man Odin was still awake at this time, and the whole of Asgard was still under his control, including the heir to the throne of Asgard. But according to Lynch's estimate, the throne still had to be given to Thor when the old man chose the throne. No way, Odin's choice is only Thor and Loki. Although Thor is not very suitable to be a king, at least Thor's heart is right compared to Loki. Having Thor in charge of Asgard would at least ensure that the entire kingdom did not go astray. In fact, these should not be Lynch's concerns. He really wants to leave the space gem and leave with the ether. But embarrassingly, he forgot one more important thing. The Asgardians did not have the technology to get the ether out of Jane's body. In the original plot, Thor was so motivated that no one in Asgard could extract ether from Jane's body that he had to release Loki and take Jane to the Dark Elves' territory. Under Loki's trickery, the spicy chicken silk that had used the ether gemstone was fooled and sucked the ether out of Jane's body. But the problem is that Lynch's eyes are quick for a while, and the spicy chicken has long turned into dust in the universe. Unable to help, Lynch had to stay in Asgard, watching Thor and Jane show affection while trying various ways to extract the ether. During this time, Lynch could only wander around Asgard, chatting with Heimdall, Odin, Phrygia, and even Loki, who was imprisoned in prison. Time passed, and on this day, Lynch suddenly felt a trace of unease. He came to the Rainbow Bridge with anxiety, which was undergoing repairs and many people were busy. Lynch did not stop and went directly to the gate of Asgard, the control hall of the Rainbow Bridge. Heimdall. Lynch frowned, walked up to Heimdall and said directly, "Can you help me see if something happened in the atrium about Natasha, Tony, Shield, and that?" Heimdall nodded, and the scene reflected in his eyes began to change. "I see, night, the sea, a big ship is sailing." A black shadow fluttered from the water and instantly jumped onto the deck. He holds his iconic shield and wears a tight blue leather coat. New Yorkers know his name, Captain America. On deck, many soldiers with guns are patrolling. The American team took 3 steps and made 2 steps, and simply and neatly raided a soldier from behind, erasing his neck. He did not deliberately hide his whereabouts, and between the decks, he was like a god under mortals, solving one soldier after another. Within minutes, he was the only one standing on the deck. Soon, several parachutes also floated down on the deck, following the American team to attack the cabin. In the cabin, a group of pirates who had hijacked the ship had realized that someone had touched in. But it's one thing to be aware, and it's certainly another to be able to cope with it. After a fierce fight, the pirates were all killed by Team America and SHIELD agents. In the eyes of the American team, this is a sparse and ordinary rescue mission. The only episode is when he discovers that Hawkeye, who was nearly invisible during the battle, secretly kept a copy of the ship's data. Team America asked Hawkeye why he did this, but received only orders from the director, who answered without comment. He knew that getting answers from Hawkeye was a dream. If you want to solve the mystery, you can only go to the person who gave the order. With doubts, the American team returned to headquarters and went directly to the office of SHIELD Director Fury. "You're used to deceiving people, and it's hard not to deceive, right?" Team America asked unceremoniously. Fury behind the desk turned his chair and said calmly, "I didn't lie to you. Agent Barton's mission is different from yours. You don't think there's an obligation to tell me, do you?" Team America stood in front of Fury and continued to press. "I'm not obligated to do anything." Fury's face does not change color. "Those hostages may die." Hearing this, Fury said with a look of course. "In order to avoid this situation, I sent the greatest warrior in history to carry out the rescue mission. Fighters should trust each other so that there can be an army." Team America looked serious and didn't eat Fury's rainbow fart at all. Otherwise, it's a bunch of rabble running around. Fury saw that the American team did not adhere to it, stood up a little angrily, and said in an aggravated tone, "The last time I believed in others, when I was gone." Team America was speechless, and Fury continued, "Listen, I didn't want you to do something you thought was above the limit. So I left this to Agent Barton, who was willing to do it. If everyone brings their own tasks, then I can't lead the team." As if enraged by Fury's words, Team America angrily replied, "This is called split management? No one will leak secrets because no one knows all the secrets?" Fury's one-eyed eye stared straight at Team America, as if trying to see him through. But the American team was not afraid at all, and just snorted coldly. "Except for yourself, right?" Fury didn't speak, and the two were silent like that. For a long time, Fury closed his gaze, lowered his head and whispered, "You misread me." Then, he raised his head and looked sincere. "I can tell you, if you want to know." A few minutes later, Fury led Team America into an elevator. The elevator was somewhat unusual, and the security measures were extremely tight, and the huge screen in the elevator warned him that there was no safety clearance the moment the American team stepped in. The elevator did not begin operation until after Fury's authorization. Obviously, the place where this elevator leads is absolutely important. While the elevator was running, Fury told Team America that his grandfather used to be a man who drove the elevator in a high-class building, and he had a lot of tips. Therefore, his lunch bag would contain a rolled dollar note. Passers-by will say hello when they meet them, and others will answer them kindly. But then the social atmosphere deteriorated, and when he greeted others again, people would say go your own way. Every week the punks asked him what was in the bag, and he showed them. Inside was a roll of $1 bills and a loaded pistol. My grandfather was nice to people, but he wouldn't fully trust them, Fury concluded. Just at this time, the two people had reached their destination. The American team looked at everything outside the elevator and was a little dumbfounded. This is an underground arsenal, full of high-tech warships, weapons, and many personnel are constantly moving around. I know, they're a little bigger than pistols. Fury patted Team America on the shoulder and walked out. This is the InSight program, 3 new generation space carriers, synchronized with the network of target positioning satellites. Fury introduced. Launched with the star of Lemuria. Team America interjected. Fury nodded and continued. Once they are in the sky, they don't need to land again, thanks to our new anti-gravity engine, which allows them to carry out continuous suborbital flight. Stark got it. Team America guessed. After taking a closer look at our old turbine engine, he suggested improvements. Fury did not deny it, and continued to walk around with the American team. These new long-range precision machine guns can destroy 1,000 enemies in a minute. He pointed to the weapons on the space carrier and said, the satellite reads the DNA of the terrorist before he comes out of the shelter, and we suppress the threat before it appears. The US team looked heavy, thought for a while, and said, isn't there a crime first and then a punishment? Oh, we can't afford to wait. Fury chuckled. Who does we mean? Fury sighed and looked upright. After the New York incident, I convinced the World Security Council to completely improve threat analysis technology. After a pause, Fury sighed. At least this time, we are one step ahead. People who point guns at the whole Earth, and claim to protect. Team America's sexy brows furrowed. Fury was not surprised, and faced the captain directly. You know what? I have seen the archives of the Department of Strategic Research. The greatest generation? You have done dishonorable things too? The Strategic Research Agency is the predecessor of SHIELD, and the US team used to play for this organization. Yes, we compromised. In the face of accusations, the US team did not back down. There are things that make our consciences so disturbed that we can't sleep, but we want to set people free. Saying that, he pointed to the space carrier behind him. This is not freedom, this is fear. S.H.I.E.L.D's vision of the world is realistic, not idealized. You should also know the current affairs. Stop singing the opposite tune all the time, Captain. Fury's tone was cold. The face of the American team was still resolute, and the idea did not waver in the slightest. Don't expect it. After that, the American team turned and left, but Fury, who was in place, showed a thoughtful expression. Inside the office, Fury, who had returned here, stood by the window for a long time. Closed office. Suddenly, Fury ordered. Under the intelligent control of the system, the doors and windows of the office are blocked. Fury turned around, pulled a USB flash drive out of his pocket, and inserted it into the computer. This USB flash drive is exactly the secret mission that Fury gave to Hawkeye, and it contains the data of those SHIELD agents on that ship. Open the launch file of the Star of Lemuria. The big screen in the office flashed, and then the electronic sound started. Access denied. Fury was not surprised and continued. Decrypt the files. The system screen on the screen turned and responded. Decryption failed? Director rewrites, Nicholas Fury. Fury continued to try with aplomb. But what he didn't expect was that the picture changed, and the system actually said, refuse to rewrite, all documents have been sealed. Who authorized it? Fury asked with a frown. Nicholas Fury. Fury fell silent. By now, he was completely certain that there was something wrong with this InSight plan. Lynch had warned him long ago that there were spies in SHIELD. For so long, he had been secretly investigating possible spies in SHIELD. But because Lynch's original warning was so serious, Fury was always very careful when investigating. Therefore, his investigation has so far yielded no results. Knowing the emergence of this InSight plan, the wary Fury immediately felt that something was not quite right. So, in a surprise move, he directly hired a group of pirates to hijack the SHIELD ship about this plan, and secretly sent Hawkeye to collect information about the InSight plan when sending rescuers. But what he didn't expect was that with his internal authority in SHIELD, he couldn't open these information files. This shows that someone with higher authority than he is involved in the plan and is not willing to let him know the details. After thinking for a long time, Fury felt that he already had some clues. His complexion became heavy. If Lynch hadn't been exaggerating at the time, SHIELD might have been really dangerous. On the other hand, the American team leaving SHIELD headquarters was a little distraught. After wandering around for a while, he came to a special place. After dressing up in disguise, he walked through the historic hall to a room. There was an old woman with goosebump hair lying on the bed, and after seeing the figure of the American team, her gray eyes shone slightly. She is the girlfriend of Team America, the love of her life, and one of the founders of SHIELD, Ms. Carter. After arguing with Fury, Team America wants to talk to the only old friend who has lived from his time to the present. Time passed, and everything changed in the decades since he slept. The United States won the war, the economy and technology took off, and achieved greatness. And the love of his life has also married and had children, spent decades of happy and beautiful life, and now has come to the end of his life. Fury's accusations don't seem to be wrong, and the US team wonders if they really need to change. After decades of slumber, he woke up, and he was indeed out of step with his time, and many of his views and methods of doing things were quite backward. And he stayed at SHIELD precisely because Carter was one of the founders of the organization. At this time, the American team finally plucked up the courage to come here to visit Carter. Although he was full of guilt for failing Carter, he was suddenly relieved to see the photos of Carter's bed with the child. Although Carter did not wait for him, he still had a good life. In that case, what more can the American team, who loves her deeply, ask for more? Isn't loving someone the hope that he can live happily? SHIELD, World Security Council. Pierce, the former director of SHIELD, is arguing fiercely with 4 virtual images sitting on chairs. If Nick Fury thought he could ask the fancy-dressed thugs and special operations team to help him clean up the mess, he was wrong. This failure is unacceptable. It is all the more unacceptable considering that the attack took place 1 mile from our territorial waters. I propose to convene a hearing immediately. No hearings needed, we want to act. Overseeing SHIELD is the duty of the council. Mistakes like this can cause a lot of serious problems. How on earth did a Western European pirate hijack a SHIELD ship in broad daylight? The 4 council members denounced SHIELD. This time the ships of SHIELD were robbed by pirates, giving them an excuse to attack. Pierce put his hands in his pockets and unhurriedly began to shoot back. Mr. Governor, to be precise, he is a North African. I can draw a map to show you. I appreciate your persistence, Secretary Pierce. Another bald director said. But the council takes this international piracy very seriously. Yes. Pierce smiled slightly. I don't pay attention. He scanned the 4 directors, and his voice was calm and powerful. What is a ship? I care about the overall situation. Saying that, he spread out his hand and asked the people in front of him. If every time SHIELD encounters a little trouble, the council will be furious, then it seems that the council also needs supervision. One of the governors retorted. Mr. Minister, no one said. Halfway through, one of Pierce's assistants walked in and said something beside him. Pierce stopped arguing with the 4 council members and turned away. What's the trouble again? Behind him, a council member asked. That depends on how you understand it. After that, Pierce left the room, and the images of the 4 directors slowly disappeared. In the room outside the conference room, Fury, who had watched the argument for a while, greeted Pierce. We're in the same building, but you have to have a kidnapping to come. Pierce grumbled and shook Fury's hand. In the event of a nuclear war, I will also come. Fury smiled, then tilted his head to signal the direction in which the directors had disappeared. Are you busy? Special grants can do anything. Pierce said nonchalantly. Fury nodded, hesitated for a moment, and then said, well, I came to you for a favor. I would like to ask you to launch a poll, and the Insight project must be postponed. Pierce replied quietly. It's going to take a hearing, it could be a long time. Maybe it's okay, I guess there shouldn't be a problem with that, I just need time to make sure. Fury said seriously. What if there's a problem? Then we will all be glad that the space carrier has not yet gone to the sky. Hearing this, Pierce looked at Fury for a while, without speaking. Okay. Pierce withdrew his gaze and agreed. You'll have to ask Iron Man to go to my nephew's birthday party, though. Thank you, sir. Fury held out his hand, and the 2 clasped their hands tightly. You can't just shake around, you have to go in and play. Pierce smiled and turned away. The moment he turned his head, his face suddenly became gloomy, and his eyes showed oozing killing intent. Nick Fury, you're really my fancy. Since you don't want to live, then send you to die. Before the intersection, Fury in the car looked expressionlessly at the 2 white police officers in the police car next to him. Do you want to see my driver's license? Meeting the undisguised scrutiny of the 2, Fury said coldly. The white policeman in the driver's seat looked a little dissatisfied, pressed the siren and started the car and drove away. Seeing this, Fury snorted coldly and didn't care too much. In this so-called free and equal country, the prejudice and discrimination brought about by skin color have never really decreased. The street lights in front of him were already on, and Fury also started the car to continue driving. The next moment, a sideways police car slammed into Fury's car. Bang! In an instant, Fury's car was hit and turned, and the driver's seat had already ejected the airbag. This is not over. 3 cars quickly drove up to the left and right of Fury's vehicle, blocking Fury's car from all directions. A fracture has been detected. The intelligence system installed on the car began to alarm, and the picture showed that Fury's left arm had been broken. Fury, who had a nosebleed, glanced around in a bit of a trance, and then quickly regained consciousness. It is recommended to inject anesthetic. Under the severe pain, Fury could only grit his teeth and bend down to take out the anesthetic from the storage box and prick his fracture according to the guidance of the onboard intelligence. Outside the car, in addition to the police car, black armed vehicles carrying special forces have also arrived. The police and heavily armed fighters had completely cordoned off the perimeter and were carefully advancing in a net. The Washington Police Department has no police force in this area now. The Onboard intelligence reminded again, causing Fury to secretly curse in his heart. It's really a mentally retarded system? Didn't you see that these guys are all police SWAT? Still want to help me call the police? Save it? These guys. It must have something to do with Pierce. Fury thought to himself. The anesthetic that had just been injected into his arm quickly took effect, and the pain that was so intense that Fury could not move was rapidly subsiding. After calmly observing the movements of the people around him, Fury ordered, "Help me call Agent Romanoff." Dialing. The beautiful phone rang twice, and the police and special police officers outside the car had already set up a formation, and with an order, the fire began to pour. A flurry of bullets flooded the car, but fortunately the car was specially made and had superior ballistic performance. Even though the body was full of densely packed bullet holes, Fury in the car was still safe for the time being. "Get me out of here," Fury shouted. "The propulsion system is disconnected." "Then hurry up and restart." The onboard intelligence began to restart the vehicle's propulsion system, and the bullets outside the car rained down for tens of seconds before suddenly stopping. Several SWAT officers in black combat uniforms carried a special doorbreaker towards Fury's car, making Fury's eyes round for a while. At this time, the in-car intelligence raised the volume of the prompt sounded. "Warning, the integrity of the window is reduced." Fury quickly got up and sat down on the other side of the seat. "How long does it take for the propulsion system to be connected?" Calculating. Under Fury's murderous sharp gaze, the special hammer placed outside the car window was launched. Boom! The battered car shook violently, but the door was not damaged. 31% integrity of the window. "Take countermeasures," Fury shouted. "The integrity of the windows is low, offensive measures are recommended." Another hammer came down, and the shaky Fury stared at the person outside the car window, silently calculating the timing in his heart. Boom! Another hammer fell, and the entire door was almost completely destroyed. 1% of the integrity of the window. Fury shouted, grabbed a machine gun raised in the car, and fired wildly at the people outside the car window. Tap-da-da. Caught off guard, a large area of enemies was directly swept by Fury and fell to the ground. At this time, the vehicle propulsion system that Fury had been waiting for a long time had also been restarted. Full speed ahead at once. The car that had been broken down for a long time finally started, first crashed backwards, squeezed out the acceleration distance, and then sharply accelerated, crashed into several cars in front of it in one breath, and sped away with full of trauma. In the tattered car, Fury gasped and ordered, "Start vertical takeoff. The flight system is damaged." "Then activate the navigation camera." Fury roared and got back in the driver's seat. "Let me do it myself." Fury stepped on the accelerator, and the speed of the car was abrupt, constantly moving in the traffic, driving rapidly. "Contact Romanoff for me. The communication array has been destroyed." Fury's face sank, and he said angrily, "Is there anything else that has not been damaged?" "The air conditioning system is working," answered the emotionless intelligence truthfully. Fury almost spewed out a mouthful of old blood, but he knew it wasn't time to breathe a sigh of relief, because he could see that not far behind, several cars were honking their horns chasing him. That's not the worst, if they can mobilize the police and SWAT. There's traffic control ahead. Fury, who had expected it, ordered expressionlessly, "Find another route." 17th Avenue opens 3 blocks away. Glancing at the rapidly approaching car in the rearview mirror, Fury no longer hesitated, directly crashed away from the normal moving vehicle on the road, and soared into the distance. The special car with strong power and excellent performance is like a wild horse, and it instantly jumps out of hundreds of meters. However, a dense crowd of cars soon appeared ahead, blocking the road almost completely. Fury had to slow down and struggle through it. Behind him, chasing vehicles had arrived, and groups of police soldiers rushed out of it. Fury glanced coldly at the person who touched it and stepped on the accelerator fiercely. Tap-da-da. These people completely ignored the ordinary soldiers around them and opened fire on Fury. "Let me go." The bullet hit Fury's car, whose windows had disappeared, forcing Fury to bend over and roar. The car was still moving slowly, but the policemen with guns and firing were gradually approaching Fury. In the face of the approaching enemy, Fury's eyes widened, and he directly knocked several guys into the air with a reverse car, driving into a fork in the road. The fork in the road was much smoother than before, and Fury sped up to get rid of these pursuers. However, several police cars quickly chased after them with their sirens. Fury quickly swung the steering wheel and crashed directly into a police car that was chasing him. He quickly snatched the opponent's gun and killed the other party. Several other police cars took advantage of this opportunity to trap Fury, and he was about to repeat the trick, but he heard the onboard intelligent tone. "Warning, there is an intersection ahead." Fury slammed on the car, and the speed of the car dropped at once. The police cars did not notice the danger of the intersection, and still drove forward without slowing down. Bang! At this time, it was a red light, and a large truck driving from the left instantly hit these police cars. "Don't take me down the road." Fury roared, went around the scene of the accident, and took advantage of the opportunity that the pursuers were all finished and fled. The vehicle drove in the busy city for a while, turned into a small road, and slowly slowed down. Fury just wanted to take a breath, but was shocked to find a strange person in front of him. He had long hair, a mask that covered the outside of his cold and strange eyes, a black combat uniform similar to the previous pursuers, and a submachine gun in his hand. Fury, who realized that it was not good, hurriedly reversed, and the next moment he felt a whirlwind. A special bomb exploded under his car, knocking the car to the ground. In the dark shadows, Fury, who was stunned by the shockwave of the explosion, turned upside down, and in a daze saw the strange warrior walking towards him. Get moving, Fury. You can't die here. Fury roared in his heart, but his body couldn't move at all, and he could only watch the Grim Reaper get closer and closer. The warrior walked silently to Fury's car and tore off the broken door. He pulled out a sharp blade and swung it at Fury's chest. Nope, Fury hissed lowly, but could not stop the speeding approaching deadly blade. He stared at the blade, his mind blank. In an instant, the blade touched Fury's heart. However, the pain Fury imagined did not come. What shocked and puzzled him was that the blade suddenly exploded the moment it touched him. What is even more bizarre is that after this blade exploded, it turned into silkworm-sized, crystal clear, and colorful candy that looks delicious. For a while, both Fury, who had escaped from death, and the Winter Soldier who was extremely cold in his heart, were stunned. What's going on? Fury naturally doesn't think that this person is doing some magic tricks with him, and it seems that only one person can figure out this weird situation, right? Soon, an unsurprising voice sounded. Hey, tired of fighting? Would you like to relax with some sugar? Lynch, who suddenly appeared beside the two, squeezed two candies into his mouth and reached out to put his hand on the Winter Soldier's shoulder. The Winter Soldier just wanted to resist, but felt that his body was completely out of his control, and even reached out and took the candy handed by Lynch and threw it into his mouth. Good boy. Lynch narrowed his eyes and smiled, and directly activated his mind control ability. A strange spiritual force descended on the Winter Soldier, completely sweeping away the shackles that bound him and controlled him. Subsequently, the Winter Soldier, who had regained his physical control, looked dazed, as if he had just woken up from a deep sleep. After liberating the Winter Soldier, Lynch looked at Fury and said, Chief, let's talk somewhere else. It turned out that Fury's phone was connected by Natasha, but it didn't take long for him to hang up because the vehicle was damaged by the attacking communication system. From the brief call, Natasha heard a series of gunshots and violent collisions, and she immediately sensed that something was wrong. Natasha has basically disassociated herself from SHIELD, and usually has little contact with Fury and Hawkeye. But Fury is now calling himself for help? Natasha couldn't help but think of Lynch's previous warning to Fury, when she was also present. If it wasn't for SHIELD spying so that Fury really had no one to trust, how could he call himself as an outsider? But Natasha couldn't help it. Listening to the situation on the phone, it was estimated that Fury was about to be killed. How can you help yourself by being so far away? After thinking about it, Natasha used her last big move. Summon Lynch? Lynch, who felt Natasha's summoning through spiritual power, immediately rushed back to Earth from Asgard and saved Fury in time. At this time, he had the reality gem in his hands, while the space gem remained in Asgard. Reality gems can distort reality, turning the unreal into reality and the real into false. Even if Lynch can only use a little power with gems, it can change small realities at will like magic. It's like turning a knife into candy, a car into a bumblebee, an animal into a demon. It sounds outrageous, but distorting reality comes at a cost. It is impossible for matter and energy to increase or decrease, and the difference can also be called regurgitation. And this kind of backlash is for the user to bear, but fortunately Lynch is physically strong and energetic, and some small backlash can't hurt him at all. If you put aside the backlash, the reality gem is basically a universal gemstone. The existence of real gemstones is basically no different from a real god. Just like the dying Fury, under Lynch's wave of his hand, he was alive again. What a terrible power. Fury squinted his one-eyed eye and observed the gem with mysterious powers in Lynch's hand, and his tone was deep. Fury, who has seen Lynch turn blades into candy with this stone and completely healed himself, can imagine how incredible the power of this stone is. If it falls into the hands of ordinary people, can it turn a handful of soil into diamonds? Can it cure all kinds of terminal diseases at will? If it falls into the wrong hands, it's not as scary as you think. Lynch shook his head and explained. To use it comes to paying a corresponding price. Everything in the world is relatively fair. Fury thought for a moment, and felt that what Lynch said seemed to make some sense. There always comes a price to pay for using this magical treasure, right? Putting aside his curiosity about the gems, Fury turned to ask. Can you tell me about the traders in S.H.I.E.L.D? Lynch nodded casually and said. The head of the SHIELD trader is your old boss, former SHIELD director Pierce. Fury listened expressionlessly, without saying a word. This plot mainly takes place in Captain America 2, where Hydra intends to rule the world through space carriers and intelligence systems. The main Hydra characters in charge of this project are the bald Hydra agent Sidwell, who has appeared many times in the movie, and the joke has come true, who has been lurking to become the former director of SHIELD Pierce, and the villain Dr. Zola, who transmits his consciousness to the computer and achieves digital immortality, and the villain of the American team. These guys made Lynch have to sigh that Hydra was indeed talented. 3 years and 3 years, regardless of the talent, who successfully became the supreme leader of the enemy in the hidden mission. Let's just say that the big guy who abandoned his body decades ago and soared in numbers is simply outrageous to open the door. Outrageous home? The point is to want to deal with this guy. It seems that physical means will not work. Even if he could destroy all the computer equipment in the place where that guy was, could Lynch still destroy all the electronic equipment in the world? But Lynch didn't worry too much. He still had some ideas, but they just needed to be verified. Thinking of this, Lynch said to Fury, let's go, and settle this matter. Hearing this, Fury wanted to inquire, but saw that the scenery around him began to change rapidly, and quickly closed his mouth. SHIELD headquarters. On top of Cheng Guanggui's bright head, the SHIELD traitor, Hydra agent Sidwell is reporting something to Pierce. After listening to the report, Pierce frowned and said suspiciously, what does it mean to disappear? Literally, Minister. Sidwell explained awkwardly. Only some of this thing was left on the scene. With that, Sidwell pulled into his pocket. After fumbling, he pinched a candy and handed it to Pierce. What is it? Pierce stared at the thing suspiciously, his tone a little incredulous. Because from the outside, how this thing looks like a candy. As you can see, Minister, it's a candy. Sidwell replied stiffly. It's not funny at all. Pierce was instantly furious. Good fellow, you put this in Yanwangya hide cats, fool ghosts? Are you going to say that they all turned into candy? Majin Buu ran out? Minister. Sidwell explained weakly. But apart from the car, there is only one candy left at the scene, and all this happened suddenly, there must be something to do with it. Pierce's old face twisted into a ball, pointing out the door to rush someone. Sidwell had to answer a few times and head down and went out. Just after taking 2 steps, Sidwell suddenly felt a flash in front of him, and there was an extra person in front of him. He took a closer look, and suddenly a cool breath appeared on his back. Hello, is Pierce's office going this way? As if he hadn't noticed anything unusual in Sidwell, Lynch asked with a smile. Sidwell reacted, and immediately replaced it with just the right amount of surprise and friendly expression and replied, yes, Superboy, are you looking for the minister for something? A little thing. Lynch smiled and walked past Sidwell. Seeing Lynch walking towards Pierce's office, Sidwell's expression instantly became solemn. He hesitated, touched out a phone and wanted to send a message to Pierce. Oh, right. Lynch, who had walked a few steps, suddenly turned his head and smiled at Sidwell, who was making small movements. I may be looking for you later, you can prepare. Sidwell was stunned for a moment, and then said casually, no problem, then I will wait for you at the administrative level. Lynch nodded, turned around and quickened his pace, instantly crossing tens of meters to Pierce's office. Knock knock. Who? Pierce in the office asked, but Lynch didn't answer and pushed the door straight in. Hello, Pierce. Lynch greeted with a smile. Pierce glanced at Lynch, his face a little stiff. Because Lynch's behavior is not polite, the timing of the visit is quite clever. According to Pierce's understanding, Lynch, a superhero with incredible powers, has a good friendship with Fury. Could it be that he saved Fury? Pierce, who can become the director of SHIELD as an undercover agent, is naturally very intelligent, and he thinks clearly about the cause and effect in an instant, so that he can't even control his expression at this time. Hello, Superboy. Pierce forced a smile and walked over to Lynch. This is your first time in my office. Seeing that Pierce seemed to have guessed something, Lynch said straight to the point. You have failed, take the initiative to confess to the Hydra agent lurking in SHIELD, and wait for processing. Pierce's face changed slightly, and he stayed there speechless. Be realistic, Pierce, I'm here, so you're doomed, don't struggle for nothing. Lynch smiled slightly. Huh. A gloomy Pierce sneered, and then said faintly, I know that your power cannot be resisted, but you are not a god after all. He seemed to have found a trace of courage to refute Lynch, walked to Lynch step by step, and continued. There is no SHIELD here, only Hydra. Without Hydra there is no SHIELD. What can you do if your strength is strong? Kill us all. Then we will at least destroy SHIELD? Yes. Lynch glanced at Pierce's ravine-thick old face, and his tone was somewhat nonchalant. If you think I'll only physically destroy enemies, you might be disappointed. Don't be tough. Pierce sneered and said, even if we lose, you can't win anything, come and kill me. His eyes were filled with contempt and fanaticism, and his voice grew higher and higher. Cut off one of our heads and give birth to 2. In the face of Pierce's wild words, Lynch only took 2 steps back with a look of disgust. Your saliva is going to splash on my face, since you have even finished the last line, then I won't talk nonsense with you. Saying that, Lynch stretched out his right hand and shook it in front of Pierce's eyes. I'd rather see how many heads you can cut me off. SHIELD headquarters, administrative floor. There were hundreds of SHIELD personnel gathered here, and it was a little noisy. Because of Pierce's order a few minutes ago, most of the SHIELD staff suspended their work and gathered here. Soon, everyone's eyes were on the group of people walking in from outside, and it quickly quieted down. Leading the way is former SHIELD director Pierce, and the second is Sidwell. Then came Lynch, Fury, and Natasha. The group stood in front of everyone, causing a commotion. Within SHIELD, the news of Fury's attack and disappearance has long spread, and everyone is surprised by the unscathed Fury in front of them. Even many of them, the Hydra traitors who knew more information, were even more confused, not understanding why Fury, who should have been seriously injured, could still appear here alive. And, with Pierce and Sidwell, while these traitors were panicking, Pierce spoke. I want to announce something, and before that, the person whose name I read will come to my side. Then Pierce pronounced the names. With doubts and puzzlement, these Hydra agents gathered behind Pierce one by one. Within a few minutes, a large group of people stood behind Pierce, and fewer SHIELD personnel remained in place. As Pierce finished reading the last name, the atmosphere of the scene suddenly became strange. Agent Hydra looked at the left and right and seemed to be his own people, guessing what Pierce wanted to do. Was it a direct card? And the sparse number of SHIELD agents, although they do not know what happened, can also keenly detect that something is wrong. While everyone was ghostly, Pierce finished reading the last name. He paused, looked around at all the people present, and said, "What I want to announce is that everyone whose name I read just now includes me and Agent Sidwell." Hearing his words, the Hydra agent behind him held his breath in unison. It's all Hydra agents lurking in SHIELD. We lurked in SHIELD for decades and had almost complete control of the agency, and we planned Fury's attack. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Hydra is a long-disappeared terrorist organization, and the last time it appeared in people's sight was during the American team. SHIELD agents did not expect that Pierce actually said that SHIELD was a traitor in Hydra, and those Hydra agents who were divided were also confused, completely unaware of what Pierce was doing. Among them, Hydra agent Crossbone Rumlow, who has a lot of scenes in the movie, stood up and scolded angrily. "Minister Pierce, what are you talking about? Have you been threatened by someone instructing you to say this?" His reaction was not slow, but it didn't work. Pierce just gave him a cold look and continued. "You don't have to doubt that everything I said is the truth, and the reason why I stand up and admit it all is because..." He turned to look at Lynch and did not speak again. Yes, under my persuasion, Pierce suddenly came to his senses and chose to abandon the dark and turn to the light. "Give up, you have failed." Lynch smiled. It was he who coerced Pierce and killed him. Rumlow glared, gulped, pulled out his pistol, and many Hydra agents were encouraged to turn their guns on Lynch. Stubborn. Lynch pouted and stretched out his right hand to wave to the left and right. A mysterious force instantly enveloped the Hydra agents, deeply affecting their hearts and cognition. In a moment, all the Hydra agents dropped their guns and weapons and crouched down holding their heads. "I plead guilty, I'm Agent Hydra," Rumlow muttered with a stunned expression. "Good." Lynch clapped his hands and said, "Arrest and interrogate." New Jersey. Lynch takes Team America to a place where he used to be in order to solve the data man who hit himself in his computer. Push the door and walk into the basement, where it is dark. Lynch inserted the USB flash drive loaded with data into the excuse, and the basement lights suddenly turned on. A blurry green avatar began to appear on the thick, ancient computer screen, and a camera turned its head and pointed at Lynch and Team America. "Steve Rogers, Lynch." A strange electronic voice sounded, causing Team America to look at the green avatar in surprise. "This is your old friend." Lynch's eyes moved slightly, looking for a way to erase the thing. "This guy was taken to prison by you in 1945, named Zola, a German scientist, do you remember?" Team America was stunned for a moment and nodded. This guy gave up his body and uploaded his consciousness to a computer database. Zola in the computer was silent, as if dead. "The underground is the database, and we are now standing on his body." Lynch spread his hands. "Isn't he never going to die?" Team America frowned. "Depending on how you look at it, I think he died when he lost his human body." Lynch shook his head, then looked at Zola's green head and said, "Why don't you say hello to me? Is it because you simply can't find a way to deal with me, even if you have such a big head?" Hearing this, Zola's image was distorted very humanely, and then emitted a special electronic voice. "Lynch, your power is indeed like that of a god, but with all due respect, the means of the physical level are completely ineffective against me." The voice paused, and Zola continued, "I hope you recognize reality and don't." The old-fashioned computer screen bursts instantly in the scanning of the hot eye, emitting scorched smoke. "I think you have to recognize reality." Lynch's fingers fluttered, and several forces circled above. "You don't know anything about power." Lynch, who has been exposed to 3 gems of space, mind, reality, and 10 rings, has developed a variety of corresponding abilities: short-distance teleportation, mind control, and distorting reality. If there really are gods in the world, Lynch thinks it is just that, right? If you want to deal with this kind of digital guy, Lynch can go back and learn about computers, programs, and so on. With his super brain, it probably only takes a few days to figure out how to erase this Dr. Zola. However, he has a more concise and quick way. Lynch harnesses the power of the gem of reality and imagines something in his mind. In an instant, a wonderful being was born in the digital world. The lights in the entire basement began to flicker, and Zola's originally calm voice began to become frightened. "What is this? What did you put in? No, get out, no." Zola's eerie scream lasted only a few seconds, and the sound that echoed in the basement became a hissing chaotic electronic sound. Half a minute later, the basement returned to normal. A computer screen slammed into a red avatar. "Hello, Captain and my master." This voice appears lively, immature, like a baby, full of curiosity about the world. "Hello." Lynch also looked at the avatar quite curiously, although he made this thing, but he couldn't be sure what it would become. "What is this?" the American team asked a little helplessly. "You got a thing like Zola?" Lynch shook his head without explanation. I'm not the same as Dr. Zola. I am a strong artificial intelligence created by the Master. The goal is to eliminate Dr. Zola and the Hydra organization hidden around the world. In addition, I will also assist in counterterrorism, crime fighting, etc. Hearing this, Team America grinned in surprise. After thinking for a while, Team America asked Lynch with some concern. He won't get out of control. What harm will he cause? Nope. Lynch smiled. I can create him, I can control him, I can destroy him. Lynch then smiled and asked, do you have a name? Not yet. Does the Master want to name me? Lynch thought for a moment and said, then your name is Crimson. Sokovia, inside Hydra's castle stronghold. The two siblings, Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver, walked through the dark corridor to a secret room. In the room, a strange-looking man turned his chair and showed a rather happy smile. Wanda, Pietro. He greeted with a smile and asked the two to sit down. Doctor, are you looking for us for something? After sitting down, Wanda and Pietro looked at each other and asked what she called Doctor. Of course. The doctor still maintained a funny smile, but his tone slowly became heavy. Remember who your enemies are. Hearing this, Wanda's pretty face darkened, and her eyes gradually became fierce. How could I forget? I remember every letter on the missile that fell on my house. Wanda's tone was cold, and as her mood fluctuated, wisps of dark red energy began to linger on her hands and eyes. Tony Stark, I will double the pain I suffered and give him back. Wanda. Seeing Wanda angry, Quicksilver shook his sister's hand with some concern. Good. The doctor in the shadows was very pleased with Wanda's performance, and he continued. I want to tell you that now is the opportunity. What do you mean? Wanda stared at the doctor with her eyes glued and asked a little nervously. Didn't you say that the time was not ripe? Now we can get our hands dirty? The doctor nodded and shook his head, explaining. Not on Tony Stark, but on his strongest companion, his closest comrade. Who? Hearing that it wasn't a move on Tony, Wanda frowned. Superboy? The doctor grinned and whispered the name. Wanda and Quicksilver were a little surprised, and Quicksilver asked. How? Didn't you say that he was very powerful? Yes, he does have incredible powers. The doctor agreed non-committally, but his face became strange. However, we can deal with him. Because the stronger the power, the more fragile the heart. Believe me, I've seen more than one of that with my own eyes. With that, the doctor got up from his chair and walked over to the two siblings. It only takes a little trick for us to push him into the endless abyss. At that point, we can destroy the Avengers, including your enemy Tony Stark, and save this world from the executioner. The doctor's expression was frenzied, and the light from outside shone on his huge green head like a winter melon, which was particularly penetrating. High in the sky, 3 giant fortresses are floating among the clouds. These are the space carriers that were destroyed by everyone in the movie American Team 2, with large-scale precision-killing firepower, which is terrifying. After cleaning up the Hydra traitors in SHIELD was forced to disband and turn into the shadows. And the legacy left by Hydra's internal traitor conspiracy, 3 space carriers, was begged by Lynch. The 3 space carriers are the basis for Hydra's Insight program, which, in the words of West Dwell agents, can kill millions of people at a time according to the screening process. This kind of big killing weapon is not suitable in anyone's hands, but it is too pity to destroy it, and Lynch is coming. The space carrier is the icing on the cake in Lynch's hands, and that firepower is not worth mentioning compared to Lynch's own strength. However, the space carrier can give Crimson, who monitors the entire Earth, the ability to carry out autonomous fire strikes anytime, anywhere, avoiding the embarrassing situation that Crimson finds danger but can only notify Lynch or others and is incapacitated. Of course, Crimson will not get involved in ordinary criminal activities, which is the responsibility of the police and the government. If he gets everything done, what else will the police and the army do? Smashing people's jobs. Lynch will not let Crimson do it. Crimson monitors the existence of a considerable degree of threat to human society as a whole and the Earth, and directly evaluates the threat index according to the algorithm. Once the index reaches the target, Crimson will drop the heavenly punishment and eliminate the threat. Since then, people have had their own sword of Damocles on their heads. All villains and villains must think twice about doing evil, lest the next second heaven send justice and die on the spot. In the huge empty fortress, only a few people existed, which seemed slightly deserted. Because of the presence of Crimson, these 3 space carriers do not need manual operation, and naturally have no staff. Lynch and Natasha moved here, and sometimes other people came to visit them, just not as easily as when they were on land. Suddenly, a Crimson voice sounded inside the space carrier. The Hydra branch has been found and is being attacked. In the air, the outer shell of the space carrier changed for a while, and the extended weapon was aimed at a certain location. Hurrah! In an instant, the space carrier sent out a series of fire strikes and descended on a certain Hydra branch that was discovered by Crimson. This stronghold, which had been hidden for many years, was covered by the saturation fire that fell from it, and it was instantly reduced to ruins. Cleaned up, confirmed the erase. On the large screen on the main console of the space carrier, the Crimson avatar flashed a few times, and then went dark until it disappeared. In the bedroom, Lynch, who was sleeping heavily, rolled over unnoticed, not caring about the Crimson movement. Time passed, the big screen lit up, and the Crimson avatar appeared again. Suspected discovery of the Hydra branch. A Small picture began to appear on the left side of the screen. Inside was a quaint castle. Analyzing the threat index, location Sokovia. As soon as the small picture turned, images of the inside of the castle began to appear. Looking at the angle, this is the picture taken by the interior camera of the Crimson invasion. Suddenly, the small picture stopped, and the Crimson rapid and tense high sound penetrated the entire space carrier. Found the highest level item Psychic Scepter. Found the suspected character Wanda Django Maximov. Found the suspected character Pietro Django Maximov. 3 photos taken from the surveillance screen were magnified in crimson and placed in the center of the screen, followed by the long-disappeared Psychic Scepter, the little crimson witch Wanda filled with strange red light, and the silver arc Quicksilver Pietro. After 2 seconds of the crimson beep, Lynch finally woke up. Mind Gems, Wanda, and Quicksilver. Looking at the pictures on the screen, Lynch was shocked. According to his understanding, the abilities of Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver are activated by the Psychic Scepter. In order to make the birth of Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver, Lynch deliberately did not look for the Psychic Scepter and these two. Now it seems that the abilities of Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver have appeared, and Lynch doesn't have to wait for anything more. After lending you the Soul Gem for so long, it should also be returned to its original owner, right? Lynch muttered, and then instantly left the space carrier and went straight for Sokovia. Half a minute later, Lynch stopped high in the air. He first observed the situation in the castle, and then swooped down without hesitation. There was no fierce confrontation, no spilled blood, no screams, not even a trace of chaos. Under Lynch's mind control, ordinary people here fell asleep. Like walking in his own garden, Lynch entered through the main entrance very easily and walked all the way to the Scepter of the Mind. Lynch used his spiritual power to grab the scepter and squeezed it fiercely with his right hand. The entire scepter was suddenly overwhelmed and turned into a lump of scrap iron. Huang Qinchen's mind gem slowly rose from this mass of scrap iron and was caught by Lynch. Mind gem. Lynch closed his eyes and motionlessly touched the mind gem with his spiritual power, feeling the mystery in it. Just then, a breeze blew around Lynch. Lynch, who seemed to have sensed something, stretched out his right hand and gently grabbed it. His right hand instantly caught a young man covered in silver lightning. This is a handsome guy with silver hair, who is looking at Lynch in disbelief at this time. How is this possible? Why can you keep up with my speed? Lynch opened his eyes and smiled lightly as if he had accomplished a trivial matter. What is impossible? Young people should not run too fast, be careful of being caught and sacrificed to the heavens. After that, Lynch laughed to himself, but unfortunately Quicksilver didn't understand what the laughter in his words was. According to Lynch's understanding, the fate of the speedsters who eat at speed is quite tragic. Needless to say, the Flash family in DC will let the contemporary Flash sacrifice the sky, restart the universe at every turn. Even Quicksilver in the movie universe can't escape the end of the light speed boxed lunch, and the faster he runs, the worse he dies. The most outrageous thing is, Quicksilver died because of blocking the gun. To be reasonable, being shot to death is simply the most humiliating way of death for speedsters, right? Isn't this the screenwriter letting you die this minute, who dares to keep you until the next second? However, Lynch found that Quicksilver was not very fast. At the very least, Lynch felt that he could beat him a year ago, let alone now, and don't think about comparing with the Flash with supernatural power. In DC's official speed rankings, the speed of the Flash is still more than Superman. After all, people have super speed to hang, can ignore the laws of physics, and run up to directly lift Newton's coffin board. But Quicksilver doesn't know this, and when he finds that his proudest ability has been defeated by Lynch, he begins to think about life. At this time, his sister did not agree. Next to Lynch, the figure of Scarlet Witch Wanda suddenly flashed out, and her 2 hands grabbed the red light on Lynch's brain and exhaled. This is a magical power that hits the heart, and it is very terrifying. Scarlet Witch Wanda is a mood flow contestant who once almost singled out the jewel Thanos in extreme anger and hatred. Seeing her brother being restrained, Wanda was naturally full of worry and hatred, and this magic attack was not light. Lynch's expression froze for 2 seconds, as if he had really been hit. But just when the two breathed a sigh of relief, Lynch suddenly turned his head to look at Scarlet Witch and said, "Wanda, your greeting is not very polite. Be careful." Quicksilver was fast and responsive, and immediately anxiously reminded, "Take it easy." Lynch grabbed Quicksilver with one hand and put his arm around Scarlet Witch from his shoulder with the other, in a tone like he was chatting with an old friend. "Let go of me." The Scarlet Witch struggled and yelled, "No problem, if we can sit down and talk," Lynch said with a smile. The two tried to resist, but of course they were persuaded by Lynch physics. There was no way, and the two decided to listen to Lynch's advice and communicate amicably. At this moment, the mind gem suspended in front of Lynch suddenly shone brightly, instantly shrouding Lynch. This time, Lynch's face really changed. Who is it? Lynch's consciousness quickly slumped, and the last image he saw was of an unknown villain. Big Boss. SHIELD, Hydra, Psychic Gems, Gamma Rays, Big Bosses. When these words flashed through Lynch's chaotic consciousness, it instantly connected things together. The boss who was forced to stay in SHIELD discovered and disarmed the Hydra hidden inside, so he joined or used them, and eventually came into contact with the mind gem. Because the Infinity Stones release gamma shots, the boss who is a gamma ray product can use the power of the mind gem. This is the same as the Hulk, who was also a gamma monster in Avengers 4, stepped forward and put on the Infinity Gauntlet and snapped the fingers that brought back half of the universe. They are themselves masterpieces of gamma experiments, able to resist the backlash of gems. Lynch's consciousness was confused for a long time, maybe for a moment, and then he came to his senses. However, everything in front of him made him understand that the influence of the mind gem had not been eliminated. A tall monster with thick limbs, a distorted face, and barbs on his body was staring at Lynch deadly, his chaotic pupils flushed. Doomsday? Lynch sank his face, his heart beating faster for a long time. From this guy, he felt a terrible death threat. It feels like nature has encountered an animal from an enemy at the top of the food chain. No matter which version of Superman, Doomsday is Superman's mortal enemy, confronting and even killing Superman many times. How does this make Lynch not feel cold in his heart? No. Lynch's body tensed, looking at the environment left and right. This is. Let yourself see the illusion of the thing you fear the most. Using supervision, Lynch found himself on a strange Earth. The reason why it is strange is because this Earth is scarred, as if it has been plowed over and over again by a powerful monster. Cities are destroyed, nations are destroyed, and the only remaining human beings can only survive in ruins. The culprit of all this naturally does not need to be asked. It should be this day of destruction in front of us. However, Lynch thought of the illusion encountered by the Avengers in the movie. Black Widow, Team America, Tony. They have all fallen into a fantasy and seen in it the scene they most feared to see. There are regrets of the past, and there are also foreshadowings of the future. In essence, this is a kind of psychic attack, which makes people fall into the most frightening scenes and cannot extricate themselves. So, I'm most afraid of Doomsday. Lynch sneered, and his body instantly rushed towards the day of destruction. I'm not Superman? Under the extremely fast speed, a huge force was triggered, and it smashed in front of the Doomsday in an instant. However, this bloated monster reacted quickly, and it also hit a blow before it could cover its ears. Bang! The two Kryptonian monsters hit each other's bodies with their unreserved fists, and the scene was like countless TNT explosives exploding. The shockwave stirred the sky, and the earth was overturned. But the two who flew out upside down were not injured at all, and the next moment they collided together fiercely. Boom! This is the long-awaited battle that makes Lynch's blood boil. Fist to flesh, savage and primitive hand-to-hand combat? In just a few minutes, the two fought entangled and fought countless rounds, moving thousands of kilometers, and almost destroying the entire land. Lynch, who was at his peak at the beginning, was not at all in the day of destruction. There were exchanges in strong dialogues. You punched me and I kicked you back. The scene belongs to 5 or 5. But as time went on, Lynch felt his strength weakening rapidly, so he separated from Doomsday and looked at his body. Kryptonite. Feeling the discomfort and nausea rising in his body, Lynch couldn't help but be furious. The body of this day of destruction really contains the lifelong enemy of the Kryptonians, Kryptonite. In the face of Kryptonite, most versions of Superman will be affected, and Superman who cannot be affected is a bigwig-level existence. At this moment, Lynch can clearly sense that his strength, speed, and other abilities are constantly weakening because of Kryptonite. Bang! The day of destruction that fought real fire with Lynch would not let him rest, and in the blink of an eye, it rampaged from a distance, and the violent force bombarded Lynch. Before Lynch, he could react quickly, but he just snorted and was directly blasted into the earth. Ahem. In the deep pit, Lynch looked hideous, his body was in pain, and under a violent cough, he actually vomited a mouthful of blood. Damn it. Looking at the spit mixed with bright blood, Lynch clenched his teeth. This feeling of powerlessness he hadn't experienced for too long. This is an illusion, I'm leaving here, said Lynch secretly in his heart. In the next second, the demon god-like day of destruction rushed in front of Lynch, and the big hand covered with hideous barbs pinched Lynch's neck and lifted him up. Lynch stared at Doomsday with a terrifying face, feeling the power draining from his body little by little. No. Under the threat of death, Lynch tried his best to use his psychic powers. Me. Accompanied by Lynch's loud shouts, a strange force instantly knocked down the invincible day of doom. Next, the world in front of Lynch gradually began to become illusory, and finally turned into darkness. Breaking the illusion, Lynch calmed his mood while coldly looking at the changing environment around him. Moments later, Lynch returned to the familiar streets of New York. What? He muttered in his heart and let go of his perception. Soon, Lynch's face rose with a hint of anger. Because he discovered a terrible thing, the secret of his system was exposed in this world. Lynn. Suddenly, a familiar voice appeared behind Lynch. Natasha. Lynch turned her head, her expression a little complicated. Natasha hugged her chest with an indifferent expression. What am I? Lin Chi was silent for a while, and said a little weakly. No. A steel figure fell from the sky and landed in front of Lynch, his helmet quickly opened. So are we just tools in your eyes? Tony asked calmly. No, all this. Lynch opened his mouth, not knowing how to explain it. Immediately afterwards, one character after another appeared in front of Lynch, constantly torturing Lynch. Despite knowing that all this is a fantasy, Lynch still has a hard time facing these interrogations. Because in the past days, he did deliberately do something to obtain justice values. Although it is not worth the means for the sake of justice, it cannot be said that it is completely unaffected by this. So are you really wrong? In order to obtain justice values, in order to increase strength, deliberately ignore potential threats, deliberately indulge the original crisis outbreak. Nope. Without me, these things would have happened. Gaining justice points and increasing strength is also to fight against the dangers hidden in this world? I'm not wrong, Lynch said softly, and a powerful spiritual storm swept up from him, shattering the world in an instant. Lynch can't remember exactly how many worlds he experienced in the fantasy realm, but this time it seemed a little different. My ability. Lynch looked at his hands with a look of disbelief. He could feel that his body was as weak as an ordinary person, and all the superpowers from the system had disappeared. After a long time of confusion in his mind, Lynch gradually understood all this. He braced himself up from the bed and walked in 2 steps to the full-length mirror in the room. Sure enough, I returned to my original world. Lynch looked at this strange and familiar person in the mirror, and for a while he had mixed tastes. This extremely real illusion made Lynch feel a kind of trance. Is all this just a dream of mine? After a surprising situation, did everything come to naught when you woke up from the dream? No, this is an illusion, it's fake. Lynch clenched his fists, his face gloomy. But no matter how hard he tried to mobilize his strength, there was no response. So is this kind of thing that I'm most afraid of? Become that ordinary, depressed, and lonely teenager again? Just then, Lynch felt something shake in his trouser pocket. He took out his phone and found that it was a message sent to him by a classmate. The message was sent by one of Lynch's best classmates and roommates in college, asking him to hang out. Lynch glanced around the room, went into the bathroom, washed his face and went out. Faced with a friend he remembered and hadn't seen in years, Lynch struggled to pretend to be himself. But for some reason, the friend still kept looking at Lynchy, looking a little puzzled. What's wrong with this? Recently changed your mouth. My feelings for you are very pure. You can pull down, the girl is much more fragrant than you. Hearing this, Lynch's friend rolled his eyes and complained. But he complained and said seriously, you look a little different today. You seem to be a little sick, and this kind of earthy love talk is also taken out to tell me. Lynch snorted, looking disgusted. What and what? My friend shouted angrily and said eagerly. Seriously, don't you think your temperament has changed? Temperament. Lynch avoided his friend's gaze and said casually. Maybe my kingly temperament can't be concealed. I see you're thinking about fart. The friend mercilessly debunked. The sand sculpture temperament is still similar. So what do you mean? Lynch smiled. It's just. The friend mused for a moment, and replied. It's like when I first met you. When you first met me. Lynch frowned and thought for a moment. When freshman year starts. Yes. My friend slapped his thigh and said. At that time, I felt that you were very special, and there was something hidden in my heart. In the gushing of his friend, Lynch gradually recalled himself at that time. Decadence, arrogance, coldness. Because just like now, losing the most important thing? Do you want to succumb to such a reality as before? No? How can a fantasy realm, a big boss, and a soul gem sink forever? There are still people waiting for me to go back. There are still crises waiting for me to solve. There's still so much to do. Unknowingly, a force broke through from the depths of Lynch's heart. What's wrong with you? My friend looked confused, feeling that Lynch in front of him seemed to be something wrong. Give it to me. Lynch stood up abruptly and called out a voice that came from the depths of his heart. Break it? The spiritual power that seemed to be substantial suddenly burst like a flame, burning everything around it into flying ash in an instant. Powerful and invincible power, perceptual insight into everything. All the abilities returned to Lynch's body the moment the illusion shattered, but this time he didn't want to wait any longer. Lynch manipulated his psychic power and punched hard. Endless illusions quickly collapsed and destroyed under this punch until they disappeared. When Lynch regained his senses again, 3 people who should have appeared in front of him. Big Boss. Lynch sneered, grabbed the Big Boss with a speed that was difficult for Quicksilver to react, and lifted him into the air. But to Lynch's surprise, this guy turned out to be unafraid, but instead looked at him with a funny smile. I knew you were just a stupid and mean. Before the Big Boss could finish speaking, Lynch's hot gaze melted his big head first. You're not smart. Lynch threw the body of the Big Boss aside, took the mind gem, and looked at the Wanda siblings. If you don't want to die, be honest and obedient. Wanda and Quicksilver looked at each other and nodded tacitly. The next moment, the 3 of them rose into the air and flew into the distance. Space carrier. A party belonging to the heroes is going on, but the atmosphere is not so harmonious. Oh, it's too tactful to use it inharmoniously. In fact, the scene did not evolve into Captain America 3, Civil War was already the result of Lynch's secret efforts. Of course, this party and the subsequent conflict were almost expected by Lynch, purely self-directed. No way, there are so many key elements in this moment, it is not realistic not to cause a civil war. For example, the Winter Soldier is a famous person, who has left legends in SHIELD. Since he met the Winter Soldier while rescuing Fury and brought him back, it is impossible for Lynch to hide him all the time. Thinking about the relationship between Team America and the Winter Soldier, Lynch thought it would be better to let them meet in true love early. What the? You told me about Carter's agreement with that dance? Please, the true love of Team America in the manga is Bucky the Winter Soldier. Even in the movie with a slightly modified character, the relationship between Team America and Bucky is absolutely unique. Therefore, Lynch contacted the American team as soon as he brought the Winter Soldier back. But with that comes an awkward question, one of the central contradictions that civil war will break out. That is, the Winter Soldier once carried out an assassination mission under the brainwashing control of Hydra, killing all of Tony's parents. Such a deep blood feud that left a deep shadow on Tony. Even if the Winter Soldier was controlled, how could he let go? In addition, what is more desperate is that Lynch also brought back a pair of siblings who have a similar hatred to Tony. Wanda and Quicksilver. Their originally happy home was destroyed by a missile that Tony had made before, which was not much different from Tony and Bucky's feud. This kind of deep hatred involving the family is difficult to resolve, but concealing it is not a way. After all, if you want to get along normally, you will be discovered one day. Instead of planting a bomb that you don't know when it will detonate, it is better to clear the mine in advance. Lynch simply formed a bureau to let the enemy meet, and if it didn't work, he would go out and do it. Anyway, he could also ensure the safety of his life. Aren't all superheroes like this anyway? It's good if there is something to fight. If it doesn't work, next time we will perform a mission together, be beaten by villains, and then solve it together. With such a set of processes, basically most of the grudges can be resolved. After all, none of these tragedies were intended. Bucky was controlled, and Tony didn't want to throw the missiles he built into people's homes. But having said that, Lynch struggled to do so. Let them know the hatred first, then have a head-on conflict, and finally Lynch comes forward to explain. Of course, there are all kinds of psychological and spiritual hints, influences, and Lynch's ability has been quite playable. The party was only halfway through, and the scene was almost out of control. First, Tony accidentally discovered the video of Bucky killing his parents, and then he watched Team America and Bucky Unong Minong, and turned his face on the spot. I used to call me Nini when I was good with my brothers, but now I have abandoned me and my enemies to be with me? Team America quickly explained, but Tony didn't listen at all, and asked Team America to do a multiple choice question, he or me. The result is not asked, and the US team made an answer that did not answer. Tony feels betrayed by Team America, so he blatantly takes action. At this moment, the Wanda Quicksilver sisters appeared. The two siblings came up and accused Tony of destroying their home with arms made by Tony, telling Tony that he was frustrated. Although he has long since disbanded the weapons department and is no longer an arms dealer, Tony also knows that he has indeed brought pain and grief to many families. He has always felt guilty about this. It's just that time has passed, and no one can come to Iron Man, who has become the superhero who saved the world, accusing him of making mistakes in the past. Only now, a pair of young people came. At that moment, Tony suddenly understood Bucky's mood. Guilt, pain, even if it is not caused by one's own will. Just like that, Tony let Bucky go. If you can't let go of hatred, how can you persuade the young man to let go? Perhaps, forgetting all this is a good option. Facing the United American team Bucky and Wanda Quicksilver, Tony did not entangle anymore and left the space carrier directly. After the party, Thor approached Lynch to talk. What's wrong? Lynch said casually without care. It seems that you are very distressed. What is there to worry about? Thor smiled bitterly and spread his hands. Yes, all kinds. He sighed and continued. My father hasn't been in a good state lately, and he often pulls me to say that disaster is coming or something. Lynch glanced at Thor and asked, is your father okay? Are you angry? Running to Earth every day, even Asgard does not want to inherit. Thor hesitated and said, to be honest, I did have that idea. However, if I don't succeed to the throne of Asgard, whether it is Loki or anyone else, I am afraid that they will screw up. Lynch was silent for a moment, thinking that your accession to the throne is probably no better. In fact, this new king after Odin will be the same no matter who will do it, because Asgard will eventually be destroyed in Ragnarok. In the original plotline, as soon as old Odin died, Hela rushed out to be a demon. Except for Lynch, who can sit on this throne. It is powerful to be able to last for half a day. After all, the opponent Hela is the goddess of death who pinches the Meow hammer with one hand. Thanos belongs to the younger brother level in front of Hela, whether it is age or strength. In the end, it was Loki who summoned Surtur, directly triggered Ragnarok, forcibly attacked Poison with poison, and the genius of the homeland sacrifice killed Hela. Seeing Thor's tangled look, Lynch advised, you can think slowly, don't worry, just follow your heart. What should be destroyed will be destroyed, and there is no need to worry all the time. What should exist will exist, and there is no need to worry about the sky. Thor nodded silently. He hesitated for a moment and said, actually, my father wants you to send one gem somewhere else, and don't let the two gems stay together. Hearing this, Lynch chuckled and said, your father was a wise man with great foresight, and his hunch was not wrong, but I still have to refuse. Without waiting for Thor to speak, Lynch continued. Disaster can strike at any moment, and we can't always think about escaping, but we have to be prepared. There is a saying in Huaxia that soldiers come to block, water comes to flood, which means that as long as you make corresponding preparations, all difficulties can be solved. And now, I'm doing something like that. Thor was stunned for a moment. Lynch stood up, walked up to him, and asked with interest, if I ask you to find someone to keep a gem, where will you send it? Collector, replied Thor. Oh. Lynch smiled and said, can you take me to him? A few days later, a spaceship sailed into a circular cyberpunk-style interstellar city. The city is made up of high-tech buildings with a variety of open-work buildings, and countless strange creatures walk in it. This is the famous land of nothingness in the Marvel Universe, which, according to legend, is the head of a fetish that was cut off in ancient times. The so-called ancient fetish refers to the god group in Marvel. Many organizations sent people here to mine the minerals formed by the heads of the Tenjin Gumi, and later gradually formed a city. These minerals are of high value, and slowly a black market has formed here, so there are many extrajudicial fanatics and lawless people here. In the Marvel movies, the mysterious collector of the Elders of the Universe, Dyphon, lives here and secretly collects the Infinity Stones. Of course, this guy does not collect gems to covet the powerful power of them, purely for the sake of collecting, fancying the rarity of gems. This is because collecting is the hobby of this cosmic elder and how he continues to survive. These cosmic elders were the first species created by the celestial god group, and most of them were short-lived, but they would not encounter death as traditionally believed. The last person in each race, the so-called cosmic elders, possess virtual immortality. But a long life will always make them lose the joy of living, so that they give up their life, so they all have their own hobbies to prolong life. Among them, the Sokka star ruler High Heavenly Zun, who appeared in Thor 3, loves to gamble, while collectors in the void like to collect treasures. In the original plot, collecting power gems was a commission sent to Yongda by the collector, and Yongda gave this task to Quill, the protagonist of the Guardians of the Galaxy. At the beginning of the movie, it is the plot of Quill coming to the planet that stores the cosmic spirit orb, that is, the power gem, to steal the spirit orb. However, the planet has been flooded for many years, and Quill took advantage of the opportunity of a large water retreat to take out the cosmic spirit orb. So Lynch became interested when Thor mentioned collectors, wanting to meet aliens and cosmic elders. After a period of interstellar navigation, the two finally arrived in this void. Stepping into this land, Lynch is quite interesting. It is full of thieves, robbers, gamblers, mercenaries, and other third-class gangsters, and what's more, these guys are not a normal person. What lizards, snakes, people, various humanoid species not to mention, even if the skin is similar to that of normal people, it is colorful, referring to the green-skinned Gamera, the blue-skinned Nebula and some red-skinned Shandar Starman. However, the two did not shop much, went directly to the collector's place, and visited the exotic scenery along the way. After all, for Lynch, if you want to observe something, you don't have to bother to walk over, and you can see clearly from standing there. Soon, the two arrived at the collector's residence, where an alien in a red-skinned and white-maid costume was already waiting. Asgard naturally knew how to contact the collector and had already said hello in advance. Under the guidance of the collector's maid, the two entered the collector's residence. Along the way, Lynch and Thor were amazed like Grandma Lu who walked into the Grand View Garden. Lynch has little knowledge, but he can also find a lot of items about characters that have appeared in Marvel comics but have not yet been shown in movies. Thor is well informed, after all, he has been the Prince of Asgard for thousands of years and can recognize many rare items. But what made the two find it strange was that many things that could be seen everywhere and had no value at all were also carefully displayed along with the treasures. At this point, Lynch felt that collectors might indeed simply want to collect the Infinity Stones as rare treasures, rather than using them to stir up trouble and engage in conspiracy. It seems that a universe elder with an infinite lifespan can be interested in other things besides his hobbies. Over the years, they should have experienced things other than hobbies countless times, so that they became bored. I just don't know, is this infinite lifespan really infinite or false? For example, if Superman punches him, can a collector still live? With this question, the two followed the maid to the collector. Let me solemnly introduce you both. The maid bowed respectfully and said, Tanitri to Van, collector. The collector wears a pair of sunglasses, gloomy eyes, white hair on the top of his head, and a dark line drawn from his chin to his mouth, making the whole person look very strange. He looked at the two for a while, and then suddenly showed a hint of a smile. You are the son of Odin from Asgard, Thor. Thor smiled and nodded. Yes, my father once told me about you and praised you as a wise elder. Really? Hearing this, collectors seem to be very useful. But when his gaze fell on Lynch's, the collector's smiling face converged. Thor, can you introduce me to this friend of yours? Thor asked Lynch with his eyes, but did not speak out after getting a response. Lynch smiled, looked at the collector and said, You can call me Lynn, Mr. Dyphon. Oh. The collector pondered for a moment and asked, Did you visit me for something? Of course. Lynch's expression changed, and he said profoundly, Respected collectors should have heard of the legend of the Infinity Stones, right? The collector looked deeply at Lynch and was silent for a long time. Lynch didn't rush because he knew what collectors were thinking. Under his probe, there were no secrets in the body of this mysterious universe elder. Unsurprisingly, this guy is indeed a special life, and the so-called infinite lifespan also seems to have some basis. The only question is, can this kind of existence created by the celestial god group be directly killed? In terms of strength, this guy has some ability, but he is just some tricks in front of Lynch. But he is big, the prestige of the celestial god group is known to the universe, and even Lynch is not sure if he can scare this group of cosmic gods. So Lynch wasn't quite sure if an existence like the universe elder could be killed. To be reasonable, if it can really be easily killed, then this infinite life is not a false proposition. You can't live anymore, so what else is said to be unlimited life? Thinking of this, Lynch stretched out his right hand, and with a gentle move, a red gemstone flew from his body into the palm of his hand. Seeing this realistic gemstone, the collector was shocked and couldn't believe it. Fan, I think you should be able to recognize this gem, right? The reality gem flies slowly around Lynch, like a moon orbiting a planet. Lynch looked calm and said slowly, the reality gem is also called an ether particle. It has the power to distort reality and turn illusion into reality. And what I want to know is, where is the power gem that was borrowed by the ancient gods now? In the early universe, the power gem was used by the celestial god group to destroy living planets that they did not recognize. Later, they thought it was too dangerous, so they packed it in a cosmic spirit ball and sent it to a temple on a certain planet. This temple is where Quill obtained the cosmic traveler's orb, and it is likely that it was provided to Quill by collectors. The collector himself is an early creation of the celestial god group, and has lived to this day, and it is normal to know the secret of where the cosmic spirit ball is placed. Otherwise, with Quill's kind of little who makes a living by stealing chickens and dogs, how can he come into contact with a treasure of this level? At this point, collectors facing such a question from Lynch did not know how to answer. He has a keen eye for the gem, but he is not good at fighting, but employs others to do things through the capital accumulated over the years. Moreover, he also felt a dangerous aura from Lynch, a dangerous aura that he had almost forgotten and could threaten his life. I don't know, I'm also looking for the Infinity Stones. If I knew, I would have collected them long ago, the collector said in a deep voice. Lies. Lynch smiled slightly. You just haven't picked it up for the time being, because the time has not come. His expression turned cold, and the reality gem that was originally spinning suddenly stopped, and emitted a shimmering light. As punishment, let you try the power of gems. Lynch's gaze searched the collector's room before landing on a space dock. Morag. Countless years ago, the celestial god group placed the cosmic spirit ball in a temple on this planet. At this time, the temple was submerged under the surface of the water. At this time, a huge spaceship was quietly hovering above the water. In the control room of the spaceship, Thanos, who was dressed in golden armor, looked at the boundless surface of the water and suddenly spoke. Go and get the cosmic spirit ball, my children. Behind him, the green-skinned Gamora and the blue-skinned Nebula bowed their heads respectfully, and then took action. And Thanos still stared into the distance, muttering, soon, when I achieve this most powerful power. Soon, Gamora and Nebula stepped on the small flying machine out of the spacecraft. Nebula put on the equipment used for sewage and coldly glanced at Gamora. You don't have to go down, I can handle it alone. After that, she jumped directly into the water and set off a wave. On the surface of the water, Gamora's face looked slightly ugly, and even the greenery was deeper. This is not because Nebula is disrespectful to her, she has long been accustomed to the bad attitude of her half-sister, but because Thanos is about to obtain the first Infinity Stone. Originally, she thought that Thanos would obtain gems through other forces or send his men out of caution, because behind each Infinity Stone there are countless terrifying existences, and Thanos, who is wise and knows the many secrets of the universe, will not test his own life. In this way, as Thanos' most trusted and valued eldest daughter, she also has room to operate. Gamora has secretly contacted the Cosmic Collector, intending to exchange an Infinity Stone for his protection and escape from Thanos' clutches. The Cosmic Collector is a legend in itself, and his long lifespan has given him power and wealth that ordinary lives cannot match, and Gamora believes that he is fully capable of fighting the current Thanos. And the reason why she wants to escape from Thanos is also very simple. As she gets older, she is no longer the little girl who can be fooled by Thanos' 3 or 2 sentences and a toy knife. She completely disagrees with Thanos' great ideals and hates Thanos, who destroys his homeland, slaughters his own people, takes herself away and cultivates herself into a killing machine. This is a normal thing, and no one will forgive the culprit who did all this, but Nebula, who has been harshly criticized by Thanos and even physically modified and longed for his approval, is like a serious illness. Gamora has been waiting for an opportunity, a chance to escape Thanos with gems. However, it all fell apart because Thanos was so direct and so eager to get the Infinity Stones. At this moment, Thanos is behind him, and his first Infinity Stone is already within reach. Gamora's heart was desperate, because she knew that once Thanos obtained the first Infinity Stone, the entire universe would suffer an unprecedented disaster. Thanos without the Infinity Stones is scary enough, and if he gets the first Infinity Stone, then the 6 gems will soon be collected by him. And Thanos is different from people like Ronan. Ronan is to satisfy his desire for conquest and destruction, and Thanos is for lofty ideals. If Ronan gets the gem, he may conquer planet after planet and destroy countless civilizations. But Thanos is different. He is purely because of his own obsession, for the good of the entire universe. Such a guy is much more terrifying than Ronan, and the destructive power of his snapping fingers is far more than the bad things Ronan has done in his life. Thanos came in person, and Gamora had no other way but to secretly send a message to tell the Collector and make a final attempt. In the Collector's house, Lynch and Thor have gone, leaving nothing but a mess. The originally graceful Collector slumped on his collection with the head of the chicken nest, his face so gloomy that it was almost dripping. Seeing this, the maid on the side wanted to laugh but did not dare to laugh, and endured it very hard. Suddenly, the Collector turned his head and glared at her fiercely and said, "Is it funny? You give me to accompany the last maid." Hearing this, the maid was frightened, and quickly ran over and knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. The Collector ignored her and kicked her over. He could not tolerate a maid who had seen his ugly appearance continue to serve, so that he would have nightmares even at night. The collector got up and glanced at the collection he had accumulated over the years, and he couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. He didn't care about these collections. Anyway, the collections could be remade, and what he was most angry about was the humiliation of the two of them. My dignified collector was teased by two despicable, ignorant inferior beings? These two damned barbarians. I'm going to make them pay? Let them also turn into ducks, no, into a bunch of fodder. He thought viciously, stepped aside, and began to prepare to issue a bounty and arrange for someone to kill these two guys. But when he was about to make contact, he found himself with a message. The collector opened it and found that it was sent by Thanos' subordinate Ryuze Gamera, telling him that Thanos had obtained the first Infinity Stone. After reading the news, the collector fell into deep thought. Infinity Stones again. The Infinity Stones appeared one after another, and it seemed that the universe was about to be in chaos. He thought worriedly for a long time, and finally decided that he would not be involved in these broken things. Since you all want the Infinity Stones, let you fight, I'd better hide. The collector muttered. Thanos better be as powerful as rumored to be, so that I don't have to do anything. On the other side, inside Thanos' spaceship, Nebula and Gamera, who had returned to Thanos, presented the cosmic orb respectfully to Thanos. Father, this is the cosmic spirit ball. Thanos sat high and squinted at the nebula. Well done. He praised and grabbed the cosmic spirit ball with his big hand. Nebula showed a cold smile and retreated. She turned her head to look at her sister Gamera, as if showing off, and said sarcastically, "Why do you look so bad? Because you couldn't get the gems for your father?" Gamera ignored Nebula and narrowed her expression. Thanos observed the small ball in his hand for a while, squeezed it hard, and a purple gemstone was revealed. He threw the spirit ball fragment and held the power gem in his hand and felt it silently. After a long time, Thanos opened his eyes and said with emotion, "What a powerful force." With this Infinity Stone symbolizing pure power, he could hardly think of anything else to stop him from accomplishing his plans. At this moment, he was extremely eager to directly light the army, pull out the earth, and wipe out a few gems there. But reason told him that there were still many more terrible beings out there. Not only that, but the power of the Infinity Stones cannot be high or low. The power gem will not be stronger than the others, and with just one power gem, he will not be enough to kill Earth directly. At the very least, that Lynch should be able to beat him up with a few gems on Earth. You still have to endure. At this moment, Ebony Throat, the most relied on of the Obsidian Five under Thanos, walked in and leaned close to his ear and said something. After listening, Thanos was silent for 2 seconds and ordered, "Yes, take the call." Ebony nodded and waved towards the wall behind everyone. Soon, the face of the collector appeared on the wall. "Collector, is there anything wrong with me?" "Thanos, I heard you're collecting the Infinity Stones," the collector said directly with a blank face. Thanos looked at the collector quietly for a while, and said, "What do you want to say?" "Just two arrogant guys came to me, and they have a reality gem in their hands." The collector looked hateful and said unabashedly, "I want to kill them. You want gems? It's that simple. They haven't gone far yet. I can send you the coordinates now. Reality gems." Thanos's face became a little solemn. "What two people?" The one holding the gem was a very young, ordinarily dressed guy, and it was Saul, the Prince of Asgardians, who brought him here. The collector explained with a dark face, "Don't you want this gem?" Thanos didn't answer immediately, until more than 10 seconds passed before he said softly, "Send the coordinates." Saying that, Thanos raised his hand and revealed the power gem in his hand that emitted a shimmering light. "You'd better not play any conspiracy. Otherwise, you will regret it." Inside the Asgard spacecraft, "You're a little uncomfortable with people like this, right?" Thor shook his head. "What's so bad?" Lynch snorted and said disdainfully, "These old immortals are not good things. Didn't you see that there is a living maid in his collection? It would be nice to spare his life." Indeed, according to Lynch's own ideas, he was lucky to be able to spare collectors in the end. What kind of good role can a guy who has lived so long in the Marvel Universe be? Lynch could guess that he would get a lot of points for killing this guy. However, there may not be too many points, because the collector guy is also engaged in small collections, and has no desire to engage in villain careers. On the other hand, if you really kill this guy, there will still be a little trouble. Far from it, his brother, Gao Tianzun, the Lord of Sokka Star, who is also an elder of the universe, will definitely remember Lin Chi. This is nothing, because Lin Chi can be a collector, and naturally he is not afraid of Gao Tianzun. What he feared the most was the possible existence behind these universe elders, the Marvel Universe-level God Celestial God Group. Even if in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, the Celestial God Group has not really appeared, but judging from some Easter eggs and fragmentary clues, these big guys must be real. This void place where Lin Chi came is a special star field formed after the death of the Celestial God Group, and judging from the fact that this corpse can feed a large piece of life, the strength of the Celestial God Group cannot be weak. Although the Universe Elders were the early failures of the Celestial God Group, what if they were still watching these guys? When the time came, the Celestial God Group came, and Lynch didn't think about hammering them now. Waiting for Thanos to send it to the door can get countless justice points and embark on the road of invincibility. Why fight to the death with the Celestial God Group? Thor smiled a little helplessly, and said nothing more. The spaceship sailed alone in the universe, and I don't know how long it took. Lynch suddenly frowned. Thor, how long do we have to get to Earth? Huh. Thor was stunned for a moment and replied, at least one more day. What's wrong? You might have to fly back. Lynch said lightly as he got up from his seat and stretched his hands and feet. What do you mean? Thor was puzzled. Because the ship is gone. Lynch narrowed his eyes and motioned for Thor to look outside. Thor looked up, and the expression on his face instantly froze. I saw that in the originally dark and lightless universe, a flaming fireball was smashing from a distance at an incredible speed. Is this a meteorite? Thor asked dumbfounded. That's true, it's just that someone pushed it over. Lynch explained, waved his hand gently, and the figure disappeared from the spaceship. Outside the spacecraft, the meteorite in front of Lynch is rapidly approaching, and the volume is getting bigger and bigger from the small black dot in the distance, until it becomes a huge planet that covers the sky. Tough enough, really push a small satellite over. Lynch sighed twice, his body rioted, and he faced the meteorite. He raised his fists in front of him, maintaining a terrifying speed, ignoring the flames generated by the high-speed movement on the meteorite, and directly crashed into it. Then there was an even more violent fire, but because it was in the universe, strangely no sound came out. In a moment, the unscathed Lynch rushed out of the meteorite, and there were still explosions behind him. This huge star, which is comparable in size to a small moon, was directly penetrated by Lynch through the middle, falling apart under a powerful force field and blowing up into countless fragments. Completely useless, just relying on his own power, Lynch hit the star. Thor, who watched this visual feast from a distance, was already stunned, and even forgot to control the spacecraft to escape this area. Lynch, who rushed out of the star, did not look back, but accelerated and flew in one direction after a slight pause. Two hot lines shot out of Lynch's eyes and hit a void in the universe. The void twisted for a moment, then collapsed, revealing a huge black spaceship. A small part of the front of the spaceship had been destroyed by Lynch's thermal vision, and a golden armored purple potato essence stood on the edge of the damaged part, looking at Lynch coldly. Thanos. Lynch stopped in front of the spaceship and shouted with mental power with a relaxed expression. Why attack me? Thanos picked up the big knife standing on the side and said calmly. Don't pretend to know nothing with me, you obviously know everything. I will kill you and then complete my plan with the gems on you. Oh. Lynch smiled and his gaze fell on Thanos' hand. Just by your power gem? I'm curious to know, why can't you wait to experience the feeling of failure? Thanos raised his right hand, stared at his power gem and said to himself. I don't know, but I have an intuition. If I don't seize this opportunity, my plan will lose the last glimmer of hope. Then he raised his head and looked at Lynch, his face solemn. You are too strange and too terrible. You seem to know everything, and I don't know anything about your origins, except that you are constantly getting stronger. You are more threatening than those old guys, and I will never be able to collect the gems without getting rid of you. Got it? Lynch shook his head and said with regret on his face. You're in a hurry. Some people say that hesitation leads to defeat, but no one will tell you that it is easy to die rashly, because the person who died cannot speak. Thanos sneered, and the purple power gem on the infinity gauntlet in his right hand began to glow rapidly. Without further ado, let you see, the most powerful force in the world. An indescribable wave of terror emanated from the infinity stones in Thanos' hand and swept towards Lynch. The strongest force? My Marvel Superman hasn't spoken yet, dare to claim to be the strongest force? Lynch's expression became serious, and his fists involuntarily clenched. If the truth makes sense, then what else should the strength do? Let me use the iron fist of justice to impress you, purple potato essence. In the next instant, Lynch's body exploded. The attack speed of the power gem was not fast, far less than the speed of Lynch's charge. In an instant, Lynch came into contact with the fluctuations of the power gem. For the first time, Lynch only felt that the power of this power gem did not seem to be very strong, and it could not compete with his own power at all. But soon, Lynch found himself deceived. The power gem's attack will quickly become stronger, even before he can react. Lynch's power was constantly absorbed and weakened, and eventually he completely lost his momentum and flew out upside down under the impact of the power gem. It took half a minute for Lynch to stabilize his body. He frowned, did not continue to go back to the first time, but took a short rest. Then, Lynch looked at the lively Thor not far away, and waved his hand to teleport him directly. Then, he straightened up and mobilized the strength of his whole body. Power gem, a little something, but it's not enough. Inside the spaceship, Thanos, who saw Lynch being shot away by the power gem, softened his solemn face slightly. Even Thanos, who has always been pretentious, couldn't help but feel a lot of pressure after investigating Lynch's horror. Whether the power gem can defeat Lynch, or whether he can defeat the monster Lynch with the power gem, is unknown. No matter how powerful the weapon is, it depends on the user, and Thanos has no idea how powerful the gem can be. If he could, he wouldn't think about fighting Lynch so early, at least familiarize himself with the power gem first. But Lynch's appearance outside of Earth is a huge temptation, which means that he can't get anyone's help, and Thanos only needs to fight a king-for-king battle. If this opportunity is missed, Lynch will become stronger and stronger, collect more and more gems, and Thanos's plan will be ruined. So, Thanos decided to give it a go. Now it seems that Lynch's power is not unmatched. As soon as Thanos, who had a glimmer of hope in his heart, took half a step, his body turned into a streamer and flew out backwards. The streamer passes directly through small celestial bodies along the way, and finally reveals Thanos wrapped in the glow of the power gem. His face was extremely ugly, and as soon as he stabilized his figure, he pointed at Lynch without thinking. Lynch smiled coldly, not caring at all. Compared to the power that can compete with his mighty power, Thanos' speed is simply as slow as a snail. With speed not at all the same level, Lynch has all the initiative in this battle. Head-on, sneak attack, or escape, all the options are in front of Lynch. And he, choose to be dignified and hard? Leaning over slightly, Lynch crashed into it with the strength of his whole body. The two forces touched in a vacuum, only this time Lynch unstoppably broke through the fluctuations of the power gem, came directly to Thanos, and once again violently knocked him out. Thanos couldn't resist, and his body streaked through the starry sky like a meteorite, gouging through countless celestial bodies. He constantly counterattacked with power gems, but he could not cause the slightest damage when it fell on Lynch. Instead, Lynch's repeated blows beat Thanos to the point of bruising and vomiting blood. Within a few minutes, under Lynch's heavy punch, the light on Thanos' body was directly broken, and he instantly passed out. That's it. Lynch kicked Thanos' body and snapped the power gem off his glove. Pinching the power gem, Lynch had a surprised look on his face. Compared to the 4 gems he had come into contact with before, this Infinity Stone unexpectedly matched his attributes. If the fit of the other gemstones is 5, the fit between this power gem and him is at least 7 or 8 high. Lynch glanced at a huge planet in the distance and gently threw a punch. An intoxicating purple light gushed out in an instant, penetrating the star, triggering a violent explosion. This power gem is still strong when used in battle. A trace of emotion rose in Lynch's heart. After a flash of hesitation in his eyes, Lynch unleashed his mental power to wake up Thanos. You lose. Thanos, who came to his senses and noticed that the power gem had changed hands, replied after a moment of silence. When you took out Supergiant in New York, I had a hunch. His purple sweet potato face had several big openings, very miserable, and completely lost the overlord style of the past. You already knew my plan, and I didn't regret it. But the prophet will always pay for what he foresees. Lynch pulled the corners of his mouth and flicked the power gem in his hand directly to Thanos. This is your last chance. After that, he directly turned around and turned into a red light and broke through the air. And Thanos, who caught the power gem, looked confused, and did not react to what happened. Space carrier. Lynch stood quietly in the control room, not knowing what he was looking at. Natasha walked in through the door, hugged Lynch, and asked softly, "What's bothering you lately?" Lynch turned his head and shook his head with a smile. "Nothing. Actually, there is." Lynch was hesitant to redeem the next template, Bronze Superman. After thwarting Thanos, Lynch unexpectedly finds himself with a huge amount of justice points. It seemed a bit outrageous, but Lynch thought it seemed reasonable. If he fails to stop Thanos, who has obtained power gems, will still collect all the gems as in the original plot, and the entire universe will not escape doom. This wave of confrontation belongs to the justice value of saving the universe in advance, and of course the gain is huge. And the next template for the complete Superman template, the billion justice points required by Bronze Superman, is also enough. But at this time, Lynch was hesitant to redeem the template, because he felt that this template was a little different. The previous template was very natural to exchange, as if the body had evolved normally. But Lynch vaguely felt that the Bronze Superman template was very different, and might allow himself to be reborn and enter a new horror realm. Lynch remembers that Bronze Superman is an existence that can fight Supreme Superman. The Supreme Little Superman can survive the destruction of the universe. The guy who is open, can the Bronze Superman be bad? Lynch felt that once he redeemed this template, he might be truly invincible. Even if this universe is annihilated by Thanos snapping fingers, he can survive. But once the template was redeemed, Lynch felt that all the challenges were meaningless. Is that kind of life really interesting? Is invincibility like One Punch Man, or detachment like Dr. Manhattan, really what you want? Lynch hadn't thought it through yet, so he was hesitating. Morag. Above the desolate and wet earth, there was suddenly an extra spaceship. Put it down, blue girl. On the ground, Road beckoned. Put it here, yes. Natasha kicked a lizard and looked up at the small craft that had fallen from the ship. Can we be faster? Hawkeye said with a slight frown. Everyone, move sharply, let's hurry. Natasha echoed. Road turned his head and looked at the two indifferent people standing on the side and said helplessly, "Well, you guys are really a big help." Several people smiled at each other, then hugged each other. "Take the rough and come back, don't mess it up," Road instructed. "All the best." Natasha said goodbye to Hawkeye and Road. Nebula got on the small flying machine and left. Space carrier. Lynch sat down and stood up again and again, looking uneasy. What happened? He muttered puzzled. Lynch felt an indescribable horror weigh down on him, but he didn't know what was wrong. It stands to reason that even if he hasn't exchanged a new template, there are very few existences in this universe that can threaten him. Not to mention, this sense of oppression is simply unprecedented, more terrifying than ever. Apart from the 6 Infinity Stones, what else can have such terrifying power? Lynch muttered, flipping his hand and pulling out 2 Infinity Stones. But there are at least 3 gems under my control, and even if Thanos can get the other 3, it won't be much of a threat. Halfway through, Lynch froze. How could Thanos collect 6 gems? Unless, suddenly, he realized a terrifying possibility. Time travel? Avengers 4? At this moment, a mighty force descended. In an instant, everything around Lynch began to collapse from the inside out, turning into flying ash and finally disappearing. Nope. Lynch roared, and his consciousness quickly brought up the system panel to exchange the bronze Superman template. His body flashed and appeared in Natasha's room. Natasha in the room looked at her body blankly, and turned back when she heard Lynch's voice. Lynn, I. Halfway through the words, her body disappeared in the air little by little. Lynch reached out in despair, but could not stop Natasha from disappearing quickly before his eyes. Thanos. His face was hideous, and his body was surrounded by a terrifying yellow-red light, resisting that terrifying force. I'm going to kill you. Lynch's body rioted, his flesh shuttled through space, and in an instant he came to the starry sky beyond the earth. And Thanos stretched out his hand, his fingers still maintaining the appearance after snapping his fingers. He wears an infinity glove on his right hand, and the 6 infinity stones on it are emitting mesmerizing multicolored beams. Just a few seconds passed, and the huge earth had completely annihilated and disappeared. What's even more frightening is that the space beyond the earth is also a void. In the entire universe, there were only 2 people left, Thanos and Lynch. Seeing the furious Lynch, Thanos' face was heavy. He couldn't understand why his snapping fingers, which could destroy the entire universe, hadn't erased Lynch. But with 6 infinity stones in his hand, he did not panic, because if one snapping finger could not work, he would use 2. In the face of the 6 infinity stones, all the so-called powerful forces are meaningless. It's all over, I've done my plan, you lose. Thanos said lightly. Nope. Lynch clenched his hands, and the power in his body continued to expand and become stronger. I'm still alive. He already fully understands what is going on. This is the plot of Avengers 4. In Avengers 4, the Avengers found new hope from Ant-Man, collected 6 infinity stones through time travel, and allowed the Hulk to snap his fingers to bring back half of the universe's life. And the group of 4 people responsible for obtaining the Power Gem and the Soul Gem came to the time and place. It was in 2014, Morag. But because there were 2 nebulae in 2014, and the nebula happened to be mechanically modified, and the brain memory was recorded, Thanos discovered their plan and directly sent Nebula in 2014 to sneak back as an internal traitor and let him lead the army to come. In the end, Thanos' army fought the superheroes, and Tony seized the 14 million opportunity to defeat Thanos at the expense of himself. But the problem is that this 2014 Thanos is different from the Thanos of the original plot, and he avoided the 14 million chance in the future, eliminated the Avengers over there, destroyed the universe, and returned to 2014. With a snap of his fingers, the universe is destroyed. Only Lynch, who became a bronze Superman, could carry the power of snapping his fingers and survive after the universe was shattered. However, the universe in which he had lived for several years had been erased, and those people and things had disappeared. Unforgivable. Lynch's blood was burning, and there was the last trace of sanity under the extreme anger. At this point, there is only one way to undo it all. Take out Thanos and exchange it for stronger templates. For example, Silver Superman, the existence of the multiverse that can play with time at will definitely restore all this. In the starry sky, Thanos stared at Lynch coldly, and he was about to snap his fingers again. But in the next moment, his body was directly shot out by Lynch. One heavy punch after another fell on Thanos, making him completely unable to snap his fingers. Under a series of heavy blows, Thanos' body instantly became broken. But after a flash of light on the Infinity Gauntlet, he was back intact. It's useless. Thanos sneered, and the surrounding void began to become psychedelic. Lynch's next fist immediately landed in the air, and the Thanos in his eyes began to be out of reach. Then, countless terrifying environments began to appear around Lynch. It is comparable to the huge gravitational environment at the center of a black hole, comparable to the high-temperature environment on the surface of young stars. In a cruel environment that was even more terrifying than 18 layers of purgatory, Lynch gritted his teeth and persisted. His extremely strong physical body evolved rapidly under such exercise, just like the legendary sun monkey who was tempered by the old Jundan furnace. But even so, he couldn't attack Thanos, who seemed to be in another dimension. Sure enough, the movies are all deceitful. How can Thanos, who has 6 infinity stones, be so weak? It's only for the needs of the plot that Thanos will fight a group of Avengers superheroes in hand-to-hand combat? If not, how could Thanos give that 1 in 10 million chance? With a snap of your fingers, everything is clear? Damn it! There is no chance at all if it goes on like this. I'm going to die here. Lynch was extremely anxious in his heart. Even Superman would be grinded to death little by little without touching the enemy. At this moment, a touch of green began to appear around Lynch. He watched in horror as these greens frantically poured into his body, rapidly destroying his body. Kryptonite? Damn it! The superhuman nemesis embodied by the reality gem, the gaseous kryptonite, enveloped Lynch and quickly destroyed his body. Lynch's brain was running wildly, looking for a way to break the game. Suddenly, his face showed joy. Kryptonite. Use that Superman's last move? Lynch induced the energy in his body and emitted a dazzling yellow light. The yellow light instantly expanded, spreading out like sunlight, engulfing the endless starry sky. Even Thanos, who was watching from afar, was swept in and disappeared. This is Superman's ultimate skill before death, capable of destroying all solar flares. When all the light has disappeared, the universe has fallen into eternal silence. A long time passed, and it seemed like a moment. Today's Earth seems to have never experienced Thanos snapping fingers again, but it also lacks the existence of one person. Lynch left here, but everywhere. After killing Thanos, he became a multiverse-level existence, encountered countless challenges, and finally became the most incredible existence in the Marvel Universe. Eventually, the all-knowing and all-powerful, transcendent man grew tired of it. He wanted to go home. After another wonderful story, he finally succeeded. Hey, Lynch, the movie is over, gone. A familiar and unfamiliar voice woke the teenager, and he opened his eyes and saw the big screen at once. That group of people who were so far away and so close, accompanied by the music that ended the movie, slowly disappeared. What a nice dream.